After Jiang Ming saw this, he fell into a long silence. He had to constantly transcend the heavenly tribulation in order to advance to a higher realm. In the end, Zhuanen's breakthrough was as easy as pie. The most important thing was that this was not an ordinary stage, but the peak of a major realm. It was a level that countless nascent soul realm geniuses wanted to reach. Boom! In the next moment, a streak of sword chi once again blasted over. Zhuanen raised her hand and pointed a finger to resolve this powerful sword chi attack. Trash. Zhuanen's face was arrogant. The man from the ancient Yin Yang sect seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he sighed. You guys are really infuriating. How are you two so powerful? How can a girl be this powerful? How am I supposed to survive? Zhuanen was instantly displeased. Are you looking down on us female cultivators? The man from the ancient Yin Yang sect was speechless. He raised his hand to prevent Zhuanen from suddenly attacking. If it was before, he would not be afraid of Zhuanen with his cultivation level. However, the situation was very different now. Firstly, he was exposed in front of Zhuanen, and he was not a match for Zhuanen. Secondly, Zhuanen had completed a breakthrough and reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. The difference between the peak of the nascent soul realm and the stage below, it was boundless. Once they fought, he would definitely be beaten up ruthlessly. Jiang Ming glanced over and immediately interrupted them. I'm Ning Kaichen. She's Zhuanen. What's your name? Jiang Ming had used an alias, and he did not think that the other party would honestly tell him his real name. However, it did not matter. This was completely breaking the ice. The man from the ancient Yin Yang sect pondered for a moment before saying, I'm Daoran from the ancient Yin Yang sect. Daoran? Jiang Ming's pupils shrank. He was one of the top experts of the ancient Yin Yang sect's nascent soul realm and Daoran. Before leaving the Feather Kingdom, Jiang Ming had investigated the vast world of immortal cultivation and various forces. Among them, there was information about the ancient Yin Yang sect. In particular, from the information provided by Wu Hen and the others, Jiang Ming had a general understanding of some of the great experts in the nascent soul realm, soul formation realm, and deity transformation realm of the ancient Yin Yang sect. Among the top 30 nascent soul realm experts, Daoran was one of them. The top 30 experts can reach this level? If we were at the same cultivation level, Zhuanen would only be able to suppress this person by a bit. I would be even less of a match for him unless the other party is not at his peak state. Once he recovers to his peak state, I will definitely lose. Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a deep breath. This was only a top nascent soul realm expert. Elderly could not compare to him. According to their investigation and understanding, although Elderly was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, his combat strength was only stronger than that of the group of nascent soul cultivators from the ancient kingdom blessed land. In the ancient Yin Yang sect, he was ranked beyond the top 100. This was enough to show how powerful this person was. When Jiang Ming said this, Daoran's lips immediately curled up into a smug expression, but he quickly reacted. Just now, you kept saying that you were not afraid of the people in the vast world of immortal cultivation. The vast world of immortal cultivation is a term used by people from remote places. Are you people from the Feather Kingdom? Daoran widened his eyes and stared at the two people in front of him. Jiang Ming nodded. Daoran was completely speechless. After a long while, he reluctantly said, "Are you kidding me? What kind of place is the Feather Kingdom? It's basically a backward little village to us. Other than that, Reverend M.O., aren't you all country bumpkins?" Despite that, the Feather Kingdom still gave birth to you. Two geniuses. And Daoran subconsciously thought that the two of them were lying. He had quite a deep understanding of the Feather Kingdom and did not think that a desolate land like the Feather Kingdom could give birth to such extraordinary prodigies. Jiang Ming shrugged. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What we are most concerned about now is how to avoid that guy and obtain the dragon burial sword. Why are you so obsessed with this dragon burial sword? And Daoran asked with a frown. Although the grade of the vicious in your hand isn't high, it should be enough for you at your current level. You can even use it after you break through to the soul formation realm. Is there a need to be so conflicted about the dragon burial sword? Could it be that you want to establish some relationship with the Zhan family? Zhan family? Jiang Ming was stunned. This was the second time Daoran had mentioned the Zhan family. That's right, the Zhan family. And Daoran glanced at Jiang Ming a few times and suddenly lowered his voice. Don't you know about the death of the dragon? It's a legend. It is said that in ancient times, during the battle that toppled Yuan Wei, the dragon swore to protect the descendants of the Yuan Wei royal family and safely sent one of the princes out of the Yuan Wei homeland. The great dragon was able to fend off thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no lack of powerful people among these enemies. The most famous one was the Qing Emperor. However, the Qing Emperor was not the key person to decide the outcome of this battle. Instead, a person who was somewhat famous but not too important succeeded in killing General Long Jia. This person is the ancestor of the Zhan family, Zhan Lingfeng. Speaking of Zhan Lingfeng, he was definitely a lucky person. He was of ordinary birth and had average talent, but he relied on his luck to become a fierce general on the Qing Emperor's side. In the Battle of Yuandu, he used the opportunity when the Qing Emperor and the others were busy with Long Jia to stab the dragon burial sword into Long Jia's spiritual core and completely destroy all of Long Jia's cultivation. Only then did he successfully kill him. It was also from then on that the Zhan family soared and even formed their own country, called the Warring States. Warring States? Jiang Ming had some understanding of this country, but he did not expect the ancestors of the royal family of the Warring States to have such a legend. You mean to say that as long as we obtain the dragon burial sword, we can reach an agreement with the Zhan family? Why? Could it be the uniqueness of the dragon burial sword itself? But according to my understanding, the dragon burial sword is a divine weapon that killed General Long Jia, but it shouldn't be considered a treasure. Why does the Zhan family insist on acquiring it? Jiang Ming still raised his eyebrows. And Daoran was about to open his mouth when Zhuanan said coldly, Don't even think about lying. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm sure you're not telling the truth. And Daoran was speechless. He did not expect that his plan would be seen through. He was still thinking of fooling this Ning Kaichen so that he would work for him. Sharp sword Qi kept shooting toward them. Zhuanan wanted to block it but was stopped by Jiang Ming. That is an undead creature at the peak of the deity transformation realm. He is strong and has a high cultivation level, but he doesn't get fatigued. Jiang Ming's words rendered Zhuanan speechless. Then what should we do next? Zhuanan pouted and asked. Jiang Ming had Always doted on her, and now it was time for her to repay him. Jiang Ming's gaze fell on Endowran again. Mr. N, you've been trapped here for nearly a year. You haven't come out for a long time because you're looking for a way to break through, right? I believe that with your level of intelligence, you won't be unable to find any loopholes, so I'll advise you to honestly tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold this girl back. Ming Kaichen, do you only know how to hide behind women? Endowran gritted his teeth as the flames of jealousy in his heart burned non. Stop. What was going on with this man? Why was he so lucky to have such a powerful woman protecting him? Endowran originally wanted to make up a few more lies to fool Jiang Ming, but when he thought of Zhuanan, Endowran could only give up and sigh. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. If we want to deal with this guy, we can't rely on force. Otherwise, a deity transformation realm cultivator can easily kill us. So, we have to take a detour. As long as someone can attract this guy's attention and arrange for others to steal it, we will definitely be able to steal the dragon burial sword. After Endowran finished speaking in one breath, Jiang Ming immediately corrected him. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not stealing. This is called being virtuous. How F** King shameless. Endowran cursed in his heart, but a simple and honest smile appeared on his face. Ming Kaichen, you're right. This dragon burial sword has been here for so many years. It's time for it to appear. Otherwise, it's a waste of a heavenly treasure. He followed Jiang Ming's words and wanted to fool Ming Kaichen. Anyway, this was not a lie. Little did he know that Jiang Ming was also an old fox. He immediately saw through his little plan and said with a laugh, then I'll have to trouble you to attract the firepower. Endowran's body stiffened as he gritted his teeth and said, Ming Kaichen, I've been here for so long. It should be better for me to go get the dragon burial sword. No, no, no. Jiang Ming shook his head. Attracting firepower may seem dangerous, but getting the dragon burial sword will bring us closer to the enemy. This is the most dangerous mission. Although I'm not talented, I am also a person with morals. Naturally, I don't want to see my friends risk their lives for me. Mr. N, on the other hand, you've already left your peak state, and you're lacking in both spirit and energy. You can only take care of the simple stuff, so I think you should go and attract the firepower. Then, Jiang Ming pushed Zhuanan out. Don't worry, I'll let Anan follow you. I won't let you get hurt. You. Endowran really wanted to curse, but when he met Zhuanan's murderous gaze, he immediately held his tongue. After a while, he smiled honestly. Alright, since you're so fearless, I won't say anything more. I wish you success, and I hope that you will obtain the dragon burial sword. Jiang Ming laughed, then narrowed his eyes and asked the last question. If you bring out the dragon burial sword, what kind of cooperation agreement can you reach with the Zhan family and the warring states? They can't just sit back and watch Long Chia be revived. You have to know that it's not Long Chia that's coming back, it's just a split soul of Long Chia. The purpose of this undead creature's existence is to suppress Long Chia's resurrection. The dragon burial sword is the key. As long as we pull out the dragon burial sword, the undead creature will not be able to suppress the possibility of Long Chia being resurrected. Once the Zhan family learns of this news, they will definitely be terrified. The person who doesn't want General Long Jia, to be resurrected the most is the Qing Emperor. The Zhan family are close seconds. The Zhan family's ancestor, Zhan Lingfeng, has already gone to the upper realm. Although the current Qing Emperor is not on good terms with the Zhan family, they have been secretly working together. Their goal is to stop General Long Jia's resurrection. They know very well that once he is resurrected, they will be doomed. And Daoran took a deep breath. General Long Jia was at the half-step cultivation integration realm when he was alive. Once he is resurrected into a ghost cultivator and condensed into a dark spirit evil body, becoming a dark god, the Qing royal family and the royal family of the warring states will be destroyed. Jiang Ming nodded. General Long Jia had always been the nightmare of the two royal families and even involved other forces. Some people were fearsome even in their deaths. Long Jia was obviously such a person. He had been dead for thousands of years. But the pressure he brought on others was unfathomable, let alone the two royal families. And Daoran suddenly looked up and frowned. Ning Kaichen, there is no time to lose. Since you have already assigned the tasks, let's start. I don't know why, but this undead creature is different from the extremely passive state it was in before. It seems to be restless and is using all kinds of techniques to find us. Isn't this guy an undead creature? Does he have other techniques? Jiang Ming was stunned. He thought that the undead creature relied on a sword to continuously slash out sword chi. Was he more terrifying than they had thought? Of course. There are still many secrets this thing is hiding. What you and I have seen so far is not even the tip of the iceberg. The corners of Endaran's mouth twitched a few times. This fellow was also at the peak of the deity transformation realm when he was alive. He was inexplicably captured and refined into an undead guard. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, even a deity transformation realm cultivator could be killed so easily. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. Before becoming a top-notch expert, if one wanted to survive in this world, one had to be extremely lucky and cultivate to the highest realm possible. If that was not possible, one had to come from a saint background. One had to know that deity transformation realm cultivators were not weak. They were the top existences in the Feather Kingdom. In the past, before Mo. Lingche was born, there was not a single cultivator in the Feather Kingdom who had reached the deity transformation realm. Even in the vast world of immortal cultivation, a deity transformation realm cultivator was not considered a top expert. He was still at the level of a sect master and even had the chance to become a saint. Moreover, he was at the peak of the deity transformation realm. He was not an ordinary deity transformation realm cultivator. It was a tragedy for him to have been refined into an undead guard. Jiang Ming took a few steps forward and approached the cave entrance in an instant. Under the supervision of Zhuanan and Daoran had no choice but to attract Jiang Ming's attention. For a moment, he was about to go berserk. Ning Kaichen is really cunning. He used this girl to keep me in check. And Daoran cursed, but he was still forced to go deeper. It was also at this moment that another powerful force swept over, causing Jiang Ming to subconsciously raise his head. The enemy can't see? Then how did he sense the changes in his surroundings? Jiang Ming tried several times and finally found the problem. It turned out that the undead creature had been relying on an instinct from the beginning to the end, and this instinct would only be triggered when the intruder triggered some kind of restriction. For example, I can use my mana What I'm circulating in my body right now is the divine light of the path of martial arts. Doesn't that mean that as long as I can guarantee that I don't use my mana, I'm essentially invisible in front of this guy? Jiang Ming thought for a long time and finally decided to bite the bullet and test the waters. He walked several steps toward him. The gap between Jiang Ming and the undead creature was getting smaller, and the other party did not make any movements. Indeed. As long as I don't use my mana, this guy won't be able to sense anything. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, and he walked forward. This time, he circulated a lot of the divine light in his body, wanting to use this power to suppress the other party. However, it was obvious that the undead creature's strength was not ordinary. His aura was unable to resist the other party's pressure. This guy is really ridiculous. Jiang Ming could not help but complain. Then he strode forward with a cold glint in his eyes. He knew very well that since he could not resist the other party's pressure with his own, he could only take it one step at a time. As he got closer and closer, the other party did not react at all. This time, Jiang Ming was finally relieved. He immediately took the last step and approached the dragon burial sword. At this moment, the dragon burial sword was standing on a raised platform. As long as he stretched out his hand slightly, he could hold the sword. Good, I've got one last step. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately wanted to take the sword, but in the next second, his entire body froze on the spot, and he turned around in disbelief. Unknowingly, the undead guard's gaze had actually landed on him. That abyss-like gaze was extremely terrifying. Jiang Ming instinctively gulped and immediately ran into the distance without saying anything. A sword aura came from behind him. Is this guy cheating? He actually spotted my location so easily. Jiang Ming had used some techniques just now, which were enough to make it so that the other party could not capture his tracks. However, the result was that the other party did not care about him at all. Instead, he kept changing his position and finally disappeared behind him. Not good. Jiang Ming's face darkened. He looked back and saw a ghostly shadow flash in front of him. It was the undead guard. Those who trespass here should be killed. The undead guard spoke coldly and without any emotion. Jiang Ming's expression was ugly. He wanted to fight back a few more times, but he was forced to take a few steps back. Bang! In the next moment, another sword aura swept over, forcing Jiang Ming to fly out, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Mr. Zhu Anan cried out in surprise. Ning Kaichen. And Daeron's tone was not very pleasant. He originally thought that the two of them would be able to attract the attention of the undead creature by creating a commotion. Who would have thought that Ning Kaichen would still successfully trigger the restriction and shift the creature's focus to the latter? Is this dragon burial sword so difficult to obtain? That's right, back then. Zhang Lingfeng must have been afraid of Long Jia coming back. Otherwise, the entire Zhang family would be finished. But didn't Zhang Lingfeng ascend? Was there a need to continue to be afraid of Long Jia? Jiang Ming could not figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. It was also at this time that the undead creature attacked again, causing both sides to be injured. No one could have imagined that the situation would develop to such a stage. Rumble. Accompanied by explosions, Jiang Ming was sent flying far away. Ning Kaichen, Mr. Zhu Anan and Endaoran immediately ran over, but the gap between them was huge. Zhuanan tried her best to catch up, while Endaoran tried to remain calm. He had been observing the situation. Once Zhuanan was unable to defeat the undead creature, he would choose to retreat immediately. I've been trapped here for a long time. It's time for me to leave. Otherwise, staying here will only waste my time. There was no spiritual energy in this place, only netherworld energy. If they continued to stay here, it would be tantamount to courting death. After all, even a nascent soul realm cultivator needed spiritual energy to nourish their body. After Jiang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned slightly pale. But he quickly got up with difficulty. Don't come over. Jiang Ming raised his hand to stop Zhuanan's footsteps. The undead creature in front of him was extremely powerful. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could compete with. He did not want anything to happen to Zhu. Enan. Mr. Zhuanan bit her lip and wanted to continue catching up, but Jiang Ming just turned his head quietly and stared at the undead creature, as if he was thinking of a way to deal with it. And Endaoran walked over. I'll give you a piece of advice. You should listen to Ning Kaichen. His strength is inferior to yours, but his intelligence is far above yours. Moreover, worrying about him now will only cloud your mind, and it's even more unsuitable for you to go up and fight a nascent soul realm cultivator going against a deity transformation realm was not a smart move. And Endaoran could not wait for Zhuanan to die here, but he still wanted to see if there was a chance to reap some benefits. Otherwise, would not he have wasted more than a year? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the undead guard suddenly moved and slowly walked in another direction. You guys! Someone could not help but exclaim in surprise. No one had expected that at this critical moment, someone would walk in and attract the attention of the undead guard. What kind of luck is this? How could someone come at this critical moment? It doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity for them to test the undead guard. It would be best if they could restrain this thing. As Endaoran spoke, he glanced into the distance and widened his eyes. No. Something was wrong. Where did the dragon burial sword go? The dragon burial sword had disappeared without a trace. Endaoran's face was filled with shock. He looked at Zhuanan and then at Jiang Ming. Did you see who stole the dragon burial sword just now? Zhuanan shook her head and retreated to Jiang Ming's side. A strange look flashed across her eyes, and she shook her head to show that she did not know anything. At this moment, Endaoran was completely dumbfounded. The dragon burial sword was originally on the platform, but it had disappeared now. How? There had to be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Endaoran's mind was racing. He wanted to figure out what was going on, but he did not know that Jiang Ming was filled with resentment at this moment. Friend, what are you trying to do? Why did you devour the dragon burial sword? Endaoran did not know that Jiang Ming had a black sword on him that devoured the dragon burial sword completely. Now, the dragon burial sword no longer existed in this world. It's just a trashy magic treasure. It's nothing worth paying attention to. At first, I thought it was some divine weapon, but now it seems like it's just trash. Anyway, this isn't the dragon burial sword at all. It's very likely a lie made up by some people, the black sword said indifferently. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows subconsciously when he heard that. What do you mean? Could it be that the dragon burial sword was fake from the beginning to the end? The possibility is extremely high. It's very likely that the guard who left this sword behind in the past did this on purpose. I have to say that this guy really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He actually used a trash sword to deceive everyone for nearly 10,000 years. He is really ruthless. In order to complete the whole plan, he even dragged a deity transformation realm cultivator into this and turned him into an undead creature. If this guy still had intelligence, he would definitely be furious. He lost his life for a scam. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned. But soon, he shook his head. That's not right. Since Master Jiao asked me to come here, it's enough to show that there are indeed some mysterious things in this place. He's not someone like Daoran who's good for nothing. It's impossible for him not to know about these things. No, he might really not know. After all, the owner of the dragon burial sword was in existence at the half-step cultivation integration realm back then. After that, he even ascended to the upper realm. Whether it's to become an immortal himself or to follow the upper realm through other people's channels, it's enough to show that he has quite a powerful trump card. Most importantly, I suspect that this has something to do with the Qing royal family. The person who set up the entire scam is very likely not from the Zhan family or the Long family, but from the Qing royal family. The black sword shared its thoughts, but it quickly shook its head. Forget it. My brain isn't suitable for these puzzles. I'll leave it to you to figure out. When Jiang Ming heard this, he raised his eyebrows again and said seriously, I think the possibility is very high. What? I mean, your guess this time might be right. Jiang Ming said unhappily. Usually you're full of nonsense, but sometimes, you're very insightful. As they spoke, the newcomer had already clashed with the undead creature. The strength he displayed was terrifying. Another cultivator at the peak of the deity transformation realm? And Daoran was completely numb. It was fine if it was another undead creature that had been refined and forcefully raised to the peak of the deity transformation realm. But why was there a regular person at the peak of the deity transformation realm? Jiang Ming was also stunned. He looked at Daoran and instinctively asked, should we retreat first? Daoran swallowed. Retreat. The fact that there were two existences at the peak of the deity transformation realm was too much to handle. Staying here would be suicide. The mysterious expert had long noticed the situation here, but he did not care. And let the two of them leave. At this time, Jiang Ming seemed to have sensed something and turned around. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Why is this aura so familiar? Who is this guy? Soon, the three of them left the dragon burial cave and even ran out of the dragon burial pool. At this moment, Daoran exhaled a few times and took a few deep breaths. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. A sharp sword was placed on his neck. The attacker was Zhuanan. Daoran's pupils constricted as he asked in confusion, Miss, what do you mean by this? After all, we fought together and can be considered comrades. Is there a need for you to treat me like this? Zhuanan could not be bothered with this guy and immediately looked at Jiang Ming. Mister, how do we get rid of this guy? She was very unhappy with Daoran and wanted to kill him immediately. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered a few times, and he immediately said, let him go. Zhuanan retracted her sword without hesitation, causing Daoran to be a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did she want to kill him? Jiang Ming knew the reason why Zhuanan attacked. It was because Ndaoran came from the ancient Yin sect. Jiang Ming and the ancient Yin sect had bad blood between them. Zhuanan wanted to kill Ndaoran to prevent future trouble. However, Jiang Ming thought ahead. He did not care about this guy. Instead, he felt that he could use Ndaoran to spy on the ancient Yin sect. Capture him, I want to refine him. Ndaoran's expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but was easily caught. Although the gap between them was not too big, he was not Zhuanan's match. Moreover, Zhuanan had reached the peak of soul formation realm, so her battle prowess was enough to crush him. Ning Kaichen, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want to refine me? Ndaoran was forced to kneel on the ground with a sullen expression. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing one day. Jiang Ming glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said indifferently. The reason is very simple. It's because of your special identity. What identity? Are you from the ancient Yin sect? Ndaoran was even more dumbfounded. What did that have to do with Ning Kaichen? Bang! In the next moment, a slave seal was shot into Ndaoran's body. It was set by Zhuanan. This slave seal was different from others. It was created by Jiang Ming using special methods and was recognized by the heavens. Unless a saint tried to remove it, it was impossible to remove the slave seal. This was also the practical application of a technique in the mysterious scroll that Mo Lingche had given him. It had to be said that Mo Lingche was indeed a very capable person. As a reincarnated immortal, the various techniques he had created were exceptionally advanced and powerful. Ordinary people could not even begin to think of them. It was also because of the continuous refinement and advancement of these techniques that his combat strength continued to rise by many levels. At the same time, Jiang Ming suddenly returned to his senses at this critical moment. Perhaps Mo Lingche himself is also an expert in divination. After all, he is a reincarnated immortal, so he must have countless profound techniques in all aspects. Then it's very likely that he has already foreseen my subsequent actions. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he felt uneasy. Such a terrifying existence had their eyes on him. It was not a good feeling. It was also at this moment that a figure descended. It was the mysterious expert from before. Jiang Ming and the others froze and could not even be on guard. They were both at the peak of the deity transformation realm, so the undead creature did not need to be afraid. However, this was a true expert at the peak of the deity transformation realm. If the other party wanted to attack them, there was no way they could dodge. The more they thought of this, the colder their eyes became. At this moment, he began to accumulate power. He was prepared to take away Jiang Ming and the other two at a critical moment. A peak deity transformation realm cultivator was someone they could not fight against. There's no need to be vigilant. Ning Kaichen, come with me. Jiang Ming was stunned. The other party actually knew about him? When they reached a remote place and Zhuanan and Ndaoran were nowhere to be seen, Jiang Ming immediately looked at the mysterious expert. Who was this guy? Why did he say such a thing just now? What was the problem with this? Endless waves of shock surged in his heart. It was also at this moment that he continued to gather power in his body, but he was also very reluctant. He was immortal. He could not go to the extent of self-destruction at this stage. Suddenly, the mysterious expert spoke, Ning Kaichen, long time no see. It has been more than 20 years since we parted at the general's tomb. During these 20 years, you didn't even come back and see me. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, Yu Tianhua. He had never expected that the person in front of him would be Yu Tianhua. 2. Be precise, he was Yu Tianhua's incarnation. What was this guy doing here? Jiang Ming frowned and became more vigilant. He was not just wary of Mo Lingche. He also did not have any good intentions toward Yu Tianhua. These two people were extremely dangerous. If he made even a slight mistake, he would be tricked by these two old foxes. Yu Tianhua saw through Jiang Ming's thoughts and said with a smile, Don't overthink. The purpose of my visit is very simple. I just want to contact you and discuss the matters following up. What happened after that? Didn't I promise you that I would go to the Feather Race's ancestral village and pull out the Feather King's sword for you? What else do you want me to do? Sir, please remember this. I, Ning Kaichen, have limited strength and energy. I can only do a few things at a time. If you keep giving more tasks to me, it will only mess things up and delay everything. Jiang Ming was the first to speak, wanting to make this guy retreat. However, Yu Tianhua acted like a fool and did not seem to understand Jiang Ming's words. He said straightforwardly, What I want to entrust you with next is very simple. Find a person. It's this woman. Yu Tianhua turned into a woman. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank at her appearance. It was this woman again. This was the same woman Gongye Jiao had asked him to find. This is the woman who killed Master Zhou's wife and daughter back then. Why does Yu Tianhua want to find this woman? What is his relationship with this woman? Jiang Ming's mind kept racing. He was trying to figure out what the relationship between the three was, but Yu Tianhua did not give him the time to think. This woman is involved in some of Mo Lingche's secrets. I think you should know some information about Mo Lingche's identity, such as his previous incarnation. Yes. Since you already know, I might as well tell you that this woman is actually Mo Lingche's reincarnation, Yu Tianhua said calmly. Jiang Ming was so shocked that he could not say a word. He stared at Yu Tianhua in disbelief and said in a hoarse voice, Are you joking with me? She's actually Mo Lingche's reincarnation from a previous life? That's right. Actually, Mo Lingche was a woman in his previous life. Her exact identity is unknown, but this woman is the original body. Another example is Gongye Jiao, who is actually another incarnation of Mo Lingche. Of course, due to some special reasons, Gongye Jiao had become independent. This was also the reason why that woman had attacked Gongye Jiao's family. Yu Tianhua's words caused Jiang Ming to take a few steps back. If that was the case, was Gongye Jiao plotting against him? Did Master Jiao do it on purpose or? Jiang Ming rubbed his temples and did not want to think about it anymore. Since you've received this information, you should know what to do next. Right? Yu Tianhua continued. Mo Lingche has actually turned against this original body, but he won't go too far at the moment, so he's been using you. Once you grow up, he'll take over your body, and I'll be helping you. Jiang Ming squinted slightly. How do you know all this? Because Mo Lingche and I are on the same side. He needs me to help him hide everything and prevent this woman from finding him. I also need him to find some special techniques to pave the way for me to leave the general's tomb. You can't walk out of the general's tomb? Jiang Ming did not understand. How could a saint be unable to walk out of the general's tomb? That's right. The inside of the general's tomb is extremely mysterious. Even I can't easily solve the mysteries inside, let alone break the barrier. 4. Example, the small realm in the netherworld where you and I met previously. You can come and go as you please, but once I want to leave, it will cause quite a lot of problems. It might even attract some extremely powerful beings. Yu Tianhua took a deep breath and said with bright eyes, I have a lot of enemies. Some of them are even more powerful than you can imagine. So, Ning Kaichen, you have to be prepared. You must find this woman and get her protection. Otherwise, you will die in the hands of Mo Lingche and some of my enemies. Jiang Ming was completely silent. At this moment, he finally understood that no matter how careful one was, one would always fall into trouble. Other than finding this woman, do you have any other tasks for me? If you do, then hurry up and tell me. I don't want to keep running into you. Jiang Ming's gaze was cold, and his tone toward Yu Tianhua was extremely unfriendly. Previously, in the general's tomb, he did not dare to provoke Yu Tianhua. However, now that he understood the other party's personality and knew that the other party had a favor to ask of him, Jiang Ming would not be as timid. Hearing the impatience in Jiang Ming's tone, Yu Tianhua was not annoyed. Instead, he laughed and said, naturally, there are some things that need you to complete. You have to make a trip to the great desolate land, especially the cloud wilderness in the depths. There is a remnant tribe from an ancient era there. There are some secret mystic techniques and inheritances there as well. If you can obtain them, you will be able to better conquer the feather King's sword. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and was about to say something when Yu Tianhua interrupted him. Once you go, you will understand everything. That is what you need the most at the moment. Of course, you will have to go to the Long family first. Here is the real dragon burial sword. What? Looking at the dragon burial sword in front of him, Jiang Ming was stunned. If this was the dragon burial sword, what did the black sword devour previously? That was just a fake. The real dragon burial sword is called the dragon sword, and it's Long Chia's own weapon. The reason it's called the dragon burial sword is to show off that General Long Chia was defeated, and to deceive the Long family so that they can't find their ancestral artifact. Jiang Ming immediately understood. This was definitely a trap set up by the Qing Emperor and Zhang Lingfeng. They were using the legend of the dragon burial sword to intimidate the Long family, and also to make the dragon burial sword work for them. After all, Long Chia was a top-notch existence, who was just below a saint in terms of strength, back then. He was a proud prodigy and was unparalleled. How could the weapon of such a person be ordinary? Qing Tianzi and Zhang Lingfeng were greedy. They joined forces to defeat Long Chia. Thus, they could control the Long family and also control the sword. They were killing two birds with one stone. Once the news that this is the dragon sword spreads, I'm afraid the Long family will be in an uproar. At that time, the power and authority of the Qing royal family and the Zhang family will decrease drastically. Jiang Ming quickly told him the ins and outs of the matter, winning Yu Tianhua's approval. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kid, your aptitude is indeed shocking. You could guess most of it in just a short while. You're indeed an extraordinary genius. Your talent in cultivation is already extraordinary. Coupled with your intelligence, if you don't become the strongest cultivator in the world, it would be such a pity. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. Sir, as long as you don't deceive me, I'll be fine. Being the strongest cultivator in the world is not something I'm interested in. Hearing this, Yu Tianhua laughed and waved his hand. All right, you can rest. Assured. I still have many important things to do. You should have your own things to do, right? Yes. I plan to go to the Long family's territory next. I should be able to obtain the Long family's support if I bring the dragon sword there. Once the Long family obtains the dragon sword, they should be able to free themselves of some of their shackles. But that might not be the case. Time flies and people's hearts are unpredictable. No one knows who the Long family is and whether they will be as upright and courageous as their ancestors. After Jiang Ming walked out, and Daeron's mouth twitched. He naturally saw what Jiang Ming was holding in his hand. It was the dragon burial sword. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not say a complete sentence for a long time. Jiang Ming glanced at him again and said with a smile, and Daoran, from today onward, you'll be carrying a heavy responsibility. You'll be undercover in the ancient Yin Yang sect. Don't worry, the mark I left in your body can protect you at critical moments. After all, the flower fruit sect also has its own deity transformation realm powerhouses. Before he bid farewell to Yu Tianhua, he used Yu Tianhua's power to set up another mark on Daoran. If the man had the intention of betraying him or had someone break the slave seal for him, the slave seal would self-destruct. At that time, Daoran would die immediately. Jiang Ming's words were very straightforward. Daoran wasn't a fool and naturally understood what he meant. He could not help but take a deep breath. Ning Kaichen. Presumptuous. This is your master, and you dare to call him by his name? Zhuanan kicked him. He was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. How did he end up like this? However, he was still a man who could adapt to circumstances. He immediately grinned. Master, is there anything else you need me to do? How shameless. Jiang Ming sneered, then patted the guy's face and said coldly, the next thing you need to do is to go undercover in the ancient Yin Yang sect. I will give you some techniques and resources to help you quickly advance to the soul formation realm and deity transformation realm. I think if you can reach the deity transformation realm, your position in the ancient Yin Yang sect won't be too low, right? You have to work hard for me. Don't let my hard work go to waste, understand? Daoran felt extremely aggrieved, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I understand. He quickly turned around and left. After analyzing the inherited mystic technique that Jiang Ming had given him, Daoran was completely stunned. What exactly is the cultivation technique and combat technique that this guy gave me? It's incredibly powerful. All of this came from the Black Sword's memories. One had to know that the owner of the Black Sword was once a saint. Therefore, the cultivation techniques and so on contained in Black Sword's memories were naturally very powerful. Although Daoran was from the ancient Yin Yang sect, his aptitude was at most above average. In fact, due to certain reasons, he could only be considered average. Otherwise, he would not be stuck at the nascent soul realm. At the age of almost 500. If Daoran knew what Jiang Ming was thinking, he would be infuriated. After all, there were many people who reached the peak of the nascent soul realm at the age of 500. In fact, many people only advance to the soul formation realm after cultivating for 600 years. It was already amazing that he could achieve a breakthrough before the age of 500 and become a genuine soul formation realm cultivator. However, after reading all this, and Daoran suddenly felt that it was not impossible for him to work for Jiang Ming. At the very least, the cultivation techniques provided by Jiang Ming were extraordinary. In fact, with these techniques, whether Jiang Ming provided resources or not was secondary. Jiang Ming watched him leave and quickly lowered his head. He opened his storage ring and saw that there were many mystical stones hidden inside. Mystical stones were extremely special. It contained more than just the spiritual energy around them. If one was lucky, one would find mystical stones of a higher grade. These stones were extremely rare and extraordinary. It was also Jiang Ming's first time seeing mystical stones. After a short while, his expression suddenly changed a few times, and he said in surprise, "I seem to be able to feel mystic qi." Gongye Jiao had once said that even if ordinary cultivators obtained mystical stones, they might not be able to sense the mystic qi within, let alone absorb it. As time passed, Jiang Ming's eyebrows twitched again. Absorbing spiritual energy is not a problem, but I can't refine it with my own methods. Mystic qi was different from spiritual energy. It was a source of cultivation, power of a higher level. Those who could refine spiritual energy could certainly refine mystic qi, because the cultivation technique they mastered was very powerful. However, without a sufficiently powerful cultivation technique, even if one could absorb spiritual energy from their surroundings, it would be useless because they could not refine it, let alone transform it into mystic qi. Master Jiao, shouldn't you reward me with a few mystic cultivation techniques? Jiang Ming blinked and asked, curiously. In fact, the cultivation technique they were using now could not be called a mystic technique at all. At most, it was just a higher-level cultivation technique. If he wanted to refine this mystic qi, he would need mystic techniques as the foundation. Jiang Ming's question confused the other party. I don't have such things. Gongye Jiao shook his head. Besides, I can't give them to you even if I have them, because these things can only be understood and can't be taught in words. It requires a foundation. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. If they did not have any mystic cultivation experience as a foundation for refining mystic qi, then what was the use of obtaining these mystical stones? On the other hand, Zhuanan was as happy as a lark the moment she obtained the mystic stones. She absorbed and refined it with all her might, and soon her cultivation soared, causing Jiang Ming to burn with jealousy. As time passed, Jiang Ming finally could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. I can't take it anymore. Although my cultivation technique can refine this mystic qi bit by bit, it's not as fast as refining spiritual energy. Master Jiao, aren't you scamming me? If I can't refine it, I'll have to take so many mystical stones along with me. If I'm targeted by someone with ill intentions, I'll definitely die miserably. Jiang Ming's words gave Gongye Jiao a headache. I've not thought about this point before. I didn't expect there to be so many mystical stones here. It's not easy for you to take them back even if you've taken them out. Moreover, the seal here has been broken. Soon, a large number of people will come here. Once they discover these mystical stones, they'll rob you as well. It'll be futile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths. He wanted to smack Gongye Jiao. However, it was obvious that Gongye Jiao was not in a physical form at the moment. He most likely could not be hurt. Otherwise, if he used his mana, Gongye Jiu's current form might disappear. The more he thought about this, the more annoyed Jiang Ming grew. Then, he suddenly looked up and a strange look flashed in his eyes. I know what to do. He suddenly stood up and walked backward. Clearly, he wanted to avoid Gongye Jiu. The latter could not help but frown when he saw this. Why was this brat still thinking of avoiding him? Never mind. Everyone had their secrets, and being nosy would only backfire. Jiang Ming quickly found a remote place and asked the black sword for its thoughts. Friend, what do you think I should do now? I think you should use spiritual energy to cultivate. Mystic chi can be used as a supplement. After all, spiritual energy is the most authentic, the black sword said without hesitation, causing Jiang Ming to be stunned. You mean to say that mystic chi is not authentic? Do you mean? Anyway, it's nothing more than a term used in your era. In our era, we only had vitality and spiritual energy. Cultivating vitality was the most authentic, followed by spiritual energy. As for mystic chi, it's just for those who want to take shortcuts. Anyone who cultivates mystic chi will not have a good ending. It's not as simple as dying. It's because the speed of improvement in the early stages of mystic chi cultivation is extremely fast. However, when they keep going, they fall into despair. The black sword finished its sentence in one breath, and a strange look flashed across its eyes. He had never thought that there would still be people cultivating mystic chi in this era. This was completely a disgrace. As Jiang Ming's friend, the black sword naturally would not allow Jiang Ming to ruin his future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he did not cultivate his mystic chi immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be worrying. However, Gongye Jiu's words are enough to show that in this era, the people of the vast world of immortal cultivation and the upper realm are all cultivating mystic chi. What are these people thinking? Who taught them to do this? The black sword really could not understand. Could there be a hidden expert behind all of this who bewitched everyone to cultivate the wrong path of cultivation? If that was the case, the black sword wished that it could charge up and let those cultivators understand what a ridiculous mistake they had made. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming could only hide in the lower realm. He instinctively asked, how should I use mystic chi to assist spiritual energy cultivation? Actually, the true effect of mystic chi refinement isn't reflected in the improvement of one's cultivation realm, but in the improvement of their cultivation techniques grade, the black sword continued, which stunned Jiang Ming a little. It seemed that the black sword's era was truly prosperous. It was definitely not something that could be compared to the present. At least in the lower realm, most of the immortal cultivators regarded mystic chi as a necessary item to increase their cultivation. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. How do I increase the grade of my cultivation technique? Jiang Ming asked subconsciously. In response, the black sword said very seriously, by using mystical stones to circulate a cultivation technique and extrapolating a higher level cultivation technique. Simply put, it's a peerless treasure that belongs to the path of divination. In the end, Gongye Jiu, a genius on the path of divination, misunderstood this treasure. I suspect that he did it on purpose, but it doesn't seem like it now. Perhaps Gongye Jiu's memories were jumbled after he left his immortal body, or perhaps There's something wrong with the upper realm. Bro, I advise you not to blindly join any cultivation force. They might have embarked on the wrong path of cultivation. Perhaps this is the reason why only the heavenly saint has been able to ascend to the upper realm for so many years. Jiang Ming was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, could it be because of Qing Tianzi? The Qing Emperor? According to Endowran, Zhang Lingfeng had followed the Qing Emperor to the upper realm. Then what right did the Qing Emperor have to go to the upper realm? Did he become an immortal? Impossible. According to the historical records, as early as the later period of the Yuan Wei dynasty, which was 10,000 years ago, no one could ascend to the upper realm, let alone become an immortal. Normally, it was impossible to ascend to the upper realm unless one was selected by the powerful people of the upper realm. However, in most cases, the people of the upper realm could not enter the lower realm unless they're from a powerful faction that has the qualifications to do so. I need to figure this out. What's going on? Jiang Ming's mind kept racing, but he could not find an answer. Alright, the Black Sword said. Don't think about it for now. You're going to the Long family anyway. Give them the dragon sword. You'll naturally learn more secrets when the time comes. Don't think that you've gotten everything figured out. It's possible that everything you know is just what some people want you to know. After all, the most powerful people in the world are the ones who control everything. Only those ancient sects, holy lands, and prosperous families know the truth. You have to establish a connection with them to learn the truth. But didn't you say that you wouldn't let me join any faction? Jiang Ming frowned. What did the Black Sword mean? I won't allow you to join any holy land or ancient sect and become their successor, but I didn't say that I wouldn't allow you to join those aristocratic families. There's still a gap between the orthodoxy and the aristocratic families. You can even join forces like the Hall of Slaughter. There are many things you want. However, only with knowledge and experience can you achieve what you want. The Black Sword spoke in a particularly serious tone. As an ancient existence that had survived countless eras ago, its insights in many aspects were incomparable to Jiang Ming's. Even some existences that had lived for tens of thousands of years might not be comparable to him. All of this was just the tip of the iceberg of the Black Sword's understanding. Jiang Ming suddenly felt lucky that he did not insist on rejecting the Black Sword when he met it. Otherwise, how could he learn so many things? Friend, thank you. Jiang Ming thanked him sincerely, which stunned the Black Sword. It did not understand what was wrong with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not explain. He led the Black Sword to Gongye Jiu's side. Master Jiu, are you planning to go to the Long family with us? Although Jiang Ming had something to hide from Gongye Jiu, it was related to himself. It was even related to the Black Sword's previous life. He did not want the Black Sword's secret to be discovered by others. Otherwise, he would be in trouble and the Black Sword would be in a desperate situation. In other matters, Jiang Ming had unconditional trust in Gongye Jiu. Gongye Jiu rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, I won't be going. Back then, I went to the Long family and caused a little trouble. I guess the Long family dislikes me. A little trouble? Jiang Ming frowned subconsciously and looked at him in disbelief. In fact, he really could not believe it. What kind of disaster could make Gongye Jiu, the grandson of a saint, not be welcomed by the Long family? Gongye Jiu was revered wherever he went. How could there be any force that would not welcome him? Unless the disaster that Master Jiao caused is very extraordinary. It seems that I have underestimated Master Jiao. He must have a lot of secrets. Jiang Ming thought to himself. He knew that Gongye Jiao and the Long family definitely had some bad blood, but that was Gongye Jiao's personal affair. Jiang Ming could not continue asking and could only change the topic. Master Jiao, do you know the current situation in the Qing kingdom? In this strictly hierarchical world, especially in the vast world of Immortal cultivation, the strength of a force that could be called a kingdom would definitely not be weak. Even though it was no longer an empire, and the Qing royal family's prestige was far from what it had been in the past, it was still a powerful existence that no one could underestimate. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's question, Gongye Jiao pondered for a while before he slowly said, "Trust me. Although the current Qing royal family is far from what it used to be, there are definitely many powerful people hidden among them. It's better for you to be careful. Without enough power, don't get involved in the conflict between the Long family and other forces and the Qing royal family. Of course, you'll get involved sooner or later, so you have to be careful. It also requires you to continuously improve your foundation and increase your strength. Only then can you become stronger and better control a country, understand?" At that moment, Jiang Ming was listening attentively. When Gongye Jiao finished speaking, Jiang Ming immediately said, "Then I'll prepare to set off now. But before that, should I let in and break through to the soul formation realm in advance?" If she could break through to the soul formation realm, Zhu Ainan's strength would rise to a whole new level. She would be able to crush all early stage soul formation realm experts, and even many mid-stage soul formation realm experts would not be her match. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, the nascent soul realm was nothing. And there were indeed many soul formation realm cultivators. However, in a single force, the strength of the soul formation realm was still not to be underestimated. Especially with the Qing royal family's current situation, it was hard to say if there would be a few deity transformation realm experts among them. Thus, for now, breaking through to the soul formation realm was enough. At this moment, in the Feather Kingdom, the Feather King sat on the throne. He was high and mighty like a god. He was constantly building his image. He wanted to become the supreme ruler. The supreme ruler was a being who wielded the two great powers of theocracy and royalty. Since ancient times, theocracy and royal power were mostly separated, but in some prosperous countries, the supreme ruler could often gather theocracy and royal power. The Feather King used a large amount of time to eliminate groups of dissidents and condense his own powerful strength, thus allowing his combat strength to rise steadily. He's so strong. When many people saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. They realized that their ruler's strength was constantly increasing. The royal family, which has been declining for many years and has gradually lost control of the Feather Kingdom, is now growing stronger and rising up with the ambition of the king. It seems that one day, the king really has a chance to regain his former glory, but it will still be very difficult to defeat Reverend Mo. I don't know if the king will fight with Reverend Mo in the final stage. Without Reverend Mo's intervention, the Mo family alone is not a match for the king. Many people thought to themselves. Of course, the current Feather King was only gradually establishing his own divine authority. Otherwise, he would not be able to compete with those sects and forces. It was not easy for the Feather King to seize power. He had no chance of winning against Reverend Mo. Even if they were facing the anti-royal faction led by the Mo family and the major sects and groups, the Feather Kingdom's royal family would still have a big advantage. However, it would still be a fierce battle. The Feather King knew this and immediately asked, "Is the Flower Fruit sect still unwilling to cooperate with us?" He urgently needed to find enough helpers, but he did not want to invite an enemy into his house from the outside world. He could only find some help in the country. The Flower Fruit sect was undoubtedly one of the best partners to get. However, the Flower Fruit sect had not given any response, directly angering this ambitious monarch. After confirming that the Flower Fruit sect was unwilling to cooperate, the Feather King was instantly furious. "Send an army of 300,000 to take down the Flower Fruit sect. I don't trust them. Anyone who dares to oppose the royal family must be severely punished." Getting rid of the Flower Fruit sect is also a warning to the others. "We want everyone to understand that the royal family is not something they can compete with." Everyone was stunned for a long time before they gradually came to their senses. Their monarch was really ambitious. It was also under his command that a large number of troops set off for their destination, the distant Flower Fruit sect. When Wu Ming and Rao Wuqing received the news, they immediately activated the array formation and did not respond at all. On the way, many of the Feather Kingdom's troops chose to disobey their king because they had suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. The news quickly spread to the capital. When the Feather King learned of this news, his expression changed. "My army has yet to reach the headquarters of the Flower Fruit sect, and they have already fallen to such a state after encountering a portion of the Flower Fruit sect's branches. How did that happen?" His face was filled with disbelief. The officials below sighed and said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty, according to the news from the front line, the Flower Fruit sect has developed a powerful array formation that is both offensive and defensive. It's terrifying. Just this formation alone slaughtered 30,000 to 40,000 troops of the royal court." "An array formation?" "That's right, and these are all weakened versions. It's said that the array formation of the Flower Fruit sect's headquarters is even more powerful. It's at least one level stronger than the array formations of these branches. If our army really goes to the Flower Fruit sect's headquarters, the number of casualties will reach at least 100,000. Therefore, the generals at the front line are also thinking about defying the royal court and the royal family. They are not willing to send troops in the short term. After all, our troops are limited. If we use all of them on the Flower Fruit sect, how can we compete with the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the Mo family in the future?" This was the former regent who was in charge of the government when the Feather King was young. He was also quite talented in governing the kingdom. However, compared to the Feather King, this former regent walked the path of concession. He could not even be considered a ruler. However, it was also because of the guidance and accumulation of this former regent that the Feather King had strong ambitions and the foundation to challenge these sects and groups. After hearing this, the Feather King took a deep breath and immediately said, "In that case, let's change our target. We shall choose the Divine Eye sect to be killed as an example to the masses." The Divine Eye sect's master soon received the news, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. The royal court had actually attacked the Divine Eye sect. At this moment, Jiang Ming appeared again, causing the pupils of the divine Isect's master and the others to narrow. At this critical moment, Ning Kaichen had appeared again. Ning Kaichen. It's all your fault, you be *****. If you hadn't made the flower fruit sect impregnable, why would the royal army send troops to my divine Isect? The divine Isect's master roared. Master Lu, aren't your words a little childish? I can't possibly use the flower fruit sect to block the disaster for your divine Isect, right? Moreover, we are not friends, we're enemies. After Jiang Ming pressed on step by step, the entire place quickly fell into dead silence. Everyone chose to stop the battle. Master Lu thought so too. He did not want to waste his time on Ning Kaichen. He wanted to rush back to the divine Isect to take charge of the situation. Putting aside whether the royal army could take down the divine Isect, if he did not return now, the sect would definitely be dissatisfied with him. At that time, some people would definitely be restless and take the opportunity to take away his power and status. Master Lu did not want to go through this. He had to firmly control the divine Isect, or else he would be reduced from the leader of the sect to a beggar. The cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance glanced at Jiang Ming and left. One after another. They knew very well that they could not take Jiang Ming down now, because he had a soul formation realm cultivator by his side. Most importantly, this was not an ordinary soul formation realm cultivator. In the past few days, they had watched Zhuan advance from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the peak of the nascent soul realm, and then to the soul formation realm. Ordinary late-stage soul formation realm cultivators were probably no match for her. Where did this monster come from? Why is her aptitude so strong and her combat strength so terrifying? If we let her continue to grow, the Cultivation Alliance's status in the 16 Kingdoms will plummet. The 16 Kingdoms did not have 16 kingdoms in reality. It mainly referred to the original 16 kingdoms led by the Daliang Kingdom. Now, only 7 large kingdoms were left. The other 9 large kingdoms had gradually split into dozens of small kingdoms under the Qing Kingdom's terror. However, it had to be said that these kingdoms needed to be united. Otherwise, it would be difficult to compete with some of the holy lands and ancient sects that were further away, especially those forces in the wilderness. Jiang Ming soon learned some news and could not help but twitch his lips. No matter where I go, larger groups are always terrified of the small groups uniting against them. That's true. Many tribes in the wilderness don't have a powerful ruler, but the threat and fear they bring can make the monarchs and nobles of most countries fear them. Zhuan opened her mouth to express her agreement with Jiang Ming's words. At this moment, Daoran suddenly said, "You are wrong. The reason why the tribes in the wilderness can intimidate the countries of the Central Plains is not just because of their own strength. The Feather Kingdom is currently in a stalemate. The royal family, the aristocratic families led by the royal court, and the bureaucrats are wrestling with the sections. As for the 16 kingdoms, there are 2 reasons why they are in this state. First, they are afraid of the Daliang Kingdom, so the other 6 kingdoms have been sending troops, but not contributing. They are just wasting time, constantly depleting the strength of the tribes in the wilderness while choosing to not engage with the Daliang Kingdom. The current king of the Daliang Kingdom is a person of great talent. He is comparable to the Qing Emperor. There are also rumors that the king of the Daliang Kingdom might have changed long ago and is no longer from the Liang royal family. Jiang Ming could not help but frown after understanding everything. Are you saying that the Daliang kingdom is the biggest hidden danger within the 16 kingdoms? That's right. The overall strength of the Daliang kingdom requires at least 4 to 5 large kingdoms to join forces. The strength of the other 6 large kingdoms is comparable to that of the Feather Kingdom. In this way, the 6 kingdoms must join forces to suppress the Daliang kingdom. However, the 6 kingdoms cannot start a war. They have to prevent the tribes in the wilderness, as well as the Feather Kingdom and other forces from suddenly launching a sneak attack. Therefore, only the Daliang kingdom has the ability to unify the 16 kingdoms. The other 6 kingdoms do not have the ability. After hearing these words, Jiang Ming fell into a short silence. He had long known that the royal family of Daliang had been replaced. He also knew that the one who replaced the old Liang royal family was the Morong family of Northern Yan. In this case, Northern Yan's Morong family must have other forces hidden away. Once an opportunity arises, they will definitely do their best to complete the unification and ensure that the 16 kingdoms return to their homeland. Under such circumstances, the overall strength of Northern Yan will far surpass the Morong family of the past. It will be easy for them to take down the Feather Kingdom. However, Northern Yan's Morong family has too many enemies. Not to mention the 16 kingdoms, there are also the Feather Kingdom and other kingdoms, sects, and aristocratic families, as well as the ancient Zhuyan Empire, the Yinyang Empire, and the Qing royal family who have enmity with them. It seems that it is not easy for the Morong family of Northern Yan to regain their former glory. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh. He did not dwell on this matter for too long and immediately shifted the focus in another direction. We need to go to the Long family immediately. As long as we reach an agreement with the Long family, everything will be easy. And Daoran raised his eyebrows and said, I don't think so. The Long family should welcome you. After all, they need a lot of fresh blood. Your strength and talent are beyond doubt, Master. They can't possibly refuse. Jiang Ming glanced at him and said calmly, I don't intend to join the Long family. What? You're not planning to join the Long family? Then what are you going to do with the dragon sword? You can't possibly be discussing business with the Long family, right? Master, I was thinking of heading to the Zhan family. Because the ancient Yinyang sect is behind me, and they are not an ordinary faction. Even the Zhan family has to respect me. But your situation is completely different. Once you anger the other party, the consequences will be worrying. The most important thing is that you don't have a strong enough background to challenge the other party. If there is even a slight issue, the other party will definitely kill you. This time, Daoran was clearly a little anxious. He was now Jiang Ming's slave. If anything happened to the latter, he would definitely die. With this in mind, Daoran naturally did not want to see anything happen to Jiang Ming, much less watch him make a big mistake. Jiang Ming said unhappily, Am I the master, or are you the master? Do I need your advice on what to do? Daoran gulped and feebly tried to argue again. Master, I just want to say that the Long family is not as simple as it seems. If you offend them, I'm afraid you will fall into a desperate situation. Don't worry, I know this very well. I don't need you to tell me. Jiang Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, You only need to do your part and Immediately returned to the ancient Yin Yang sect to be my spy. The other party was silent for a while before leaving. In Endaren's opinion, he probably would not be able to live for too long. His master was too willful. God knew what he would do. After Endaran left, Jiang Ming immediately turned his attention to the other side. And then, go to the Long family first. I'll go to the Zhan family's territory. Zhuanan shook her head. I want to go with you. She was not stupid. She knew that Jiang Ming definitely had something to do in the Zhan family's territory, and she also knew that it would be dangerous. Jiang Ming was sending her away completely for her own safety. After Jiang Ming frowned, he nodded seriously and replied, "Good, let's stay together." He knew very well that if he did not let her come with him, she would secretly follow him. It was better to move together. Soon, the two of them entered a town called Dragon's Gate Town. It was located at the border of the Long family's territory. As soon as he arrived at Dragon's Gate Town, Jiang Ming noticed that something was wrong. Mr. Ming, did you also sense that someone was watching us? Zhuanan opened her mouth and addressed Jiang Ming differently. After all, she was no longer the ignorant little girl from back then. She was now an immortal cultivator with the cultivation base of the soul formation realm. Jiang Ming nodded. From the moment he stepped into Dragon's Gate Town, he could sense many changes in the surroundings. It was obvious that there were many powerful forces nearby that were affecting the magnetic field in this area, thus forming a surveillance magnetic field. Anyone who stepped into this place would be closely monitored without exception. There are many nascent soul realm cultivators, and even one soul formation realm cultivator. It seemed that we underestimated the Long family's strength. As a family force formed by the descendants of the former Yuan Wei's first general, Long Jia, its foundation naturally wouldn't be weak. Then what should we do next? Zhuanan frowned and raised her eyebrows. As long as Jiang Ming said the word, she could immediately stir up a bloody storm in this area. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to use force. He lowered his voice and said, I don't think they're targeting the two of us. They're just monitoring everyone who enters Dragon's Gate Town. After all, this is the Long family's border with other places, so they definitely have to be careful. On the contrary, it would be even stranger if a faction were to be generous and allow people from other factions to enter. Alright, let's find a place to stay first. Although Dragon's Gate Town was called a town, it was extremely large and was not inferior to any small city in the Feather Kingdom. Jiang Ming soon found an inn. This kind of inn was very common in Dragon's Gate Town. It was called Dragon's Gate Inn, and there were dozens of branches scattered across the town. Sir, do you want to dine in or check in for the night? An employee came forward to ask. He smiled very tactfully, but his strength could not be underestimated. He's at the nascent soul realm. This is not an ordinary employee. He might be pretending to be like this. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they will definitely be ruthlessly beaten up. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, nascent soul realm cultivators were indeed not worth mentioning, but they were not weak either. In Dragon's Gate Town, there were many Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. If they dared to cause trouble, they might end up getting thrown into the streets. If it weren't for the Black Sword's reminder, Jiang Ming would not have been able to pry into the employee's true cultivation realm. After Jiang Ming recovered from his surprise, he smiled and said, We need lodging. All right. Please come in. Sir, you have a good eye. We're the #1 branch of the Dragon's Gate and chain. As long as you stay in our inn, you'll be able to live in a place that's as good as any cultivation holy land. You can also eat to your heart's content. Most importantly, your safety will be guaranteed. The employee happily explained to them. Finally, he lowered his voice and rubbed his fingers together. As long as this is in place. Jiang Ming's eyebrows jumped. He could not help but feel a little amused as he took out a banknote. In the world of immortal cultivation, there was an organization similar to regular banks called the Bank of the Universe. No one knew who created it, but it was powerful, and no one dared to cause trouble for them. Almost all cultivators with some strength and foundation would hide their things in it. Once they died, they could pass it on to the next generation. Otherwise, once they were intercepted, everything would fall into the enemy's hands. But in the Bank of the Universe, they did not have to worry about this. Silver notes are easy to steal, so the Bank of the Universe created something similar to a bank card that requires a password to use. This guarantees the safety of one's money. The most important thing is that everyone who leaves money in the Bank of the Universe will leave behind a true fire. Once they die, the true fire will dissipate, and the banknotes will be useless. The money will be passed down to the designated heir. I suspect that the master of the Bank of the Universe came from my planet. Otherwise, isn't this way too advanced? Jiang Ming thought to himself. When the employee saw the Bank of the Universe's silver, his eyes lit up. Another big shot had come. Wait. He was essentially a god. To be able to save money in the Bank of the Universe meant that he definitely had a lot of treasures and spirit stones. He was definitely a tycoon. This made the employee's attitude become more respectful. What do you need to eat? We have everything here. There's nothing we can't make. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched again. This employee was really eloquent. He immediately ordered a few dishes and then asked in a low voice. Do you have any information about Dragon's Gate Town and the Long family's territory? The Long family's territory? The employee was stunned but quickly reacted. Sir, you should be referring to all the information within the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, right? Dragon Marquis Kingdom? Jiang Ming was stunned. When did another kingdom appear? Seeing Jiang Ming's confusion, the employee laughed and said, It's expected that you won't know about this. Before this, we weren't considered the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Normally, we were just a large territory, but the Long family was the leader. But just a month ago, the Qing royal family was honored by a decree from the Qing emperor. The head of the Long family officially became the Dragon Marquis, one of the Qing vassals, and officially established the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. It is also the second vassal kingdom in the Qing Kingdom after the Battle Marquis Kingdom. A second vassal kingdom? The Long family had actually evolved into a vassal kingdom under the Qing royal family? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. If it was any other family, it would be normal. But it just had to be the Long family. This was extremely strange. In a sense, the Long family and the Qing royal family were mortal enemies. Just as Jiang Ming was full of doubts, a discordant voice was heard. What Dragon Marquis? What Dragon Marquis Kingdom? They're just pieces of trash scurrying to be useful. If it wasn't for the Battle Marquis Kingdom becoming stronger and making the Qing royal family wary, the Qing royal family wouldn't have supported the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. And you're so smug. Little. Do you know that you're a pawn in the hands of the Qing royal family? No, to be precise, you're a slave. You're still so happy being someone else's slave. I wonder what goes through the heads of the people of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Wanton laughter soon filled the entire inn, causing many people to look at each other. The ones who spoke were a group of rugged-looking people. Each of them walked in with a large blade in their hands, and their faces were filled with arrogance. It was obvious that these men looked down on the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. The foreigners did not mind, but some of the people from the Dragon Marquis Kingdom could not stand it. How presumptuous! Who are you? How dare you mock the Dragon Marquis Kingdom? And show such disrespect to Lord Long? A cultivator from the Dragon Marquis Kingdom stood up and shouted. The others also stood up and stared at them with unfriendly expressions. Zhu and furrowed her brows and seemed a little apprehensive. It was not easy for them to find a place to rest. Alas, they had been disturbed by this group. It was also at this moment that Zhu suddenly opened her mouth and glanced at the other side. A cold and stern expression gradually surfaced in her eyes. Mr. Ning, there is another force coming. Adding the two parties here, there are three parties. There is probably going to be a lot of chaos here. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. Anyone could see that something was wrong here, but he was not in the mood to sort it out at all. He continued to have his meal. Anyway, there was some distance between them and the dispute. No matter how noisy it was, it would not affect him. If it really becomes chaotic, it can only mean that the owner of this inn is nothing special. It also means that the Dragon Marquis Kingdom's strength is not worth mentioning. Jiang Ming thought to himself. At the same time, he was curious. Where did this group of rebels come from? Are they from the Battle Marquis Kingdom? Or are they from a different place? Normal forces wouldn't have the guts to do something like this. There must be a force behind this that isn't weaker than the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Just as Jiang Ming was thinking about it, there was a commotion in the distance. A huge wave of mana blasted out and turned into a blade of light. It cut off the head of a cultivator and shook the entire inn. Damn it, you actually hurt one of us. You're courting death. The foreigners were furious, and they rushed forward to fight with these people. The employee, who was in charge of guiding Jiang Ming and Zhu into their rooms, also rushed up. There were other employees as well. They were in the Golden Core Realm and the Nascent Soul Realm. None of them were in the Foundation Establishment Realm. There are not many people here. They are mostly in the Golden Core Realm and the Nascent Soul Realm. However, in the Feather Kingdom, their power alone is enough to establish a small force. In fact, it is only 1 or 2 levels lower than a Blessed Land in terms of power. However, in this place, they are just minor employees. It seems that the Dragon Marquis Kingdom's foundation is not weak, it's likely to be much stronger than the Immortal Feather Grotto. Heaven. Just as Jiang Ming was about to leave, a person rushed toward him. It was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Nascent Soul Realm. Why was he targeting him? As he had nothing to do with this, Jiang Ming was suddenly a little angry. He was just enjoying his meal peacefully. Why did they suddenly attack him? Bang! Clang! Just as Jiang Ming was about to attack, a force swept over and killed the attacker. The entire place was dead silent. The person who died just now was a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. He was not considered top-notch, but he was not weak either. In the end, he had died so easily. Who did that? Show yourself. How dare you kill our comrade? Someone roared, but the faces of his companions turned slightly ugly. Obviously, they realized that the person who attacked this time was not a weak person. It was very likely that he was a genuine expert. As expected, a figure walked out in the next second. It was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Supervisor. The employees stepped forward one after another. This was the supervisor in charge of managing them. Faced with this nascent soul realm supervisor who had tempered his cultivation to the extreme and was about to break through, those who dared to cause trouble felt a little fearful. Lu Xing slowly took a few steps forward, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to come here and cause trouble? Don't you know whose territory this is? The locals of Dragon's Gate town and those who had been here for a long time all shut their mouths and did not dare to make a sound. The troublemakers looked at each other and finally opened their mouths. Supervisor, I don't care who's behind you. This time, you killed our comrade. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Hee, what explanation do you want us to give? Lu Xing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Don't tell me you want us to compensate you? That's for sure. It'll cost at least 30,000 spirit stones. He meant 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. In terms of value, it was far more than 300 million low-grade spirit stones. The moment he spoke, the people were around them shocked. He had seen people demand an exorbitant price before, but he had never seen anyone who dared to ask for 30,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. What a joke. To be honest, a nascent soul realm cultivator in the Feather Kingdom was definitely worth this price. However, their life was far from worth it in Dragon's Gate town, unless they were a cultivator with extremely high talent who had the hope of reaching the soul formation realm. In this area, the price of a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator was less than 20,000. In the end, these people asked for nearly twice the price in one go. Lu Xing was so angry that he laughed. They really are a bunch of people who don't care about their lives for the sake of money. Alright, since you want it so bad, I can give it to you, but the condition is that you can walk out of here alive. What the hell? These troublemakers' expressions changed drastically. They knew that Lu Xing was normally good-tempered, so why was he so hot-tempered now? Because you did something you shouldn't have done. How dare you attack our inn's guests? You're ruining our reputation. Most importantly, you actually dared to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate Inn. You really don't respect the mayor. The entire place fell into a brief silence. These people had never expected that Supervisor Lu would be so domineering. He seemed to have the intention of killing everyone here. Lu Xing continued to stand there and watch everything quietly. Ripples gradually appeared in his eyes. He knew very well that the current situation did not allow him to back down. This did not only affect the inn's prestige, but it also affected the prestige of the entire Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Kill them. With Lu Xing's shout, all the people who dared to cause trouble were killed. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They never thought that these people would make a move at this critical moment. As these people fell, Jiang Ming finally understood everything. The Dragon Marquis Kingdom is establishing its might. It looks like it's not that easy for the Long family to become an aristocratic family under the Qing Royal family. Clean it up. Lu Xing did not leave immediately after saying that. Instead, he went up to Jiang Ming. Friend, I apologize for what happened just now. It was Arin's negligence that caused this. Lu Xing apologized sincerely, catching Jiang Ming off guard. What was going on? However, since the other party had apologized and his attitude was so sincere, Jiang Ming naturally could not be angry. He smiled and said, Supervisor Liu, you're too nice to me. These people are so disrespectful to you. It's also disrespectful to the mayor and the lords of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, so they must be punished severely. Hearing this, Lu Xing was surprised, but he quickly recovered and said, Friend, may I ask your name? Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen? Lu Xing suddenly revealed a strange expression, which made Jiang Ming a little stunned. He asked, What's wrong? Nothing much, I just heard that there was a new sect in the Feather Kingdom called Flower Fruit Sect, and its leader is also called Ning Kaichen. Lu Xing smiled and sized up Jiang Ming without saying anything. Lu Xing exchanged a few more pleasantries with him and turned to leave. Jiang Ming slowly retracted his body and looked into the distance with suspicion. Mr. Ning, they should have guessed your identity. Jiang Ming shook his head. It's expected for them to guess my identity. I just didn't expect my fame to be so great that it actually spread to dragons. Gate Town through the Feather Kingdom and the 16 Kingdoms. However, I am more concerned about the other party's attitude. He doesn't seem to have any hostility toward me, but he also doesn't seem to have much goodwill. This feeling is strange. If I can't figure it out, I won't dare to stay here for long. Lu Xing was a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. However, there were definitely many soul formation realm cultivators in the Dragon's Gate town. If they wanted to harm him, he would not be able to withstand it no matter what. I have to hurry up and set off to prevent these people from attacking me. However, this is the territory of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. If they want to attack me, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist, no matter how big the kingdom is. I still have to go back to my original plan. I'll go to the battle Marquis Kingdom first, and then I'll see how the people of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom treat me. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he could not help but frown. He immediately prepared to set off. Jiang Ming was about to set off for the Battle Marquis Kingdom, but he was stopped before he could set off. Master Ning, my supervisor would like to invite you over for a chat. At that moment, everyone looked over, making Jiang Ming frown. This was great. Now that more people knew about his existence, it was unrealistic to keep a low profile. Looks like I'll have to change to a new identity. Jiang Ming quickly followed the employee upstairs and met Supervisor Liu Xing. Master Ning, hello, we meet again, Lu Xing said with a smile. Jiang Ming's lips twitched. He was the one who invited Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming complained internally and then asked, Supervisor Liu, you invited me here to discuss something important. May I ask what it is? Jiang Ming was curious about this. Lu Xing could not have come looking for him for no reason. There had to be a reason. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, I have something important to discuss with you because my purpose for coming here is very simple. I want to invite you to the Dragon's Gate banquet. Dragon's Gate banquet? Jiang Ming was a little hesitant. He had heard that the Dragon's Gate banquet would gather all the local nobles of Dragon's Gate town and even some hidden experts. Other than them, there were also people from other places in the Dragon Marquis Kingdom and foreigners. However, Jiang Ming never expected Lu Xing to say this. After all, this was not a simple matter for most people. There were many people who could attend such a banquet, but none of them were simple people. Jiang Ming did not think he was qualified to attend, but Lu Xing took the initiative to invite him. Seeing Jiang Ming's confusion, Lu Xing laughed and continued, "Actually, this isn't an invitation from me, but from my boss." "Your boss? Who's your boss?" "You will know when the time comes. Anyway, my boss said that we must invite you to this banquet. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my head." Lu Xing looked at Jiang Ming with a bitter expression and even looked at him pleadingly. Of course, all of this was just an act. It had to be said that Lu Xing's acting skills were top-notch. However, if I don't participate, Lu Xing will really suffer a little, but it's none of my business. Jiang Ming thought so, but he still decided to participate. He was worried that if he refused, it would cause unnecessary trouble. After Jiang Ming left, Lu Xing's bitter expression returned to normal, and he sighed. "Boss, why did you invite this guy? The people who are attending this banquet are all from outside the Feather Kingdom. There are absolutely no people from Yuan Wei under the Qing royal family. Those are all our enemies." Over the years, the number of foreigners who had attended the banquet was not small, but they were either cultivators from small kingdoms within the 16 kingdoms or cultivators from other forces. But now, they were inviting one of the old enemies of Yuan Wei who had challenged the Qing kingdom for many years. They were inviting the leader of a sect in the Feather Kingdom. This was completely different from the usual rules. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan did not give any reaction. It was as if Lu Xing was talking to himself, making him feel a little strange. He could only leave obediently and did not dare to say another word. When Jiang Ming returned to his room, his face instantly darkened. Xuanan looked at him and asked in confusion, "Mister, what's wrong? Could it be that those people want to harm you?" "I don't know." Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "Whether they will harm me is another matter. What I care more about now is that the Dragon's Gate banquet itself is definitely not simple." What happened at the Dragon's Gate in today seemed to be a coincidence. It seemed like an outsider's unreasonable attack, but in fact, it was a targeted attack by some forces against Dragon's Gate town and even the entire Dragon Marquis Kingdom. I never expected that I would be involved in trouble just as I arrived at the border area. Most importantly, the person who wanted to attack me during the day definitely did not attack randomly. He might have long known my identity. He was trying to kill me. After Jiang Ming recounted everything that happened today, his face instantly turned ashen. Looks like some people do not intend to let me off. They want to do their best to eliminate me. But which faction is it? Aside from the Battle Marquis Kingdom, which they had yet to interact with, the most suspicious people were undoubtedly the people from the ancient Yin Yang sect and the Cultivation Alliance. As for the Divine Eye sect, Spirit Silkworm Mountain, and the other factions, they currently have no intention of paying attention to me. After all, they are currently at war with the Feather Kingdom's royal army and do not have much spare power to deal with me. If that's the case, it's very likely to be the ancient Yin Yang sect or the Cultivation Alliance. I wonder which one it is. Jiang Ming clenched his fists tightly. These people were horrible. If he could, he would kill them. Just as Juanan was about to speak, her face suddenly darkened. Mister, someone is watching us. Jiang Ming nodded. He had sensed it a little later than Juanan, but he had expected to be monitored. It's different from the surveillance during the day. It was targeted at everyone in Dragon's Gate town, both inside and outside. This time, it's targeted at me. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and a strange look gradually appeared in his eyes. Then, he slowly got up and walked to the other side. Bang! 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 With the sound of collisions, Jiang Ming suddenly looked in a direction. Someone helped us get rid of the spies in the dark. Jiang Ming looked up suspiciously. This time, it was none other than the mysterious boss. Forget it. He would attend the Dragon's Gate banquet first. He wanted to see who this boss was. As time passed, the Dragon's Gate's banquet soon began. At this moment, the mayor was resting with his eyes closed. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and revealed a suspicious expression. Why did Her Highness come personally? And from the looks of it, she seemed to be here to punish him? The mayor was a genuine soul formation realm cultivator. His strength had long reached an unfathomable level, and he could sense anything unusual with his divine will alone. Now, why did the princess come personally? Most importantly, she was not the princess of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, but a princess from a kingdom that was second only to the 7 great kingdoms. Mayor, I want someone from you. The princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom descended. Her shout stunned Dragon Gate's mayor. Princess, who do you want? The Qingmiao Kingdom, where the princess was from, was the most powerful of the dozens of small kingdoms in the 16 kingdoms. She was also the leader of the kingdom. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to contend against the Daliang Kingdom. Who had provoked this princess? Why was she here? The mayor of Dragon's Gate town subconsciously put up a defensive stance against the princess. It was not to prevent her from suddenly making a move, it was to prevent her from raising some unreasonable conditions. The princess could not see his stance and immediately said, I want someone from Dragon's Gate town. Who do you want? Ning Kaichen. The mayor, Zhou Jun, narrowed his eyes and said suspiciously, Princess. According to my understanding, Ning Kaichen has never come into contact with the Qingmiao Kingdom. When did he offend you? Are you questioning me? The mayor shook his head, not caring about her anger. Although he was the mayor, Dragon's Gate town's status was too special. It was essentially a border town. He was also considered a governor who guarded the border. Naturally, he would not be afraid of a princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom. Your Highness, the people of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom have always been fair and just. If Ning Kaichen has done something unforgivable, we will naturally punish him. But if he didn't do anything treasonous, and it's just a small conflict, I don't have the right to capture him. After all, Ning Kaichen is the leader of a sect in the Feather Kingdom. Zhou Jing had already heard the news that Ning Kaichen had entered Dragon's Gate Town. He had also discussed with some people that he would not do anything to him before the Dragon's Gate banquet began, whether it was positive or negative. However, the situation was different now. The princess had actually asked him to capture Ning Kaichen. He did not know what had happened between the two of them to make this princess so angry. It's very simple. He provoked the person I love the most. Hearing this, Zhou Jing nodded slightly. He had also heard of this matter. The princess's lover was the young master of the Divine Eye sect. Later, he was humiliated by Ning Kaichen and was still in a trance. If it was an ordinary person, they would have captured him, but the problem was that this Ning Kaichen was not an ordinary person. Your Highness, if you want to capture him, you can do so. You can go capture him in Dragon's Gate town. We won't stop you. Zhou Jing said this, and his meaning was very clear. The princess was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Are you saying that you're just going to watch from the sidelines while I go and capture her? Zhou Jing did not reply. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. The princess took a few deep breaths and stared at Zhou Jing. Mayor Zhou. Please consider this carefully. I am the princess. I am the first princess of the Qingmiao kingdom. If you don't listen to me, it will definitely affect the friendship between the Dragon Marquis kingdom and the Qingmiao kingdom. Right. Now, the Dragon Marquis kingdom is in the process of rising up. If you encounter any mishaps, I would like to see if you can withstand the consequences. Hearing this, Zhou Jing could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. He said, unhappily, I was wondering what it was. Is that it? Don't worry, Lord Long has already made it clear that we definitely won't need any help from anyone. We are all subjects of the Qing Emperor and definitely won't have any dealings with other kingdoms. Of course, if you want to do business, you can do so. However, your kingdom is unable to provide any support for government affairs. So, in the end, Zhou Jing sneered, causing the princess to instinctively take a step back. What was the meaning of this? Was he looking down on the Qingmiao kingdom? Zhou Jing, are you going to help or not? Of course not, and you are only allowed to bring your trusted aides to search for him. The army is not allowed to enter, and the number of aides is limited to 30 people. This is already a big favor, don't be ungrateful. Zhou Jing said firmly, causing the other party to be a little stunned. Zhou Jing, where did you get the confidence to actually dare to disobey me? Because I am the mayor of Dragon Gate Town, a subject of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, not a subject of the Qingmiao Kingdom. Foreigners like you should settle your own matters. Don't drag the Dragon Marquis Kingdom into this. Zhou Jing's voice was extremely cold, causing the princess's expression to change. Zhou Jing, don't go too far. The one who has gone overboard has never been me, but you. Zhou Jing suddenly stood up and stared into the princess's eyes. You think that just because you're the princess and have a close relationship with the chosen of the cultivation alliance, you can treat the Dragon Marquis Kingdom as if it's below you. All these years, in order to ensure the safety of the large number of people outside Dragon's Gate Town, we've been patient with the Qingmiao Kingdom, but in the end, what did we get? What we get is nothing more than the Qingmiao Kingdom crossing the line. You've crossed the bottom line of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom time and time again. You've even tried to use the Dragon's Gate Town as a shield several times, treating our hundreds of thousands of people as cannon fodder. Do you think that we're unaware of all this, just because you've done it so secretly? His powerful speech made the princess's eyelids twitch a few times. This time, everyone could not help but narrow their eyes. No one had expected that things would develop to such a stage one day. Zhou Jing. Shut up. Also, get out of Dragon's Gate Town immediately. From today onward. If you dare to step into Dragon's Gate Town again, the consequences will be unbearable. At this moment, he stared at her and waved his hand to make her retreat. The princess quietly watched this scene, then took a few deep breaths before choosing to leave. Soon, a figure arrived and asked in a low voice, "Mayor, if we treat the princess like this, I'm afraid the Qingmiao kingdom will not be kind to us." He was worried that the Qingmiao royal court would make things difficult for him. Zhou Jing sneered and said, "Why do you think I can be disrespectful to her? Was I very respectful to her in the past?" When the subordinate heard this, he immediately returned to his senses. Could it be that there are some new instructions from the Dragon Marquis? Manner? No, but that person gave me enough confidence. It is said that Ning Kaichen has already obtained that item. As long as he brings it back, the Long family's strength will rise to another level. They will no longer have to fear the Battle Marquis Manor, the Battle Marquis Kingdom, and the Qing royal family. That thing? The subordinate did not understand at first, but his pupils quickly shrank. He said in disbelief, "Could it be that dragon burial sword?" Presumptuous. That was the fake sword. It is fine if others called it that. But as a subordinate of Lord Long and a member of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, how dare you call it that? Zhou Jing was extremely displeased. His ancestor was of the Longqia generals lineage, so he naturally respected Longqia general greatly. Zhou Jing's words made his subordinate immediately sigh. He also knew that he had committed a big taboo. In Zhou Jing's eyes, General Long Qia was the greatest monarch in the Yuan-Wei territory since ancient times. On the contrary, the Qing emperor was just a thief who stole their land. Then how do we deal with Ning Kaichen? The arrival of this guy has added a lot of trouble for us. Should we directly take the fake dragon sword from his hand and then? The subordinate made a throat-slicing gesture, and Zhou Jing could not help but shake his head. Why do you want to kill him? I don't know. You don't know, and you still want to kill him? Are you an idiot? Zhou Jing was rendered speechless. He could not even give him a reason. How could he have such a stupid person under him? Ning Kaichen has a lot of connections. In the Feather Kingdom, he is the successor of a cultivation holy land called the Flowerfruit Mountain. According to the investigations of all the factions, they have not found out where the Flowerfruit Mountain is or what kind of faction it is. So, before we have complete information about him, don't make a move. Do you understand? Hearing this, the subordinate immediately nodded and agreed. Zhou Jing shook his head helplessly. His subordinates were still somewhat stupid and immature. By the way, was Ning Kaichen invited to the banquet tonight? Yes. Master Lu has always said that Ning Kaichen is extremely talented. If he can be used by us, he will definitely be a great help. But if he can't be used by us and falls into the Battle Marquis Mansion's hands, he will only be a huge threat to us. The subordinate honestly told him everything. It was because of these words that he wanted to kill Ning Kaichen. Zhou Jing also understood this and frowned slightly. What Master Lu said has never been wrong. If he said something like this, it's enough to show that there's a big problem with Ning Kaichen being here. But I'm curious, what kind of talent does Ning Kaichen have? There are only two things that he can do to intimidate me. First, he has the dragon sword. He would definitely be welcomed by any of the Dragon Marquis Manor, Battle Marquis Manor, or the Qing royal family with that. But aside from that, at most, he has a mysterious background that makes me fear him. Other than that, what else can he do? What do you mean? There are countless geniuses in this world, and there are also many prodigies. Just talent alone is not enough to convince me. Zhou thought for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. He just waved his hand and said, "Go and make your preparations. The banquet is about to begin, and everyone should be here. This banquet is an important step for the guests to enter the Dragon Marquis Kingdom and meet the Marquis, as well as for the Dragon Marquis Kingdom to find countless talents." Hearing this, the subordinate's body immediately trembled. He nodded and said, "Understood." He immediately went down to make arrangements. Zhou returned to his seat and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He said helplessly, "Right now, all the forces are watching Dragon's Gate Town and the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. If I don't arrange the banquet properly and someone provokes us, then the establishment of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom will be a joke. At that time, the Marquis and his manor would need to rely on the Qing royal family. Once that happens, the entire kingdom will be in a terrible predicament." This was a contradiction. Although the Dragon Marquis Kingdom was conferred by the Qing royal family, the Long family only wanted a title. They wanted autonomy in other aspects, especially resources. They were not willing to be restricted by the Qing royal family. Tonight's banquet was the first step to displaying the Dragon Marquis Kingdom's power. If this step went wrong, there would be no follow-up. The Dragon Marquis Kingdom would become a joke, and they could only rely on the Qing royal family to maintain their rule. However, this went against the views of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom's higher ups. They wanted to develop and prepare for a future war with the Qing royal family. The Dragon's Gate banquet was held as usual. The princess stared at the bustling scene and all kinds of guests. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. "Your Highness, our plan has failed. Zhou is so bold and brazen. He publicly disobeyed your orders. He should be executed," a female guard said sternly, wishing she could take down Zhou right now. However, Zhou was a genuine cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. No matter how bold they were, they did not dare to kill a cultivator at the peak of the nascent realm. The princess was undoubtedly the most exasperated one. She took a deep look at the Dragon's Gate banquet's main venue in the distance and said coldly, "We'll first capture Ning Kaichen. Someone has already spread the word that he has the fake dragon sword. Next, we just need to defeat Ning Kaichen and make use of this matter to make a big fuss. Zhou will be ashamed, and the prestige of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom will plummet. Once they beg us to take a step back, they will fall into our trap. Hee, I want to see how tough Zhou is. How dare he ridicule me?" The princess hated him. If it was not for the fact that the other party was powerful and that the Qingmiao Kingdom's goal was not to completely suppress the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, the princess would have arranged for people to get rid of Zhou or even destroy Dragon's Gate Town. It's a pity that Dragon's Gate is too powerful. Father and the others have a clear target, which is this group of people. We must think of all ways to capture Ning Kaichen and establish a connection with the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Only then can we humiliate the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Yes. Soon, many figures flew out. Their goal was clear. They wanted to capture Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Jiang Ming had also received the news. It was Lu Xing who had informed him. "Are you saying that the princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom wants to deal with Me because of her lover, Lu Chongqing of the Divine Eye sect. The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense was this? She wanted to deal with him just because of Lu Chongqing? Was this princess a love-struck fool? They did not know that he was the founder of the flower fruit sect, and even the Cultivation Alliance had chosen to give up on capturing him. No. There are other reasons for this. Jiang Ming instinctively spoke. Lu Sheng nodded and said seriously, there is indeed another reason. They want to take you down and make a big fuss about it, making everyone think that the Dragon's Gate town and the Dragon Marquis Kingdom are inferior to the Qingmiao Kingdom. Once this is done, the status of the Qingmiao Kingdom will rise sharply, and it will very likely become the 8th largest kingdom. Currently, the Daliang Kingdom was the greatest and most powerful kingdom. Originally, there were 16 kingdoms. Later on, 9 kingdoms were destroyed. 8 of them were split into dozens of small kingdoms, while the 9th kingdom was split into the 3 kingdoms of Qingyang, led by the Qingmiao Kingdom. Currently, the Qingmiao Kingdom had inherited most of the territory of the former Qingyang Kingdom, as well as various treasures and techniques, as well as a large number of weapons and armies. Therefore, it was the most powerful party. However, no one had expected the Qingmiao Kingdom to be so ambitious. It actually wanted to become the 8th great kingdom. They must be crazy. With the current strength of the Qingmiao Kingdom, it is impossible for them to destroy the other 2 kingdoms. After all, those 2 kingdoms have always had a good relationship with the Daliang Kingdom. With the Daliang Kingdom as a deterrent, the Qingmiao Kingdom will not be able to destroy the other 2 kingdoms of Qingyang, much less unify them. That's why they want to force the Dragon Marquis Kingdom to lower its head and reach an agreement. If I'm not wrong, the Qingmiao Kingdom and many of the states, factions, and dukes under the Qing royal family have formed an alliance, right? Jiang Ming interrupted Lu Sheng's words. The latter was stunned at first, but then he reacted and smacked his head. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about this. Yes, they have already contacted a large number of factions. Their goal is to complete the unification. However, no matter who it is, no one would have thought that the Qingmiao Kingdom would use such a method to back the Dragon Marquis Kingdom into a corner. I'm afraid that their goal is not just to unify the territory of the former Qingyang Kingdom, but also to take another step forward. After Jiang Ming's reminder, Lu Sheng quickly figured out the reason. He immediately exclaimed, they want to use their troops against the Qingyang Kingdom and the Dragon Marquis Kingdom after unifying them? That's right, that should be their goal, and I'm just their pawn. Otherwise, would these guys, who only care about power, really lose their minds over some love? Jiang Ming sneered. They were all cunning foxes who had lived for hundreds of years. How could they fall in love so easily? These princesses and princes had been educated from a young age to seek power and hegemony. They would not offend a large sect like the flower fruit sect for a lover. One had to know that the current flower fruit sect's strength had already left the Feather Kingdom and had established a strong foundation in the territory of the 16 kingdoms. If the Qingmiao Kingdom really wanted to touch him, they would definitely be attacked by the flower fruit sect. Currently, the flower fruit sect controls 2 or 3 small kingdoms. Although their combined military strength is not as strong as the Qingmiao Kingdom, they are not weak either. Once they cause trouble, the Qingmiao Kingdom will be attacked from both sides. Therefore, they will not do such a stupid thing unless there are greater benefits waiting for them. And this benefit is undoubtedly to force the Dragon Marquis Kingdom to join this battle, and even to prepare for taking down the Dragon Marquis Kingdom in the future. If the Qing royal family finds out about this, they probably wouldn't sit idly by. Lu Xing raised his eyebrows. After all, he was a duke under the Qing royal family and had just been conferred. The Qing royal family would not allow the Dragon Marquis Kingdom to fall. However, Jiang Ming vaguely felt that something was wrong. This matter might have something to do with the Qing royal family. Lu Xing was stunned and fell into deep thought. Since things had developed to this point, Jiang Ming naturally would not sit still and wait for death. And then, I'll be depending on you from now on. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Zhu Anan's gaze was extremely determined. Jiang Ming led Zhu Anan to the venue of the Dragon's Gate banquet and asked, Supervisor Liu, didn't you say that I would be able to see the owner of your inn as long as I came to the banquet? Haha, Master Ning, don't worry. When the boss wants to see you, he will naturally appear. If he hasn't seen you yet, then it's not the time yet. Lu Xing could not help but laugh. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Master Ning, there are quite a number of people who have their eyes on you. Jiang Ming nodded and said subconsciously, almost no one knows that I have come to the Dragon Marquis Kingdom unless. No, Master Ning, please don't misunderstand. We definitely didn't expose your presence. Lu Xing immediately shook his head. I suspect it's the princess. And how? Does she know of your existence? There must be a mastermind behind everything. Jiang Ming was a little stunned. After thinking about it carefully, what Lu Xing said seemed to be correct. He could not help but shake his head and say, let's attend the banquet first. These people will attack me sooner or later. Anyway, he knew very well that the Dragon's Gate banquet tonight would not be peaceful. These people would make a move, especially the princess and her group. They see me as a pawn? Could it be that the news of the dragon's sword being obtained by me has spread? If that's the case, it's understandable for them to come over to deal with me. The dragon sword had a wide range of implications. It was very likely that the people of the Battle Marquis Kingdom had their eyes on him. The banquet soon began. In the beginning, they basically just ate, drank, and chatted. There was nothing else. As things developed step by step, Jiang Ming quickly froze. Because he saw a familiar face. Lu Chongqing. Jiang Ming stared at Lu Chongqing's figure. The latter also saw him and immediately walked over with a smile. Master Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I'm afraid that I can't say the same. I don't know how you can smile at a time like this. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. He did not want to bother with this guy at all. Lu Chongqing was not annoyed. He just laughed and said, Master Ning, you don't have to be so against me. If we really look back on it, we can be considered friends, right? After all, our common enemy has always been the Feather Kingdom's royal family. Moreover, there is no enmity between us. If you really think about it, it was your junior, Zhang Shan, who killed my brother, but it has nothing to do with you and me. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. If this guy knew that he was actually Zhang Shan, what would he do? He might immediately draw his sword and attack him. However, Lu Chongqing was obviously acting as if they were friends, which made Jiang Ming a little uncomfortable. He said, Young Master Lu, please move to the side. I've always been clear with my sexuality. I don't like men. Like you. You're just a man with average looks. Average looks? Sexuality? Lu Chongqing's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth. Ning Kaichen really deserved to die. The hostility between Jiang Ming and Lu Chongqing quickly spread, causing many people to look askance at them. In fact, this was not the Real Dragon's Gate banquet venue. It was the periphery. There were a large number of guards watching. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and immediately glanced at Lu Chongqing. Young Master Lu, if you still don't plan to leave, I don't mind attacking you directly. Let's see who these guards will help if we get into an altercation. Lu Chongqing, who was smiling, suddenly changed his expression. He did not expect Jiang Ming to be so overbearing. Don't be too presumptuous, Ning Kaichen. This is not a place you can come to. Lu Chongqing shouted, trying to intimidate Jiang Ming, but the latter just smiled calmly. His mana gradually fluctuated, attracting many soldiers to look over. Lu Chongqing's expression changed again, and he glared at Jiang Ming. You're very smart. Ning Kaichen, if you're strong enough, then hide here and don't go out. Otherwise, don't cry and beg for mercy when I defeat you. Lu Chongqing left angrily. He was not afraid of these guards, but they were backed by the mayor and many of the aristocratic families. Once he made a move, he would anger these people. He could not lose this opportunity to attend the Dragon's Gate banquet for someone like Ning Kaichen. Of course, the most important point was that he had relied on others to qualify to be invited to the Dragon's Gate banquet this time. Once he was expelled, he would look stupid in front of his backer. Jiang Ming did not care about Lu Chongqing's threat. He had long known that the princess would try to kill him. He also knew that the princess did not attack him for Lu Chongqing, but for more power. Master Ning, do you want me to help you solve this problem? Lu Xing lowered his voice. He was just a nascent soul realm prodigy. It would be easy for him to get rid of him. No one would even dare to blame him. Jiang Ming was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Xing. This guy actually dared to attack the young master of the Divine Eye sect? Looks like the Dragon's Gate and isn't just a simple inn in Dragon's Gate town. It is stronger than it looks. Just as Jiang Ming was deep in thought, the second act of the Dragon's Gate banquet began. Now, everyone could enter. Jiang Ming arrived at the Dragon's Gate's banquet venue and quickly took his seat. In the beginning, there were still many guests coming and going, but this corner quickly became much quieter. Is this how you treat Mr. Ning? The Dragon's Gate town sure is audacious. Zhu Enan had always been smart. Although she seemed to be making trouble, she actually wanted to see how Lu Xing would respond. From there, she could deduce the attitude of Lu Xing and the others, especially the person behind them, toward them. Hearing Zhu Enan's words, Lu Xing immediately smiled and said, Miss Enan, please calm down. We're not neglecting the two of you. It's just that all the seats for the Dragon's Gate banquet have been decided long ago. I had no choice. After all, the two of you were added to the list at the last minute. Jiang Ming seemed to cooperate and nodded. Supervisor Lu is right. We suddenly came to Dragon's Gate town. It's our honor to be invited. Naturally, we should not ask for anything else. What a little fox. Lu Xing seemed to be smiling, but he was cursing in his heart. How could he not see through Jiang Ming's true thoughts? In fact, Zhuanan did not care about the lack of respect at all. Her purpose was to judge their attitude toward Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming did not care that the other party had seen through their thoughts, and continued, "Oh right, according to my understanding, the Dragon's Gate town seems to have invited quite a number of people to this banquet. Other than the Divine Eye sect, who else have you invited from the various factions? In the Feather Kingdom? Naturally, we didn't invite anyone. After all, other than Reverend Mo, none of those people are good enough to be invited. Then why is Lu Chongqing here?" Jiang Ming frowned in confusion. In the vast Feather Kingdom, no one was good enough to be invited except for Mo Lingche. Therefore, how could Lu Chongqing be qualified? Ah, it's all because of the princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom. If he hadn't managed to hook up with her, and if he hadn't entered the cultivation alliance to cultivate and become friends with some important figure, he wouldn't have been qualified to come here. Lu Xing laughed. How could he not understand Jiang Ming's thoughts? He just wanted to see how he and the others treated the various forces in the Feather Kingdom. Lu Chongqing and Master Ning also had a lot of bad blood between them, which was why Jiang Ming asked so many questions. Otherwise, Lu Chongqing would not have caught his attention. Master Ning has many thoughts and isn't a good person. If I say something wrong, he might just leave. I definitely can't let him leave just like that. After all, he's the person that the Lord specifically wanted to see. Once he leaves, I won't feel good either. Lu Xing could not help but sigh. They were both humans, but the difference between them was too great. Jiang Ming glanced at him and retracted his gaze. He could not be bothered to continue paying attention to him. He was obviously not a good person. If I could, I would like to leave, but who is the person behind Lu Xing? Why does he insist on seeing me? If he wants to see me, then he can meet me directly. Is there a need for me to attend this Dragon's Gate banquet? Jiang Ming could not understand. At this moment, Lu Xing suddenly said, Master Ning, my boss wants to see you. Jiang Ming followed without hesitation. When he saw the other party, he was stunned. A woman? Women were fine. This was not the secular world where only men were respected. In the world of immortal cultivation, there were many stunning women. In ancient times, there was even an empress who suppressed all saints and became the supreme being of the lower realm. However, this woman was different from ordinary women. A transformed demon. This was a demoness. Jiang Ming swallowed. He could not tell the woman's background, so he could only nod and say, Greetings. Hee, there's no need to be so polite, Mr. Ning. It's a little presumptuous of me to invite you to the Dragon's Gates banquet this time. Jiang Ming immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, Ma'am, there's no need to be like this. It's my greatest honor to receive your invitation. Do you really think so? The demoness chuckled, her graceful demeanor causing one to involuntarily gulp. What a peerless demoness. She was probably a vixen. At this moment, the demoness suddenly spoke, I am Bai Runing, from the Bai family of Qing Qiu. A fox demon. And she's not just any fox demon. It is said that the Bai family of Qing Qiu has a powerful bloodline of fox demons, and there is no lack of nine-tailed foxes or even nine-tailed sky foxes. I wonder what background Bai Runing comes from. Is she an ordinary fox demon or a nine-tailed fox demon? Jiang Ming looked at this powerful demon from Qing Qiu quietly. Was she at the soul formation realm? Half-step deity transformation cultivators were considered powerful in the demon world. Demonic beasts, demon soldiers, demon warriors, demon generals, and demon commanders corresponded to the 5 major realms of the immortal cultivation system, namely, the Qi refinement realm, the foundation establishment realm, the golden core realm, the nascent soul realm, and the soul formation realm. Ying Sha was currently at the level of a demon general. Coupled with his powerful bloodline, he could be considered one of the best among demon generals. However, the gap between him and this fox demon was still not small. The dark water mystical snake was powerful, but even if it was a servant from Qingqiu, it was still extraordinary. It was said that in Qingqiu, one had to be at least at the golden core realm to be independent. A demon general was at the same cultivation level as the nascent soul realm. Being at this level was not a weak existence in the Feather Kingdom. In terms of status, someone like that was not inferior to an ordinary deity. Transformation Realm Elder. After all, Qingqiu had a great background. Qingqiu was a famous faction in the Demon Kingdom, and the only faction that could stand shoulder to shoulder with it was the White Emperor City. The ancestor of the White Emperor City was a pale white snake. This was also the reason why Ying Sha valued Minnie by so much. It was also enough to show how high the status of the Qingqiu fox demon was. Above the demon commander was the demon lord, which was the same level as the deity transformation realm. The status of every demon lord was extraordinary. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to reach this level. This fox demon's future is unimaginable. She's quite old, but in demon years. She's very young. Her cultivation has reached the level of a quasi-demon lord. And she'll definitely reach the level of a demon king in the future. That's a terrifying level comparable to insightful emptiness realm experts. Jiang Ming's heart was in turmoil as he stared at Bai Running in front of him. He was obviously wary of her. Sensing Jiang Ming's vigilance, Bai Running laughed and said nonchalantly, "Master Ning, you don't have to be so cautious. If I really wanted to deal with you, this little girl by your side wouldn't be able to protect you." As she spoke, Bai Running did not forget to glance at Zhuan and a few more times, causing Jiang Ming to step forward and stand in front of Zhuanan. "Why are you here?" Bai Running was a little stunned, but she could not help but laugh. "Master Ning, aren't you a little too vigilant? I am indeed curious about this little girl's physique, but I don't want to harm her. She doesn't have the body of a fox demon, so she isn't worthy of my careful treatment." "Then what do you mean?" Jiang Ming frowned. He glanced at the woman suspiciously and asked coldly, "Ms. Bai, can you tell me why you called me here?" He felt that there was something wrong with Bai Running, so he did not want to waste time on her. His stern shout made Bai Running a little unhappy. "Master Ning, you're a little rude. I came here to give you an opportunity. As long as you are willing to marry one of the daughters of the Qingqiu lineage, you will be able to gain the friendship of the Qingqiu lineage. You should know the status of Qingqiu. It is also because of Qingqiu that the demon world and the human world have been able to live in peace for many years. If you can become the son-in-law of Qingqiu, you will have great privileges and a lofty status in the world of immortal cultivation. I think you won't refuse. Right?" Bai Running spoke directly without any room for doubt. In her opinion, Jiang Ming had no reason to refuse. After all, the status and power brought by the title of the son-in-law of Qingqiu were too tempting. No one in the entire world of immortal cultivation could resist this temptation. However, to her surprise, Jiang Ming only glanced at her from the corner of his eye and said calmly, "I refuse." His words were clearly enunciated. Bai Running stood rooted to the ground, looking at Jiang Ming in disbelief. "Master Ning, are you crazy? You actually rejected Madame Bai's request? Do you not know who the Qingqiu are?" Lu Xing saw the change in Bai Running's expression and immediately became anxious. He was afraid that she would suddenly lose her temper. He immediately looked at Jiang Ming, wanting to persuade him. However, Jiang Ming's expression remained calm. He shook his head and said, "I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. I won't be Qingqiu's son-in-law. On the contrary, even if you want to send the girl to my bed, I won't accept her." What a joke. Jiang Ming was very clear that if the other party dared to do this, it meant that there would be consequences. Jiang Ming naturally would not agree easily. This time, Bai Running's expression became even darker. "Ning Kaichen, you really don't know what's good for you. If I hadn't blocked all external forces for you, you wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the Dragon's Gate banquet. In fact, you would have faced all kinds of desperate situations. At that time, many enemies would have surrounded you. And you would die miserably. It was I who saved your life." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows a few times and said disdainfully, "I know, but what does it have to do with you? Even without you, I still have the ability to protect myself. The girl beside me can be considered a rare opponent under the deity transformation realm. If you're so strong, why don't you fight her? If you really want to protect me, why don't you reveal your other identity? I think you have other thoughts. On one hand, you want to suppress me, and on the other hand, you want to see my talent and potential, right? Most importantly, you want to blackmail me." Jiang Ming's guess made Bai Running's expression change crazily. She did not expect Jiang Ming's attitude to be so unyielding and even unreasonable. One had to know that becoming the son-in-law of Qingqiu was something that countless people dreamed of. No matter how many tricks there would be countless people who would almost die for this opportunity. However, Ning Kaichen was the opposite. "Why do you have such confidence?" Bai Running spoke again. She wanted to understand Jiang Ming's true confidence. This time, Jiang Ming's body trembled, and his eyes became extremely sharp. "Confidence? I naturally have this much confidence because of my background. I'm from the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Owlai Kingdom. My third young master is the strongest person there. He's not someone you can even imagine going against. If you want me to submit to you, unless you are from the Qingqiu of the upper realm, which is the original Qingqiu, and not the Qingqiu branches that have been born in the lower realm, you are simply clamoring here. Do you understand? The Owlai Kingdom? The Flower Fruit Mountain?" Bai Running could not help but frown. She had never heard of this place before. However, the world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. Qingqiu was originally an unknown place, but it had been exposed to the world during some turmoil many years ago. Most importantly, Qingqiu's strength had been greatly weakened during that turmoil. Now, their overall combat strength could be said to be less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Damn it. At this moment, everyone could not help but raise their eyebrows. They realized that this Ning Kaichen was not so easy to scare. Lu Xing looked at Bai Running with some fear, afraid that she would take her anger out on him. In a sense, this Ning Kaichen was introduced to her by him. Thus, if she got angry, he would be the target of her ire. In the end, Ning Kaichen was the complete opposite of the previous geniuses. He was actually so arrogant. If Jiang Ming knew what he was thinking, he would probably laugh his head off. What were they talking about? From the beginning to the end, it was Jiang Ming who felt that this matter was too troublesome. He just wanted to live in seclusion and work hard. One day, he would reach the level where he could withstand the arrival of the apocalypse. He did not want much else. Alright, since Ms. Bai has nothing else to say, I'll take my leave. I still have other things to do. Other things? Of course, it was to eat, drink, and have fun. They were all here to attend the banquet. If they did not enjoy it properly, wouldn't they be letting everyone down? In an instant, the food was served. Jiang Ming and Zhu Enen's gluttonous posture stunned many people. Bai Runing's mouth twitched wildly. Could it be that the temptation of being Qing Qiu's son-in-law was not as good as the food here? Jiang Ming knew that Bai Runing was observing him and was quite concerned about it. However, he showed an indifferent expression on his face, which made Bai Runing feel really uncomfortable. This guy is really courting death. I really want to know how much this guy is worth. He actually dared to look down on me and even refused to be my son-in-law. Lu Xing. Lu Xing hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Madam, what can I do for you? Is Lu Chongqing from the Divine Eye sect here as well?" That's right. Let him teach Ning Kaichen a good lesson. Remember, don't let the little girl beside Ning Kaichen make a move. This little girl is not weak. Hearing this, Lu Xing's pupils shrank. He knew that his boss hated Ning Kaichen. He wanted to mercilessly defeat Ning Kaichen. As Ning Kaichen took a step forward, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath. It was obvious that they had never thought that things would develop to this stage one day. I originally wanted to be friends, but now I have to fall to this stage. Ning Kaichen, oh Ning Kaichen, what should I say about you? Lu Xing sighed. He was more inclined toward Jiang Ming, but now that the boss had spoken, a person like him would definitely not be able to refute her words, let alone go against her wishes. Soon, Lu Chongqing was found. Supervisor Lu, why are you looking for me? Lu Chongqing's attitude toward Lu Xing, who was also in the nascent soul realm, was unusually respectful. It was obvious that Lu Chongqing knew the general background of this person very well. There was a famous big shot standing behind him. Even his cultivation partner, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom, said that it would be best if he could get close to that big shot, but the prerequisite was that he had to get close to Lu Xing first. After all, the latter was the confidant of that big shot. He was a big shot and close to the prime minister. In the Feather Kingdom, Lu Chongqing was definitely a famous figure and was destined to be a prodigy. However, his status here had indeed plummeted. He had to even show deference here to a small-in manager. Seeing Lu Chongqing's thoughts, Lu Xing's mouth twitched subconsciously. And then he said, I heard that you had bad blood with Ning Kaichen. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing's heart trembled, and he immediately said, Supervisor Lu, I have a big issue with Master Ning, but it's all my fault. I'll go and apologize to Master Ning now. He mistakenly thought that Lu Xing was on Ning Kaichen's side. Otherwise, why would he mention Ning Kaichen out of the blue? After all, no matter how powerful Ning Kaichen was, he would not dare to cause trouble in Dragon's Gate Inn or Dragon's Gate Town. Lu Chongqing did not know what was going on. Jiang Ming did not make a fuss. But he was the face of the big shot behind Lu Xing. Lu Xing raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Why do you want to apologize to Ning Kaichen?" Ah? Lu Chongqing was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. He immediately said with a smile, "Superior Lu, has Ning Kaichen offended you? If that's the case, then I will naturally teach him a lesson for you and let him understand how powerful you are. I will make him obediently kneel in front of you and apologize." Hearing these words, the hearts of everyone present could not help but tremble. Was he planning to target Ning Kaichen? Speaking of which, what kind of ruthless person was Ning Kaichen? He actually dared to offend Supervisor Lu. Was there something wrong with him? Lu Xing pondered for a while and immediately said, "Remember, don't kill or cripple him. Just let him understand that this is Dragon's Gate Town, not the Feather Kingdom. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Chongqing's body trembled. He did not understand what mistake Ning Kaichen had made, but it seemed that Ning Kaichen had offended Lu Xing a lot. This was a good thing. He had been worrying about how to deal with Ning Kaichen, but now that Supervisor Lu had spoken, he was naturally safe. But once I make a move, the guards in charge of the banquet. Don't worry, I've already informed them. They will stick to their posts and won't casually walk toward you. Lu Chongqing was overjoyed and immediately said, "I understand." He immediately walked over, but his heart was filled with confusion. Who was the person behind Lu Xing? One had to know that even the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom looked down on Dragon's Gate's mayor. However, was there anyone more powerful than the mayor in this town? He could not figure it out, but he quickly walked into the distance with large strides, his eyes flashing with a cold light. No matter who is behind Lu Xing, since I have this opportunity, I must teach this Ning Kaichen a lesson. I want to settle all the old and new scores. I'll make him pay for humiliating me. He immediately strode off into the distance. It was as if he could no longer suppress his desire to teach Ning Kaichen a lesson. Lu Chongqing came with monstrous power, forcing the other party to take many steps back. His expression also changed drastically. "What exactly do you want?" Someone shouted and tried to stop Lu Chongqing. "How impudent! I'm the princess of Qingmiao Kingdom's lover and a prodigy of the Cultivation Alliance. How dare you stop me?" Lu Chongqing's shout made the person who tried to stop him retreat to the side in displeasure. Lu Chongqing continued to go deeper. He was extremely excited at the moment, and he could not wait to beat Ning Kaichen up. "Ning Kaichen, it's time for us to settle our scores. Die." He wanted to attack immediately, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided to mock Ning Kaichen first. It was best to let Ning Kaichen attack first. "Ning Kaichen." Lu Chongqing's loud shout reverberated throughout the hall, causing many people's hearts to tremble. No one had expected that such a person would appear out of nowhere at this time and actually want to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate banquet. Even Jiang Ming was a little surprised. He never thought that Lu Chongqing would come to attack him. However, after thinking about it, he understood why. It seems that Bai Runing is still very unconvinced. She told Lu Chongqing to find trouble with me. Jiang Ming chuckled and did not take this matter seriously. Zhu Enan raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Mister, I'll go teach this person a lesson." "All right." Jiang Ming did not refuse. He did not want to bother with Lu Chongqing. Compared to his mission, the bad blood between him and Lu Chongqing seemed so Insignificant. However, just as Zhuanan was striding away, a figure suddenly descended. Mizanin, shall we have a match? This was a soul formation realm expert from the Qingmiao kingdom. Zhuanan glanced at him and raised her hand without any care. She directly sent him flying. Bang! After this person was sent flying, the entire scene immediately fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. They never expect things to develop to this stage. The soup formation realm expert also never expected that he would not be able to withstand a single move from Zhuanan, who was also at the same cultivation level. In the distance, the princess of Qingmiao kingdom saw this scene, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Your Highness, this young woman is not simple, someone said in a low voice. I'm not blind, the princess of Qingmiao kingdom said angrily. I can see it clearly. She is indeed quite strong. She doesn't look very old. She's less than 100 years old, but she has the cultivation base of the soul formation realm. Moreover, she can defeat those of the same level. How did she cultivate such powerful combat strength? An old woman at the side said slowly, perhaps she has a divine physique bestowed by the heavens, or perhaps she used a technique to hide her true age. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do this. However, she did not know that Zhuanan had a divine physique, but it was not an ordinary one. It was one of the strongest physiques since ancient times. The Darking Phoenix. Jiang Ming picked up his wine glass at this time and was also a little suspicious. It seemed that the other party was secretly trying to kill him. That was why they needed to distract Zhuanan. These guys are really annoying. They want to deal with me and suppress the strong people around me. It seems that they are determined to kill me. Jiang Ming sneered and waved his hand. And then, remember to be polite. As for young Master Lu, leave him to me. Jiang Ming stood up slowly and stared at Lu Chongqing. Young Master Lu, I know you want to use words to provoke me and humiliate me. Unfortunately, you are only the young master of the Divine Eye sect, while I am the supreme founder of the Flower Fruit sect. How can you make me angry? However, I can give you some pointers. After all, your aptitude is barely passable, and your combat strength is almost worthless. Ning Kaichen, you're courting death. Lu Chongqing was enraged. He intended to teach Jiang Ming a lesson and humiliate him. He did not intend to let Jiang Ming humiliate him. He directly attacked Jiang Ming. A huge ray of multicolored sword chi whizzed over, causing people's pupils to shrink. Why is this guy so powerful? His strength was not rare among the younger generation of Dragon's Gate town. However, among those of the same cultivation, no one was stronger than Lu Chongqing in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Huh. You're so stupid. The person before you is a prodigy of the cultivation alliance. It said that he comes from the Divine Eye sect, a powerful sect in the Feather Kingdom. He's also the young master of the Divine Eye sect. Although the Divine Eye sect is not one of the 6 blessed lands, its strength is comparable to the 6 blessed lands. It is naturally not something that ordinary factions can compare to. As for Lu Chongqing, he is the most powerful genius of the Divine Eye sect to date. Thus, he was fortunate enough to enter the Cultivation Alliance to cultivate. Now, he can be considered a minor prodigy in the Cultivation Alliance. Being a minor prodigy meant that Lu Chongqing was not truly a prodigy. He would only be considered a true prodigy when he was almost invincible in the nascent soul realm. However, he was still considered extremely powerful. After all, the Cultivation Alliance was one of the most powerful factions in the 16 kingdoms. Even the Dalian kingdom had to show them some respect. What was the Dalian kingdom? It was an even more powerful kingdom than the Dragon Marquis kingdom and the Battle Marquis kingdom combined. Although it was not as powerful as the Qing Empire at its peak, it was not much weaker. Once the Dalian kingdom's strength rose to another level, it would be Northern Yan's Murong family of the past. If it rose another level or two, it would be comparable to the Yuan Wei Empire at its peak. Just this alone showed how extraordinary the reputation of the Cultivation Alliance's minor prodigy was. Jiang Ming looked at this scene quietly, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, he suddenly strode to the other side. He wanted to see just how powerful this young prodigy of the Cultivation Alliance was. We're both at the early stage nascent soul realm. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Ming did not want to win or lose. He just wanted to let some people know that he was not someone to be trifled with. With such a powerful attack, many people in the distance were sent flying. Jiang Ming was closing in step by step, making people shudder. Whoosh! 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 It was also at this moment that a series of powerful movements caused one's heart to tremble. Blazing Mystic Slaughter Technique. Jiang Ming used his powerful mystic technique to fight him. He did not give Lu Chongqing any chance to react. As soon as the blazing mystic slaughter technique was cast, a huge fireball came down with a bang. It burned the medium-sized banquet hall. What a powerful mystic technique. What kind of move is this? Zhou Zheng, who was sitting on a high seat and overlooking everything, revealed a strange expression. He had seen many powerful fire-type mystic techniques, but none of them were as strange as this. I've even seen many mystic techniques that are stronger than this one. However, this mystic technique, called the Blazing Mystic Slaughter Technique, hides all kinds of mysteries. It's not just the power of fire, but also the power of lightning. Where did this technique come from? Could this be the Flower Fruit Mountain's mystic technique? Zhou Zheng was still muttering to himself, while Bai Running narrowed her eyes. She had previously doubted Jiang Ming's background and whether he was from the Flower Fruit Mountain of the Aolai Kingdom. However, it seemed that he was indeed not ordinary. Mayor, have you ever heard of any mysterious places outside of the 3 great continents? Of course. These mysterious places all contain various unknown existences. For example, isn't Qingqiu the place that we've seen in the past? Zhou Zheng smiled slightly. Bai Running rubbed her temples and said with a frown, that's in the past, and Qingqiu isn't really an unknown place. It's just that it has been sealed off for too many years. It was only after the ancient era that Qingqiu began to be sealed off. It was also 10,000 years ago when the Black Rock ruins were destroyed and Qingqiu reappeared. If Jiang Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked, because the second appearance of Qingqiu was closely related to the destruction of the Black Rock ruins. Zhou Zheng obviously knew some of the reasons. He chuckled and said, regardless of whether the Flower Fruit Mountain exists, this fellow's talent is extremely outstanding. I really don't want to see him die. So, Ms. Bai, can you let this kid go and stop making things difficult for him? Do you think I'm making things difficult for him? Bai Running's expression instantly became unhappy, causing Zhou Zheng to say, in shock, aren't you making things difficult for me? You arranged for Lu Chongqing to deal with Ning Kaichen, and then you sent someone to restrain the girl beside him. Your goal from the beginning was to make things difficult for him and then appear in front of him as the victor so that he would submit to you, right? Mayor Zhou, aren't you underestimating me too much? Bai Runing sneered, I just want to see his ability. If he can't even defeat Lu Chongqing, then he's not qualified to be my relative. If he can really defeat Lu Chongqing, then I'll kidnap him and take him back. Zhou Zhang's mouth twitched. These Qingqiu women were all more violent than the last, and it was not something that ordinary people could imagine. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. What are you trying to do? I'm curious, do you really want him to be a son-in-law of Qingqiu? Your family is big, there's no need to make things difficult for a small human cultivator, right? Zhou Zheng was also a little dissatisfied. Bai Runing was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Bai Runing laughed and said indifferently, it is his honor to be a son-in-law of Qingqiu. If it wasn't for the fact that my niece urgently needs a husband, he wouldn't be qualified. F***ck. Bai Runing's pupil shrank, and she looked in front of her in disbelief. She saw Jiang Ming holding the huge fireball in one hand and then pressing it down. Boom. In an instant, the area in front of her shattered into countless fragments. Jiang Ming watched all of this quietly, and his eyes glinted. This guy is quite strong. He had never expected that the young master of the Divine Eye sect, Lu Chongqing, who could be considered a prodigy in a sense, would be able to resist his move. If Lu Chongqing knew what Jiang Ming was thinking, he would definitely curse. He had used all his strength to barely withstand such an attack. He had retreated many steps, and a lot of shock flashed across his eyes. How did Ning Kaichen get to this point? His strength is insane. This move alone is enough to shock the heavens. Is this really the power of a nascent soul realm cultivator? At this moment, Lu Chongqing vaguely understood why so many people and forces wanted to kill Ning Kaichen. It was because this guy had too much potential, and no ordinary person could compete with him. If he left him alone, more bad things would erupt in the future. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to waste any more time on this fight. He suppressed it with a huge force again and instantly eliminated the other party. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions rose and fell. Lu Chongqing could no longer withstand the pressure this time. He was directly sent flying a long distance away. This guy is so strong. Lu Chongqing was finally convinced. He was also considered an almost invincible existence in the same level and was called a prodigy. However, in front of Jiang Ming, he was like a piece of trash. He could not even withstand one move. Jiang Ming looked at this scene quietly and then looked away. Ms. Bai, are you going to continue? Zhou Zheng asked with a smile, causing Bai Runing's face to turn red. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, naturally, I have to continue attacking. Otherwise, I won't be able to intimidate this child. If you want to become a son-in-law of the Qingqiu, you have to get rid of that untamed aura on your body. Otherwise, you are not qualified to be our son-in-law. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng's mouth twitched, and he said stiffly, Ms. Bai, have you forgotten one thing? Ning Kaichen doesn't want to be Qingqiu's son-in-law. Impossible. Bai Runing shouted resolutely, no man in this world can resist the temptation of the Qingqiu women. Not to mention her prominent status, just Her peerless beauty and temperament is not something that ordinary men can compete with. Ning Kaichen being able to become Qing Qiu's son-in-law is already the greatest gift. What right does he have to refuse? Zhou Zheng wanted to say something, but he could not say a word. What Bai Runing said was not false. Many young talents and heroes in the world wanted to marry a girl from Qing Qiu, but it was very difficult to get this opportunity. It was enough to see how precious this opportunity was. However, he also felt that something was amiss. Ning Kaichen was completely uninterested. What is this kid thinking? This is an opportunity that everyone in the world is scrambling for, but he doesn't seem to care? Zhou Zheng really could not understand, but he quickly shook his head a few times. Since you can't understand it, then don't think about it. There are so many people in this world. Most of them have similar thoughts, but there are always some who think differently. Jiang Ming did not know this at the moment. A strange look flashed across his eyes. It was because someone seemed to be staring at him from above. Other than the White Widow, there are other people. Jiang Ming gave Bai Runing a nickname, the White Widow. It was mainly because this woman was really annoying. Bai Runing did not know what Jiang Ming was thinking or the nickname that Jiang Ming had given her. Otherwise, she would definitely be furious. After Jiang Ming finished dealing with Chongqing, he looked into the distance. Supervisor Liu, are you still planning to hide it? In the darkness, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Xing. Lu Xing raised his eyebrows in displeasure. However, he understood that it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to walk over in large strides and say with a cold expression, Master Ming, I just want to see how strong you are. Is that okay? Jiang Ming shook his head. When we were at the inn, you said that you would ensure the safety of your customers. Why are you going back on your word now? Don't forget that I was brought here by you, so I'm considered one of your people. How can you treat your own people like this? Or are you and the big boss behind you looking forward to my death? Jiang Ming said this all in one breath and distorted the truth, but it was not that bad. He just exaggerated what everyone saw. It was not a lie. Everyone stared at Lu Xing. Was this how the manager of the Top Dragon's Gate Inn treated the people he invited? How shameful. Immortal cultivators were cruel and cold-blooded. However, when it came to morals, they had to stick to the rules of having good morals. Whoever dared to break this rule had to die. However, Jiang Ming did not care about all of this at all. If Lu Xing was labeled as someone who did not follow the rules, what could he do? On the contrary, Lu Xing's expression changed completely. If he did that, he would be a person who did not follow the rules. His reputation and the connections he had accumulated over the years would collapse. Even if it was not a complete collapse, it was still a massive blow to Lu Xing. Damn Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Lu Xing felt a hint of hatred toward Ning Kaichen, and Ning Kaichen also said decisively, "Nen." Yes, sir. Zhuanen, who had been fighting against two soul formation realm experts, suddenly used her power to shake off her opponents and charged toward Lu Xing, causing Lu Xing's eyelids to twitch. They actually dared to attack me? Ning Kaichen, how dare you? He cursed, but he did not dare to face the attack head-on. Not to mention that Zhuanen's cultivation was much higher than his, even if they were at the same level, he was definitely not a match for her. If they were to fight head-on, he would lose. It was also after these attacks that Lu Xing retreated. He did not dare to Fight Zhuan and head on. How dare you provoke Mr. Ning? Die. This time, Zhuan brazenly chopped off Lu Xing's head. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and was not moved at all. The two of them had been together for a while, but their relationship was not good. Now, it was even less so. Lu Xing's death undoubtedly shocked the people around him. They never expected that Lu Xing, who used to be an expert in Dragon's Gate town, would be beheaded today. Jiang Ming could not be bothered with this matter and looked into the distance. Ms. Bai, there shouldn't be a problem with me doing this, right? Ning Kaichen. Boom. A violent aura swept out and a figure appeared. It was Bai Runing. At this moment, Bai Runing's expression was frigid. If she could, she would have chopped off Jiang Ming's head right now. But soon, another figure appeared. It was a peerless master. Her deity transformation realm cultivation, crushed Bai Runing. Runing, that's enough. It's someone from the Su family. After confirming who the other party was, Bai Runing's expression changed. Once again, she gritted her teeth and said, I see. I was wondering where Ning Kaichen got the guts to disobey me. It turns out that you're standing behind him. Ning Kaichen, you really have a set of skills. You disobeyed me and said that you didn't want to be the Qing Qiu's son-in-law, but in the end, you got close to the Su family. Jiang Ming was stunned and looked at the strange woman who appeared behind him. In confusion. He frowned slightly but did not explain too much. He just said, what else do you want to do now? If you still want to take your anger out on me, then come at me. I, Ning Kaichen, can take it. Jiang Ming said nonchalantly, causing her expression to change again. This damned Ning Kaichen. After seeing that his backer had come, he became even more arrogant and presumptuous. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat this Su bitch, I would definitely cut off Ning Kaichen's head and use it as a wine bottle. After she finished speaking, Bai Runing disappeared, causing Zhou to sigh. Bai Runing looked like a strong woman, but she was too petty. She was not someone that ordinary people could compete with. Following Bai Runing's departure, Zhou could not be bothered to stay and watch the show. Just as he was about to leave, the unfamiliar woman said, Mayor Zhou, what do you mean by this? Why are you ready to leave as soon as I arrive? Zhou Zhang's expression stiffened, and he immediately said, Marquis Su. You've misunderstood. I'm not targeting you. It's just that your arrival is enough to prove that I'm not needed here. He did not dare to let this mysterious woman address him respectfully. Not only would that be a sign of stupidity, but it would also be an impulse to court death. When the woman heard this, she laughed and said, Mayor Zhou, this is Dragon's Gate Town, and this is the Dragon's Gate banquet. As the mayor of Dragon's Gate Town, if you leave just like that, wouldn't that be disrespectful to everyone here? It's fine, you can stay. I'm just here to make a deal with Ning Kaichen. Business? Zhou Zheng could not help but glance at Jiang Ming. Was Ning Kaichen that attractive? Why would there be peerless beauties and peerless experts coming to find him? All right. Zhou Zheng was powerless to resist. Jiang Ming soon welcomed the woman in white. They were both in white, but this unfamiliar woman was clearly far superior to Bai Runing. My name is Su Runing. Jiang Ming stared at the woman warily and asked, Miss Su, no, Marquis Su, why? Are you looking for me? Jiang Ming was not some random person who would be afraid when he saw a strong person. However, Jiang Ming felt a holy aura from this mysterious woman. If it were an ordinary person, they would kneel down and bow before this holy aura. However, Jiang Ming was different. He would only be vigilant. Su Running sensed Jiang Ming's thoughts and smiled lightly. She said disapprovingly, "Who exactly are you?" You came to find me. Yet you don't know who I am? Marquis Su, are you playing with me? Jiang Ming's eyes darkened as he stared at the other party with some hostility. Su Running smiled again and said calmly, "I came to find you because someone entrusted me with this task. In addition, don't worry too much. Although I am from the same bloodline as Bai Running, and we both come from Qingqiu, I am not someone like Bai Running. I came here to give you two choices. It doesn't matter which one you choose. I don't care because a person named Gongye Jiu asked me to give them to you. The first choice is to become the son-in-law of Qingqiu. You will obtain supreme status and glory. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, you may not be able to do as you please, but you will have considerable privileges. The second choice is to let the people of Qingqiu follow you and protect you for 10 years, but after 10 years, you will have to fight for the position of the overlord of Qingqiu for the Su family. Su Running seemed to be smiling and speaking kindly, but she did not give off a good feeling. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and immediately said, "Let me think about it." He could not agree immediately, or else there would be endless trouble. Su Running did not insist. "Make your choice. I won't care even if you disagree. However, if the Bai family tries to harm you again, I won't help you." Jiang Ming's brows twitched. He did not quite understand why Gongye Jiu would ask the people of Qingqiu to help him. There must be something strange about it. Seeing through Jiang Ming's thoughts, Su Running smiled and did not explain. After Su Running left, Jiang Ming remembered where this woman had gone to find him. Zhu and then walked over and stared in the direction Su Running had left. "Mister, do you want me to follow her and find out more about her?" "There's no need. Although your talent is stunning, this woman is not ordinary either." Jiang Ming took a deep breath and said seriously, "The Su, Bai, and Tu surnames are all major surnames of Qingqiu. They are known as the three uniques of Qingqiu. Their ancestors all had peerless experts who were no weaker than saints, or even stronger than saints. They were only second to the Qingqiu Empress. And the ancestor of the Su family had a stunning and extraordinary woman named Su Daji. She was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. Even if she had been born in the lower realm, she would still have been an imposing existence that mortals could not imagine. If you want to fight such a person, I'm afraid that you don't have much chance of winning. You might even die in vain." Jiang Ming spoke bluntly. He knew that Zhuanan was doing this for his own good, but things were quite tricky. Now that Su Running was only giving him a choice and had no intention of attacking him, there was no need to target her. After returning, Jiang Ming went through everything that happened today, and his face suddenly darkened. "I've been schemed against." Zhu Anan immediately surrounded him and asked, curiously, "Mister, how did we fall into this trap? Didn't we successfully teach Bai Running and the princess of Qingmiao Kingdom a lesson tonight? We are the final victors." Jiang Ming sighed and said in a deep voice, "And remember, sometimes, a Victory on the surface may not be a victory at all. It could be a complete defeat. Do you understand? What do you mean? Zhu Enan was instantly puzzled. She was very smart, but because she had lived in the ghost spirit sect and the flower fruit sect since she was young, she was very sheltered and had very little understanding of these things. Do you still remember the other aura we sensed at the venue today? I remember. That should be Dragon's Gate Town's mayor, right? No, that's not Zhou Zheng. It's another guy hiding behind the scenes. It's also this guy who's scheming against me. I also sensed that his aura was very familiar. Now that I think about it carefully, he should be someone from the ancient Yin Yang sect. The ancient Yin Yang sect again? Why didn't they stay in the Yin Yang Empire? Why did they come out? Zhu Enan frowned and said angrily, speaking of which, these people from the ancient Yin Yang sect are not good people. They like to find trouble with us. For no reason. There's clearly no conflict of interest between us. It's because there's no conflict of interest on the surface that I'm puzzled. There must be some conflict behind the scenes, especially in terms of interests, but I don't know what it is exactly. Jiang Ming shook his head. The princess of Qingmiao Kingdom wants to take me down. On one hand, she wants to intimidate the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, but there must be another reason. If it's to deter the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, it definitely isn't just for me. There must be something I haven't understood yet. Jiang Ming could not help but rub his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Then, he looked to the other side. There are still people monitoring us, and it's not just any old group of people. There's a group of people who are the same as those at Longqia Mountain. They're watching us from afar, but haven't shown their faces. Their auras are also somewhat familiar. They seem to be from the Mo family. The Mo family? Zhu Enan's brows were tightly knitted. She was most annoyed by the Mo family. So she never thought that they would suddenly appear. I'll go and deal with them. Zhu Enan immediately wanted to take care of them, but Jiang Ming stopped her. Why are you stopping them? Why don't we let them watch from the side? I also want to know what they want to do. Jiang Ming's lips kept curling up, causing Zhu Enan to groan. That was true. The most important thing to do now was to let these people understand that they were not to be trifled with. They had to kill them in one blow and intimidate everyone. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was looking forward to the follow-up actions of these people. He would suppress them with thunderous means if they dared to challenge his authority first. His reputation in Dragon's Gate Town and even the entire Dragon Marquis Kingdom would be completely established. Master Mo's expression was particularly gloomy at this moment. He had never thought that the Mo family would sink this low. Now that our fourth brother is going all out and constantly sabotaging our plans, should we give up on this guy first and find our fourth brother too? Settle the things here? His second brother asked weakly. If we let the other party do nothing, we will definitely die. After all, our fourth brother is not a good person. If we let him ascend to the throne, we will no longer have any power. The entire Mo family will launch an endless pursuit against us. There's no need for you to say anything more about this. How can I not know this? However, the problem is that Ning Kaichen is a very important person. And we have already reached an agreement with the Cultivation Alliance and the Qingmiao Kingdom. If we break the agreement, we will all die. Don't assume That these people are benevolent. They seem to be doing this for the sake of the common people and the peace of the 16 kingdoms, but in reality, they are a group of ruthless people. As long as we dare to run away and break the agreement, they will spare no effort to hunt us down. At that time, our fourth brother will control our entire family, and we will face a desperate situation. Is this the result you want to see? Master Mo said sternly. He was very worried about his brother's brain. He could not understand the gravity of the situation at all. His second brother also knew that he was not smart, so he immediately lowered his head and said in an especially serious tone, "Actually, I don't know. What's the benefit of killing Ning Kaichen? If we were in the country, killing Ning Kaichen would help us establish a higher prestige in the sect and give us a better command of the entire family. However, if we kill him out of the country, other forces will also share the credit." Master Mo instantly fell silent. Actually, he was also very confused. What exactly was his goal? Even if he killed Ning Kaichen, it would not benefit him, on the contrary, it would annoy the flower fruit sect. Ning Kaichen was not scary. The flower fruit sect was not scary. However, if the flower fruit sect went after him, he would not be able to escape. After all, the immortal feather grotto heaven would not face the wrath of such a large force like the flower fruit sect for him. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure descended, displaying an extraordinary power that caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. No one had expected that the two giants of the Mo family would be here and not notice the arrival of the other party in time. Who is it? The second brother stood up with a swoosh and stared at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. By running from Qing Qiu. As soon as these words were spoken, the second brother was stunned. Master Mo's expression changed drastically. He lowered his voice and asked warily, "Commander Bai, why have you come this time?" He had already found out about Bai Running's background through some channels. She was a top demon commander in Qing Qiu, equivalent to a human cultivator at the peak of the soul formation realm. This was an extremely powerful cultivator. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat her. Therefore, Master Mo chose to resist, wanting to find out why Bai Running had come this time. It's very simple. I need you to help me kidnap someone. Who is it? Ning Kaichen. As soon as she said that name, the two brothers of the Mo family stood stiffly on the spot. Ning Kaichen? It was Ning Kaichen again. This time, Master Mo could not take it anymore. He said in a deep voice, "If you want us to deal with Ning Kaichen, we're fine with it. However, if you want us to hold him hostage, we refuse." Why? Bai Running raised her eyebrows and asked. The Cultivation Alliance and the other powers are all eyeing Ning Kaichen. They're doing everything they can to kill him and start a war between the Flower Fruit sect and the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. We want to use this opportunity to humiliate the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. If you let us kidnap Ning Kaichen, the Cultivation Alliance and the other powers will fail in their plans. They will take their anger out on us. Master Mo said coldly. Bai Running nodded in agreement and asked, "What does that have to do with me? Are you crazy?" "This has nothing to do with you, but there's no need for us to offend these factions for you. I admit that you come from Qing Qiu. This identity is indeed comparable to the background of many forces, but you are not an important person in Qing Qiu. With your current insignificant status, can you really withstand our pressure?" The other party opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted as if he wanted to intimidate by ruining. They were not using their own strength. Their meager strength was definitely nothing in front of by ruining. They could only use the combined might of the Cultivation Alliance and the other major powers to intimidate by ruining. Unfortunately, by ruining did not care about these things at all. If you don't want to help me, I will kill the two of you right now. There is no need to mention your father. The Qing Qiao is not afraid of a reincarnated immortal. After all, there are many reincarnated demon immortals in our tribe. Bai Runing raised her chin arrogantly. In terms of status in the upper realm, which one of you still has to listen to my family's eldest missus' orders? Exactly. So, you can either help me now or die here. Master Imo was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively took a step back, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Why do you want to kidnap Ming Kaichen? Is there anything special about him?" "It's very simple. We need him to become the son-in-law of Qing Qiao. He's the husband of our young miss." Master Imo was dumbfounded. The saintess-to-be of the Bai family had a great background. She was the reincarnation of a fox immortal from the upper realm. Her status was extremely high. Was there a need to take Ming Kaichen as her husband? There is no need for you to worry about this. As long as you do as I say, you will naturally benefit in the future. We can even send troops to help you get rid of all your opponents, be it the fourth brother of the Imo family, the ruler of the Feather Kingdom, or even the imperial court. This condition should be extremely generous. It should be enough to tempt all of you. However, humans have always been greedy, so let me warn you. We will help you get rid of these enemies, but we won't do anything else for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Runing spoke coldly. The Imo brothers looked at each other and nodded unwillingly. Since you put it this way, we can only agree. But how can we hold Ming Kaichen hostage? That girl beside him isn't easy to deal with. Bai Runing's words left the Imo brothers speechless, and they could only do as they were told. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Ming's room, only to find that Jiang Ming had long disappeared. Where is he? We've been keeping an eye on him all this time. It's impossible for him to disappear like this. Yeah, where did he go? We have to find him as soon as possible. If we can't find him, that B*TCH will definitely kill us. The two of them quickly left. They were completely unaware that two figures had appeared at the place where they were originally standing. They were Jiang Ming and Zhu Anan. "Mister, you're so powerful. You managed to deceive everyone. Even the two Soul Formation Realm cultivators were deceived by you." Zhu Anan was amazed, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Ming became more and more adoring. Jiang Ming chuckled and waved his hand indifferently. "It's nothing. Mister, I'm curious about something. What level have you reached?" How could an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator have so many tricks up his sleeve? Zhu Anan knew she was leagues behind Jiang Ming even though they were both in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. I should be able to defeat an ordinary late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, but facing a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator at the level of a prodigy would put me in a pinch, said Jiang Ming in a deep voice. Thankfully, Lu Chongqing was also stuck in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to suppress him with my cultivation level. In this way, Zhu Anan was even more shocked. She had always felt that she was so powerful because of her innate advantage, but the gap between her and Jiang Ming was still massive. Where did Jiang Ming get his confidence? Just as she was thinking hard, Jiang Ming and the Black Sword started talking. Friend, do you think by running we'll realize that we are still in the room? Compared to the Mo brothers, by running obviously brought more pressure. Even Jiang Ming felt particularly pressured. There's definitely pressure here, the Black Sword said in a deep voice. But you don't have to be afraid. My methods are extraordinary. What I used just now was an inheritance left behind by an ancient saint from my era. It's enough to cover everything. Although by running comes from a holy land of cultivation like Qing Qiu, I can only say that she has some powerful techniques and resources. She doesn't have the ability to break through everything I have. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded subconsciously and asked, by the way, speaking of this, I want to know where you got so many tricks up your sleeve. Didn't you say that you've only recovered a little bit of your memory? But now, you've displayed so many amazing abilities. Don't tell me this is just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Ming complained silently, which caused the Black Sword to laugh out loud, and he looked rather awkward. Actually, I didn't lie to you. These abilities are just the tip of the iceberg in my memories. Let me put it this way. This is just a drop in the ocean. You should be able to imagine how terrifying my memories are. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. The Black Sword was such a braggart. But soon, Jiang Ming lowered his voice and said, speaking of this matter, I have thought of another point. Do you have any methods that you can teach me? Now. No. The Black Sword said firmly, you have your own path to take, including the 100 Tribulations sacred body. I really think that if you study it further, your future will be unimaginable. But now, you have pretty much ignored the 100 Tribulations sacred body. Bro, what are you thinking? You actually chose to put aside this powerful body refining technique from countless years ago, which even the saints of our era are eager to cultivate. The Black Sword really could not understand it. Jiang Ming's eyes widened. It was true that he had rarely practiced the 100 Tribulations sacred body technique over the past several years. After all, to continue practicing the 100 Tribulations sacred body, not only did he need strong willpower, but he also needed enough natural treasures. However, what Jiang Ming lacked the most now was natural treasures. The cultivation technique of the 100 Tribulations sacred body was different from other martial arts physiques. The required natural treasures were especially special. Jiang Ming had yet to find these, so he had been ignoring the 100 Tribulations sacred body. The Black Sword sensed the change in Jiang Ming's heart and sighed. Immediately, it said, this time, you can go to the Long family and see if they have these things. Unlike the flower fruit sect, the Long family is an ancient family that existed thousands of years ago during the Yuan Wei period. They still have some power and influence. This was the disadvantage of the flower fruit sect. Although the flower fruit sect's current strength was not bad, it lacked numbers. In this era, these powerful forces were not comparable to any new forces. Even if the outside world said that the flower fruit sect was extremely powerful, the gap between the flower fruit sect and the 6 blessed lands was still not small. It was even several levels lower than the Divine Eye sect. This was what Jiang Ming was searching for. He knew very well that if he could not make the flower fruit sect stronger, then the rise of the flower fruit sect would amount to nothing. In this case, although the overall strength of the flower fruit sect had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, the lack of foundational strength would still bring about a devastating disaster for the flower fruit sect. Don't worry too much. The flower fruit sect may not have much of a foundation now, but how many years has it been since it was established? It was already not easy to surpass most sects, with hundreds or thousands of years of history. In less than 30 years. What else could you ask for? Take things as they come. At a critical moment, the flower fruit sect's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The Black Sword consoled Jiang Ming, who nodded subconsciously. This was the only way now. Otherwise, he would be troubled by these things, and his cultivation would not improve at all. Suddenly, a powerful force swept over, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill. Bai Runing is here. Jiang Ming was stunned. The Mo brothers had also come. Could it be that Bai Runing had sensed his existence? Don't worry, she definitely didn't notice your existence. If even a piece of trash like her can sense your existence, then I will die of shame. That ancient great saint can shove it. In short, your current strength is far from enough, so you have to avoid her. When you get stronger, you can mess with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately nodded. Then, he looked at Bai Runing, who was frowning and intimidating the Mo brothers with all her might. He smiled immediately. Looks like the Black Sword didn't lie to me. Bai Runing really can't detect that I'm here. Since that's the case, I might as well enjoy the show. I want to know what Bai Runing wants to do. He was very curious as to why Bai Runing would continue to pester him. Wasn't she afraid of Su Runing? Things began to change. The Mo brothers' expressions changed drastically. Ms. Bai, don't go too far. Our father is the master of the immortal feather grotto heaven, after all. Aren't you afraid that our father will punish you for being so aggressive and threatening to kill us? The Mo brothers had never expected this turn of events. She was fine 1 second ago. So why did she attack them all of a sudden? Bai Runing's expression was cold. Haven't you been watching Ning Kaichen? Where is he now? We can say the same about you. You didn't even notice when Ning Kaichen left. What right do you have to yell at us? Moreover, your cultivation is higher, so your senses should be stronger. What right do you have to blame us? Master Mo roared. He really could not stand this woman. He was going to be the next head of the Mo family. How could he let a woman humiliate him like this? Most importantly, this was King Fox Demon. From a certain standpoint, demons and humans had never been on equal footing. It was the same for the Qing Qiu. However, compared to the other demon factions, their relationship with humans was slightly better. Despite that, how dare a fox demon treat them like this? The second brother had the worst temper and was also the most thoughtless. His mana immediately fluctuated, and he was about to slap Bai Runing. Don't. Master Mo's expression changed. Before he could react, his brother had already been slapped away. He was now rolling on the ground and convulsing. F***ck. Master Mo could not help but groan. Although he resented Bai Runing, he also understood how big the gap in strength between them was. It was foolish to try and hurt her. Alas, his second brother was truly a fool. The second brother was a little stunned by the slap. He was still twitching on the ground. After a long while, he said weakly, "This woman is too ruthless. Why don't we attack her together? Master Mo immediately slapped him again. He was still being stupid. Was he courting death? Master Mo took a few deep breaths and looked at Bai Running. Ms. Bai, I know what you mean. You want to take Ning Kaichen to Qingqiu for him to become the husband of your reincarnated fox, Immortal. However, I need to tell you something. Ning Kaichen is also inextricably linked to my father. If both reincarnated immortals target the same person, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Besides, Ning Kaichen isn't a good person. There are countless geniuses in the world. There's no need to keep an eye on Ning Kaichen. Master Mo tried his best to speak in a humble manner. His tone was very jovial, and it stunned Bai Running. You mean that Mo Lingche has his eyes on Ning Kaichen? That's right. Master Mo's eyes lit up. His words were having their desired effect. What does it have to do with me? The person I want will belong to me. Since you keep saying that there are countless geniuses, why don't you let your father find someone else? Got it? Bai Running's extremely unreasonable answer made Master Mo's mouth twitch wildly. What a joke. She wanted them to ask their father to give up on Ning Kaichen? No matter how unimportant Ning Kaichen was, he was not someone they could compare to. If they rashly interrupted all of their father's plans, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? However, Bai Running's attitude was very obvious. She was determined to get her way. She would use force if she needed to. Jiang Ming was also stunned. Was there something wrong with this Bai Running? He had humiliated her so much. Why was she still insistent on taking him back? Is it because I'm handsome? Jiang Ming subconsciously rubbed his chin. His words rendered the black sword speechless. Bro, you are very good looking, but you're not anything out of the ordinary. This woman, no, this fox demon, must have some ulterior motives. You must not be blinded by beauty, the black sword said seriously. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. He had just been joking, but the black sword had taken it so seriously. I wonder if Bai Running will really be ruthless and kill these two. Jiang Ming was looking forward to it. He wanted to see if Bai Running would kill the Mo brothers. Unfortunately, the Mo brothers were famous for escaping calamities. They immediately lowered their heads and apologized. Master Mo said in a low voice, I will definitely help you capture Ning Kaichen. I will make it my life's mission. The second brother was obviously not convinced. However, with his current strength, he could only obediently lower his head and not dare to make a sound. If he dared go against Bai Running, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It's impossible for the Mo brothers to agree so easily. They must have other plans. As expected, after Master Mo's humble speech, Bai Running's attitude eased up a lot. Just as she was about to speak, Master Mo said again, right, Ms. Bai. Since we're working for you, can you promise us something? Bai Running furrowed her brows, clearly displeased, but she still said, tell me, what are your conditions? She knew very well that although the Mo family was average, Mo Lingche was not someone to be trifled with. Once he awakened his immortal body, Qingqiu would be in chaos. This was something she did not want to see. After all, the reincarnated fox Immortal of Qingqiu had yet to mature. The reincarnated fox Immortal of Qingqiu was still young. Even if he grew stronger, he might not be a match for her. In terms of hierarchy, the reincarnated fox Immortal was far superior to Immortal. However, the latter had a huge backing behind him. The reincarnated fox Immortal was not completely alone, but she had no backing. That's why we should listen to Immortal first and let the Immo family negotiate with us. Bai Runing sighed and made a compromise. What are your conditions? If they're outrageous, I'm afraid I have to disagree. However, if they're nothing too bad, I can agree. Master Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately said, our request is very simple. Ms. Bai, you can recruit a genius from the Immo family to be your son-in-law. Do you want to build a relationship with the Qingqiu? Was giving them strength not enough? Bai Runing furrowed her brows. She was clearly displeased. Master Immo laughed and said, it would be best if I could get close to the Qingqiu. Moreover, I think my father would agree with this. This is a great union. Hearing this, Bai Runing frowned again and nodded in agreement. What you said is indeed reasonable. How ridiculous. If she were not afraid of Immortal, she would definitely teach these people a lesson. However, thinking about it carefully, Bai Runing could not help but raise her eyebrows a few times before she took a few deep breaths. If we can really build a connection with this, we can also establish a connection with Immortal. Most importantly, we can establish a connection with the power behind Immortal. Then, when our fox Immortal returns to the immortal world again, she will have a backer. If all goes well, the Bai family will gain an advantage. Just as Bai Runing was deep in thought, she suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. That little bitch, Su Runing, is here again. She keeps haunting me like a ghost. It's really annoying. Bai Runing cursed and quickly turned around to leave. The Immo brothers looked at each other and quickly retreated. They had agreed to Bai Runing's request to help her hold Ning Kaichen hostage. However, they wanted to avoid getting involved in the internal affairs of the Qingqiu. I've long heard that the Qing family is the most powerful family in Qingqiu. However, the current king of Qingqiu has no children, so it's very likely that he doesn't have a successor. Therefore, the Su and Bai families are constantly fighting for the position of the next king of Qingqiu. Does Bai Runing want to take Ning Kaichen away to be their next king? How could Ning Kaichen be the next king? Isn't that ridiculous? The Immo brothers exchanged a few words. Jiang Ming heard their conversation and immediately frowned. Could it be that the Su and Bai families are really here for this? If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. After all, they're doing everything they can to fight for the throne. But just like what the Immo brothers said, what right do I have to be the key to victory in this battle for the throne? Ning Kaichen kept shaking his head. At this moment, Su Runing appeared. She looked around and frowned. I could sense Ning Kaichen's aura before, but now there's no trace of him. Has he really left? She left quickly, but Jiang Ming did not show up because Su Runing returned very quickly. This made Jiang Ming twitch. Was there something wrong with this woman? Su Runing's brows furrowed even more tightly. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said unhappily, is there something wrong with Ning Kaichen? Not only is he hiding from Bai Runing, but he's also deliberately avoiding me as well. You're the one who's crazy. Your whole family is crazy. Jiang Ming could not help but curse. Fortunately, with the support of the Black Sword, the other party could not hear him curse. Why was this woman so crazy? Even if it was at Gongye Jiu's request, she did not need to be so persistent. Unless there's something fishy going on between Su Running and Gongye Jiu. It looks like Gongye Jiu isn't a good person, either. He's actually playing a game of unrequited love between humans and fox demons. Jiang Ming kept muttering. Suddenly, Su Running could not help but sneeze. Gongye Jiu, who was tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly sneezed as well. Strange, why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Although I can't cultivate, I'm fed with natural treasures every day. No matter how you look at it, I should not get sick enough to sneeze. Gongye Jiu was a little puzzled before rubbing his temples. Has someone been talking ill about me? Is it Su Running? Is she still unconvinced after losing the bet? Is that why she's cursing me like this? I have to teach this woman a lesson later. Otherwise, she will always speak ill of me behind my back. When the time comes, people will think that I'm weak if I keep sneezing. The follower at the side said weakly, Master Jiu, your body is actually quite weak. We've been walking at a leisurely pace, but you've rested so many times. Why don't we activate the spirit ship? We'll be much faster. Gongye Jiu immediately smacked him. What nonsense are you talking about? My body is weak, that's why I started to train. Also, what spirit ship? Every time I ride it, I have to spend a heap of spirit stones as mana to activate it. But Master Jiu, you have quite a number of spirit mines under your name. The follower thought to himself, and then he was smacked again. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking just because you don't say it out loud. Rest well. We still have to head to the desolate wilderness soon. The follower could not help but complain in his heart, but he quickly set in. Surprise, Master Jiu, do you think so highly of Ning Kaichen? Why are you making such a long trip just for him? According to my understanding, the people in the vast desolate wilderness, especially the cloud wilderness, are not good people. They are not civilized, and they do not pay attention to etiquette and morality. They even believe in the ancient desolate gods. If we go looking for them for no reason, I'm afraid we'll be treated as heretics by them. Speaking of this, the follower subconsciously shivered. If he were really seen as a heretic, it would not be good. At the very least, he would be beaten up and expelled. At worst, he would be pulled away as a sacrifice. The follower felt a little scared just thinking about it. Upon hearing this, Gongye Jiu said seriously, I don't know how far Ning Kaichen can go, but this kid is hiding too many secrets, and I can't foretell his destiny. But I'm sure about one thing. The girl beside him is not simple. If Ning Kaichen was so simple, why would such a girl follow him everywhere? Gongye Jiu's words stunned his follower. He asked in confusion, no matter how complicated that girl is, it's her own business. What does it have to do with Ning Kaichen? Ah, you're still too young to understand this. Let me tell you the truth. That girl carries a huge karmic burden on her body. Any ordinary cultivator who encounters her will definitely be cursed. But with Jiang Ming by her side, the karmic burden that this girl carries is obviously suppressed. The reason is very simple. It's because the person who suppressed all of this is a guy who carries a greater karmic burden. Gongye Jiu's words caused his follower to be stunned. However, it was easy to understand. He was simply saying that there was an unimaginable secret that Jiang Ming was hiding. You mean to say that the karmic burden that Ning Kaichen bears is huge? What kind of person can bear such a huge karmic burden? The follower sighed with emotion. He could see how terrifying Zhuanan was. Moreover, the fact that Ning Kaichen could suppress the negative effects of his fate was enough to show how powerful he was as well. Gongye Jiao nodded and continued, as long as Ning Kaichen can become stronger, he will definitely become someone powerful in the future. I'm looking forward to where his destiny will take him. I think he'll go beyond the lower realm and be a peerless master in the upper realm. The follower could not help but gasp. Everyone knew that Ning Kaichen was talented, but no one had ever thought that he would be so powerful. Now, it seemed that his master was more and more optimistic about Ning Kaichen's future, which was enough to show his excellence. But in that case, don't we have to protect Ning Kaichen from any harm? Gongye Jiao was in a dilemma when his follower raised this point. I want to follow that kid. But although he trusts me in many aspects, he still has his suspicions. It's not easy to intimidate him. I might as well let him suffer a little first. By then, he'll know how important my existence is to him. The corners of the follower's mouth twitched. He could imagine that Ning Kaichen would definitely be shocked if he were to encounter Gongye Jiao's arrangements. Gongye Jiao was extremely cunning and evil. Once Gongye Jiao wanted to scheme against someone, no one would be able to escape. Jiang Ming did not know about all of this, but he knew that Gongye Jiao's arrangements definitely had a purpose. Su Running left very quickly. Jiang Ming could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Mister, what is going on? Both Bai Running and Su Running were looking for you. What is the Qingqiu thinking? Zhu Anan was puzzled. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, if I knew what they were thinking, I would have a way to deal with it. But the problem is that I don't know what they are thinking at all. Su Running is acting like this because of a deal between her and Gongye Jiao. However, even if that was the case, there's no need for her to be so persistent. As for the others, it's different. There are countless ways to accomplish this. It's hard for me to imagine what Bai Running's true goal is. In short, there must be something extremely strange behind all of this. It's not something that you and I can find out. Gongye Jiao is skilled in divination. The things that he has foreseen are unfathomable. You and I can only peek at its outer appearance, but we will never be able to see its inner truth. Jiang Ming's words made Zhuanan frown. If we continue to be in a stalemate like this, it's very likely that we'll fall for the other party's tricks. We have to figure out what Gongye Jiao's goal is. Otherwise, if we step into the trap he set, we will only die. Zhu Anan said seriously. She did not care, but she could not let Ning Kaichen fall into a trap. That was an outcome she did not want to see. Jiang Ming stared at the girl's face and smiled. Don't worry. It's not easy to scheme against me. Gongye Jiao might be a skilled tactician, but I'm not someone who can be provoked into action. It's unrealistic to scheme against me. Jiang Ming smiled again. Gongye Jiao was foolish if he thought that Jiang Ming would fall for such simple tricks. Jiang Ming quickly put the matter aside and rushed to another destination. It was another town in the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. Unlike Dragon's Gate Town, this was already a city-state in terms of administrative level. We've reached Martial Dragon City. This city-state is the largest city-state in the southern region of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom. If we come here, Bai Running and Su Running won't be able to find us for a while. Zhuanan grinned. Jiang Ming laughed, shook his head, and said, "The reason why I came here is not to prevent Bai Running and Su Running from finding me, it's to allow some people to follow me. Isn't that right, princess?" Zhuanan was startled. She turned around and saw a group of people appear. The person in the lead was the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom. "Why is the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom here? Why didn't I notice anything along the way?" Zhuanan's expression changed drastically. "They thought that they had quietly followed me, but they didn't know that I was aware of them for a while. My original intention was to lure them out. And then, you don't have to overthink. I did it on purpose." Jiang Ming spoke calmly. The reason why he deliberately lured the other party out was very clear. He wanted to take the other party down directly. But now, it seemed that the situation was completely different from what he imagined. "We actually lured the two of them over, but Bai Running didn't come. What's going on?" Looking at the Mo brothers not far away, Jiang Ming subconsciously raised his eyebrows a few times and glanced at them unhappily. He did not mess with them. Jiang Ming quickly shook his head and decided to ignore them for now. His eyes fell on the front again. "Your Highness, you've been following me all the way here. If you're tired, you can take a break, and we can talk again." The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom looked displeased. She thought Jiang Ming was going straight to the capital of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom, but he stopped at Martial Dragon City. Most importantly, he had obviously noticed her following them. In fact, he had deliberately lured her here. ***, how dare you deceive me? You really should just die. The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom had always prided herself on being extremely intelligent. Naturally, she would not allow any mistakes or accidents to occur, and she would not allow anyone to fool her. She had thought that Jiang Ming was just a fool she had tricked, but now it seemed that Jiang Ming was several steps ahead of her. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths, and his eyes gradually lit up. He soon realized that the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom must be furious. It seems that her temperament is very ordinary. All it took was a few words for her to lose her calm. Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that there was not much he could do at the moment. After all, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom had brought many experts to surround the place. He and Zhuanan had no chance to attack. The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom is really cautious. I can't believe she actually brought so many experts just to take me down. Bai Running wants to hold me hostage, Su Running won't let me go, and now, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom is the same. Why are so many beautiful women after me? Jiang Ming could not help but smile. But soon, a cold look flashed across his eyes. I have to think of something. Otherwise, Anan might get hurt. Jiang Ming took Zhuanan's hand and took a few steps back, trying to find a chance to escape. However, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom and the others were staring at them. Jiang Ming and Zhuanan could not find a chance to escape. These guys are really irritating. Jiang Ming sighed, then raised his hand, causing the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom and the others to subconsciously get into defensive stances. However, they realized that Ning Kaichen was not worth their vigilance, so they immediately relaxed. Ning Kaichen, you should know what you did wrong. You have offended Commander Bai, so you are destined to die. Therefore, I advise you to surrender obediently and follow us. Otherwise, you will definitely die here today. The first to speak was not the princess, but Master Mo. Hearing this, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom frowned and said unhappily, Master Mo, don't be impudent. Ning Kaichen is my target. Don't try to get in my way. Master Mo raised his eyebrows and sneered. If you think that your power and status are enough to go head-to-head with Commander Bai, I don't mind you taking Ning Kaichen away. After all, we didn't come here for ourselves. We came here under Commander Bai's instructions. Naturally, we don't care about what happens to Ning Kaichen. However, if you want to stop us, you'll have to go up against Commander Bai. The entire place fell into a short silence as soon as he said that. Everyone fell into a deadlock at this moment. Soon, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom let out a deep breath. Master Mo, can you tell me why Commander Bai insists on taking Ning Kaichen away? Ning Kaichen is talented, but he shouldn't be so hard to forget, right? There are countless geniuses who want to be Qing Qiu's son-in-law. Why do you specifically want Ning Kaichen? Can you go back and tell Commander Bai that Ning Kaichen is someone our ancestor personally asked for? Master Mo frowned. Everyone knew that the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom wanted to capture Ning Kaichen because the Qingmiao kingdom wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate the Dragon Marquis kingdom. This would force the Dragon Marquis kingdom to ask the Qingmiao kingdom for help. This way, the Qingmiao kingdom would have more power to deal with the Daliang kingdom. It could even become the 8th strongest kingdom and stand at the top of the 16 kingdoms. But now, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom had said something shocking. Was Ning Kaichen someone that an ancestor of the Qingmiao kingdom had personally wanted to be captured? Why does your ancestor want this Ning Kaichen? Master Mo's second brother asked instinctively, but this question made the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom a little unhappy. Why did they not just take a step back? Why did they need to know all the answers? However, she had forgotten that she had asked the same question before. Just as the two sides were at loggerheads, Jiang Ming suddenly said, Everyone, shouldn't you calm down? After all, you want to capture me. Why? Don't you capture me first and then consider other things? You. The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom was furious. Ning Kaichen was too arrogant. But soon, she slowly exhaled. Ning Kaichen's insolence was well known, so it was not surprising. However, they never expected Jiang Ming's next move to be so shocking. Activate the array formation. Jiang Ming shouted. The next moment, a hexagram array formation rose up in the sky. What array formation is this? Is this another array formation? The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom and the others did not know what was going on. The Mo brothers felt a headache coming on. This was not the first time the Mo brothers had seen these array formations. They knew very well how strong the girl beside Ning Kaichen was in the path of array formations. Previously, this girl was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm and could only set up 5th grade array formations at most. But now, after breaking through to the soul formation realm, her attainments and control over array formations were even more shocking. Damned be ** starred. Just as Master Mo was roaring, Jiang Ming suddenly said, Everyone, if you want to continue capturing me, you can. But you guys have to resolve your internal conflicts first. We'll wait for the winner to come and capture me. Okay? Jiang Ming's smiling face infuriated everyone. Damn him. However, what he said was indeed reasonable. Right now, everyone was looking at each other, unwilling to be the first to make a move. The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom glanced at the Mo brothers. Master Mo, are you making the first move? Should I watch from the side? Master Mo snorted coldly and said indifferently, there's no need. You guys go ahead first. We're not in a hurry. F***ck. The people on both sides were cursing endlessly. They hoped that the other party would break the array formation. Anyone could tell that this formation could not be broken by a soul formation, realm cultivator, or even a deity transformation realm cultivator. It would consume a lot of energy. As long as they could use up the opponent's energy, Ning Kaichen would be theirs. The problem was that both sides wanted to reap the benefits. However, no one was willing to make the first move. These B***cheese are ridiculous. Can't they just retreat? Why do you have to keep irritating us? Someone could not help but curse. Just as they were thinking about it, too, more figures descended into this area, attracting Jiang Ming's attention. It's Su Runing, and by Runing, the two fox demons are here again. Zhuan gritted her teeth. If it were not for the fact that she could not beat them, she would have slapped these two vixens. She had no choice. These two vixens were too ridiculous. They wanted to bring Ning Kaichen back to be a live-in son-in-law. He could be a regular son-in-law. However, being a live-in son-in-law was absolutely impossible. Unless it was a man without ambition, who would be willing to be a doormat under normal circumstances? Jiang Ming also narrowed his eyes and looked quite unhappy. He was really tired of these two women. There must be something strange going on for them to be so persistent. I'm not afraid of Bai Runing. But Su Runing is very odd. Is she chasing after me relentlessly, just because of her agreement with Gong Yejiao? No, that's impossible. Qing Qiu's fox demons have a very high status. Even in the various demon kingdoms, they are at the top of the pyramid. Su Runing is not very old. At least, she is considered a member of the younger generation of the demon race, but she has reached the deity transformation stage. This is enough to show that she is very talented and that her status in the Su family, and even the whole of Qingke, is not ordinary. How could such a person chase after me? Why is she doing this? Just as Jiang Ming was thinking hard, Su Runing also narrowed her eyes. Ning Kaichen is really vigilant. He must have been avoiding me because he thought I was up to no good. Unfortunately, his intuition was accurate. The reason why I'm pursuing him so relentlessly is not only to complete the agreement with Gong Yejiao, but also to prevent Bai Runing from bringing him back. If I hadn't sworn a heavenly oath in front of Gong Yejiao, I would have personally killed him to prevent the Bai family's conspiracy from succeeding. Do they really think that they can soar, just because a reincarnated fox, immortal and a destined prodigy appears? If they want to use Ning Kaichen's luck and karmic burden to help the reincarnated fox immortal complete her awakening, then I will destroy your plan. Ning Kaichen must belong to the Su family. Don't even think about it. Su Runing glanced in Bai Runing's direction, and she could not help but smile, which caused Bai Runing to twitch her eyebrows uncomfortably. This B***tch is really relentless. In order to ruin our plan, she, the dignified saintess in training of the Su family, is actually stooping this low. She gave up the great opportunity to become a saintess, but she still wants to pester me endlessly. Is this all just to destroy the opportunity for the Bai family? Right now, the Su family was holding a grand ceremony, which was the saintess coronation ceremony. Once a new saintess was born in the ceremony. The saintess substituted the Su family, who was originally the first in line, would have no chance at all. At the thought of this, Bai Runing became increasingly irritated. She wanted to smack Su Runing. But soon, Bai Runing suppressed the anger in her heart and said with a smile, "Saintess Su. Don't call me that. The next saintess has already been born. You should call me Ms. Runing now." Su Runing's expression was calm. Actually, Bai Runing was older than her. In terms of age, Su Runing was younger than Bai Runing, and there was a difference of more than 100 years between them. But now, Bai Runing had no choice but to call her Ms. Runing. Damn it. Bai Runing's heart was filled with reluctance, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "All right, Ms. Runing. I just came to ask, what exactly are you here for? I don't think you need to keep following me. Although our two families are in conflict, we are all thinking about Qing Qiu's greater good. Now that my niece is about to awaken, she needs Ning Saichen's body. So, I hope you will not delay the great opportunity for Qing Qiu to rise again." Bai Runing had already lowered her stance as much as possible. Su Runing sneered and raised her head disapprovingly. A few strange looks flashed across her eyes. "I don't think you understand my true purpose, right? I want to tell you that in this world, only the surname Su can be used on the flag of Qing Qiu. Therefore, there is no need for your reincarnated fox Immortal to awaken. That will only cause trouble for no reason and stir up a dispute between our two families. So, give up on Ning Kaichen. This is for your own good, and for the good of Qing Qiu." Bulge *T. Bai Runing almost went berserk. Su Runing's words were confident, but there was no truth in them. She took a few deep breaths and waved her hand. "Since I can't argue with you, I'll let my sister come and find you." Su Runing's expression changed. "You mean Bai Ruashi?" "That's right, it's Ruashi. I, Bai Runing, may not be able to argue with you. But Ruashi definitely can." "Su Runing, I really don't understand. You're just a substitute for my sister. Later on, you were saved by concubine Su. How do you have the qualifications to challenge the Bai family? If you continue to be in a deadlock, don't blame me for taking these measures." Bai Runing stared at Su Runing. She actually did not want to call out to her elder sister. After all, that would only add to the trouble for no reason. It would even show that she was not good at doing things, which would be extremely disadvantageous to her future development. However, Bai Runing knew that if Su Runing was still so aggressive, she could only call Bai Ruashi over. Only Bai Ruashi could defeat Su Runing. As expected, Su Runing's expression turned ugly. She said unhappily, "How dare you? I want to see how much confidence you have to challenge me. You're a piece of trash who came out of nowhere and only knows how to rely on her sister. How dare you show your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me?" Even though she said that, everyone could tell that Su Runing was clearly agitated by the mention of Bai Ruashi. Just as she was about to attack, a figure descended and blocked Su Runing's attack. "Meeting Zhu ACI again. Bai Ruashi." When Su Runing saw that her attack was easily blocked, her face immediately darkened, and she stared at the other party with an unfriendly expression. "You, the dignified saintess of the Bai family, actually got involved. You should just die." Su Runing was furious about this. She had always lived in the shadow of this woman. Because of some matters back then, Bai Ruoshi needed to be hidden. Thus, Su Running used Bai Ruoshi's name to move around outside. She seemed to have boundless glory, but in reality, she was just a substitute. When the time was up, Bai Ruoshi's substitute was destined to die. It was the younger daughter of the Su family that saved her. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Therefore, after Su Running made an agreement with Gong Jiao, she wanted her sister's daughter to follow Ning Kaichen. This was because Ning Kaichen must have something special to attract Gong Jiao's attention. If that were the case, Su Running would not let Ning Kaichen off. This was also a reason that Ning Kaichen would never have thought of. It was all because of Gong Jiao. Su Running had blind faith in Gong Jiao. She knew that only by following Gong Jiao could she maximize her own benefits. My ambition is not limited to the lower realm. I'm more inclined to the upper realm. What I want to do is to ascend to become an immortal and go to the upper realm. Only then can I fulfill my dream and completely get rid of this woman. But now, this nightmare struck again, causing Su Running's inner demon to stir again. Bai Ruoshi slowly walked closer, and her gaze was especially cold. Running, you've gone too far. You're in a deadlock with my sister, because of Ning Kaichen. Is this the demeanor of a saintess in training of the Su family? Upon hearing this, Su Running chuckled and said disdainfully, "What does that have to do with you? Bai Ruoshi, stop being fake. You might not care about me, but I've lived as your puppet and substitute for so many years. If I don't overthrow you, I'm destined to live in your shadow for the rest of my life. This is definitely not the outcome I want to see." When Su Running said this, she could not help but let out a deep breath. She said in an especially serious tone, "From now on, I will no longer be afraid of you. If you want to fight, then let's go." Su Running released her aura, and her mana turned into a huge blade that could fall at any time. Once it slashed down, someone would definitely be bleeding profusely. Bai Running noticed this and immediately sneered, "You want to challenge my sister? Su Running, it seems that we were too good to you back then. That must be why you think you can actually fight against us." Bai Running's words were full of sarcasm, which caused Su Running to frown slightly. But soon, Su Running smirked. "Your sister is your sister, and you are you. If even pieces of trash like you two are worthy of shouting at me, I am not worthy of being the former top saintess of the Su family." Su Running sneered. Then, she suddenly raised her hand before bringing it down again. The giant blade instantly fell, pressing the air in front of her to the point of almost shattering. At the same time, Su Running stepped forward. "I want to see how capable you are to actually have the audacity to snatch someone from me. Today, I'll break this inner demon and let you understand how big the gap between us is." Su Rua could not help but exhale. She was trying her best to enter the best state possible. Then, she suddenly took another step forward. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. With a bang, another powerful force swept over, which instantly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on this place. They set in disbelief, deity transformation realm cultivators. No one would have thought that there would be an expert at the deity transformation realm among them. Some of the people who were present last night were dumbfounded. It's that Qing Qiu fox demon. Heavens, what is going on with the battle between the two experts in Qing Qiu? There must be something strange going on. The battle between the two of them is very likely to be related to some important matter within Qingqiu. What's going on? Why is this happening? Who can tell me why Qingqiu's people came here and why there is such a huge battle? To everyone present, the status of Qingqiu was unimaginably high. Even the Dragon Marquis Kingdom and the Qingmiao Kingdom were nothing in front of Qingqiu. As the two experts from Qingqiu joined forces, all kinds of powerful auras rose on the battlefield. It was obvious that there were more experts from Qingqiu this time. Among them, there were countless soul formation realm cultivators, nascent soul realm cultivators, and golden core realm cultivators. The two most powerful ones were the two experts at the deity transformation realm. Even the Black Sword seemed to have sensed something and looked up. There is also a terrifying insightful emptiness realm cultivator hiding in the sky. That should be the cultivation protector of the newly arrived fox demon of Qingqiu. It seems that the identity and status of the fox demon of Qingqiu this time is quite extraordinary. The Black Sword's words caused everyone present to stand rooted to the ground in shock. They had never expected that a terrifying insightful emptiness realm cultivator would come to Qingqiu this time. Qingqiu's forces are not small, and the Mo brothers are just two pawns that are not anything special. The princess of the Qingmiao Kingdom murmured to herself. The Mo brothers clearly sensed this, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. However, they quickly approached, as if they wanted to see the battle between the two geniuses of Qingqiu. The two geniuses of Qingqiu are both deity transformation realm cultivators. When I saw Zhu Aci before, I thought he was the top existence of the younger generation. Now it seems that he's just average. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Mister, you can't be this rude. It was Zhuanan. Her words stunned Jiang Ming. He turned his head and met a pair of resentful eyes. Zhu Aci. Jiang Ming was stunned. He never expected that the person who came would be Zhu Aci. I don't know when he snuck in, but his cultivation base has also reached the peak of the deity transformation realm, and his combat strength is even more terrifying. Zhu Anan lowered her voice. She could not imagine how this guy managed to sneak in. One had to know how terrifying her array formation was. Even an expert at the peak of the divine transformation realm should not have been able to sneak in so easily. Zhu Aci saw through Zhuanan's thoughts and immediately chuckled. Don't think too much about it. I can come in because I'm quite skilled when it comes to array formations. As for you, you were still immortal without much of a cultivation base 20 years ago. Now, you've actually grown to this stage. It seems that you're quite mysterious. The next moment, Jiang Ming took a step forward and stood in front of Zhu Anan. He asked with a vigilant look, "What do you want?" Zhu Aci, let me tell you, seducing underage girls is illegal. Zhu Aci was rendered speechless. He could not help but rub his temples. He said with a sigh, "How did you even jump to that conclusion?" I am the top prodigy of the outer sect of the Zhuyan Palace, as well as the young master of a noble family in the ancient Zhuyan Empire. Do you think I would do such a despicable and shameless thing? Yes. Jiang Ming nodded very seriously. He did not like Zhu Aci, no matter how hard he tried not to be prejudiced. He always felt that Zhu Aci was rather perverse and would exploit young women. Zhu Aci was rendered speechless again. Your current situation is not bad, but Elder Mo said that you will encounter many dangers in the future. You might even encounter a crisis in the Dragon Marquis Kingdom that you can't fight against, so I came to ensure your safety. However, there is a prerequisite. You must go to the Long family and reach an agreement with them. Now, there is another force on the way to the Long family with the dragon sword. If you are a second too late, it is very likely that you will miss this opportunity. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes widened. Impossible. The dragon sword is in my hands, how can there be a second one? I'm not sure about that, but I do know that the person who went to the Long family this time is from the royal family of the Daliang Kingdom. His name is Liang Quan, and his real identity is Morong Quan. Hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately took a few steps back. Northern Yan's people were back. Were these people finally planning to make a move? No wonder the Qingmiao Kingdom is so antsy. They are afraid that the Daliang royal family's plot will succeed and pose a threat to their plan to become the eighth greatest kingdom. How cunning and manipulative. What kind of royal family are they? They are not classy and noble at all. Zhu Anan snorted coldly. Jiang Ming was equally disdainful, but he understood no matter what people said about the royals, they were too powerful to care. But soon, his eyes turned cold. Since they have the audacity to replicate the dragon sword, I will destroy their plan. In any case, the real thing is with me. What they have is also authentic. Zhu Aci said. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. But the real one is with me. Where did Morong Quan get this dragon sword? This is beyond my knowledge. You can go and investigate, but I can tell that they have many reasons for wanting to cooperate with the Long family. One of them is to deal with you. Back in the general's tomb, you didn't bring much pressure on the Morong family of Northern Yan and the others, but you were too much of a threat. They would definitely get rid of you as soon as possible to prevent you from becoming a threat to them. Jiang Ming's actions had put a lot of pressure on the other people in the capital. Many people were afraid that he would become stronger and be a massive threat to them. Jiang Ming could not help but frown. Ugh. These guys aren't thinking about how to become stronger. Instead, they just want to get rid of me. These are such baseless accusations as well. Since when did I become a huge threat to anyone? To the vast world of immortal cultivation, you are indeed nothing special. Even if the flower fruit mountain behind you really surfaced, it would not do any harm as a whole. The main problem is that while your current strength seems ordinary, it's actually extraordinary. At least to the people here. You're indeed a hidden danger, Zhu Aci said slowly. After all, they're not some ancient sect, and they're not an all-powerful existence. It's normal for them to be afraid of you. But all of this has nothing to do with you. The Zhuyan Palace will ensure your safety, especially me. I will soon advance to the deity transformation realm. I won't be invincible, but I can at least ensure your safety. How did you break through to the peak of the soul formation realm? Jiang Ming frowned. Zhu Aci's aptitude was not bad. He had reached the peak of all the previous realms, but his aptitude should not be enough to reach the peak of the soul formation realm. According to Jiang Ming's previous guess, Zhu Aci's aptitude was at most at the insightful emptiness realm. Moreover, the insightful emptiness realm was also at the level of a holy lord in this era. Was Zhu Aci's aptitude really that terrifying? How could Gongye Jiao not have foreseen this? Ha ha ha, everyone has their own secrets. You have your own secrets, and so do don't be too nosy. It might not be good for you. Zhu Aci spoke in a particularly serious tone, which caused Jiang Ming to frown. After a while, he nodded and said, then tell me what I should do now. Should I shake off these people? The others are easy to deal with, but the fox demons of Qingqiu are not easy to fool. Jiang Ming felt rather awkward. The corners of Zhu Aci's mouth twitched. How could he not see through Jiang Ming's intentions? He wanted him to go out and stop the people from Qingqiu. Don't worry. With me around, the two of them won't be able to hurt you. Why? Both of them are the top talents of Qingqiu. Although you are a prodigy of the Zhuyan Palace, you shouldn't underestimate them, right? Haha, you've underestimated me. My strength isn't something you can imagine. And the depth of my foundation is far beyond your imagination. Zhu Aci laughed, no longer as cold as before. It was obvious that his attitude toward Jiang Ming had changed drastically. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows a few times and said seriously, I understand. You are in charge of dealing with the people of Qingqiu, while I will take someone with me. Who is it? The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom. The princess's eyes widened in the next second. She looked at Zhu Aci, who was approaching her, and shouted angrily, how impudent! How dare you offend me? Before she could finish, a slap landed on her face. Stop being ridiculous. Come with me, princess. The princess's expression changed drastically. Before she could react, she was dragged away in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ming walked up to the princess and said with a smile, Your Highness, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You can't take me away. Instead, you have to stay with me as my hostage for a while. The princess's expression was uncertain. Ning Kaichen, don't go too far. Don't forget that you're just a nobody. You should be flattered that I want you. If you dare hurt a single strand of my hair, you will die miserably. The princess kept threatening him, which made Jiang Ming raise his eyebrows in displeasure. Zhu Anan took a step forward and placed a dagger on the princess's neck. Your Highness, if I were you, I would obediently shut my mouth and not say a word. Otherwise, I don't mind ending your life. Zhu Anan's threats made the princess even angrier, but she still shut her mouth and did not dare make a sound. She knew very well that she had to understand the other party's goal. She stared at Jiang Ming intensely. She hoped she could find some sort of clue in his expression. However, Jiang Ming's expression was very calm. Nothing could be seen from his face alone, which made the princess laugh helplessly. For a commoner like you to get this far in life means you're quite talented. Where are you from? How dare you hold me hostage? Aren't you afraid that the Qingmiao kingdom will come after you? The princess stared at Jiang Ming and asked this question seriously. It seemed that she wanted to see any trace of fear on Jiang Ming's face. Only in this way could she feel more at ease. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming remained stoic. Princess, I will bring you to meet Lord Long. The journey will be boring, and I have many questions to ask you. Thus, I will have to trouble you to come along. Jiang Ming was about to leave. Suddenly, the guards of the princess came forward. Princess! Your Highness! The guards exclaimed. An expert from the Qingmiao kingdom stepped forward and shouted coldly, How dare you, Ning Kaichen? Release my princess, or I will make sure that you die. Miserably. At this moment, Zhu Aci turned around and said coldly, "Do you want your princess to suffer the same fate? Are you sure?" The expert from the Qingmiao kingdom stiffened. Even from such a distance, he could feel the coldness in the other party's eyes. The expert could not help but gulp. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you are willing to release Her Highness, we are willing to give you anything in return." They were planning to make a trade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming chuckled and shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. What I want is the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom. I don't want anything else. Ning Kaichen, don't push your luck. We have already given you enough chances." The expert from the Qingmiao kingdom wanted to say something more, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. What do you want? As long as you name your price, we can reach an agreement." The status of this princess was too important. She was the eldest daughter of the current king of the Qingmiao kingdom, and the eldest princess favored by the royal ancestor. In terms of reputation and status, she might be even more important than the crown prince. If it were not for her being a woman and the rules of the Qingmiao kingdom, the princess would probably be the first crown princess in the history of the Qingmiao kingdom and also the future queen. How could such an important person be held hostage so easily? Once the news got back, they would all die. The experts of the Qingmiao kingdom stared at Jiang Ming, hoping that he would release their princess. However, Jiang Ming obviously did not have any such intention. He just waved his hand impatiently and said weakly, "If you continue to be annoying, I won't be able to guarantee anyone's safety." This time everyone was stunned. They never expected Jiang Ming to be so reckless. Many people stared at Jiang Ming. It was as if they wanted to gauge whether he was serious or joking. "What exactly do you want?" The experts knew that Jiang Ming would not take the princess away for no reason. Why was he doing this? The reason is very simple. You guys are a bunch of trash, after all. You don't understand what you're going to face. Do you think you can humiliate the Dragon Marquis Kingdom by holding me hostage? Haha, I didn't know that I was so important. Besides, do you really think that the king of the Daliang Kingdom would let you go to the capital of the Dragon Marquis Kingdom? This last sentence made everyone narrow their eyes. Ning Kaichen, what do you mean? Are you saying that the king of the Daliang Kingdom wants to hurt me? My status is not as high as his, but if he were to attack me, he would inadvertently provoke my father and grandfather. If that happens, a war might break out at any moment. After all, the other 6 kingdoms have been keeping an eye on the Daliang Kingdom as one of the best allies of the Daliang Kingdom. If we turn against each other because of me, the Daliang Kingdom will be in deep trouble. I believe that the king of the Daliang Kingdom is a smart person and would not do such a stupid thing. However, Jiang Ming sneered disapprovingly. I told you that you were stupid, but you still don't believe me. Let me tell you the truth, what you see now is just an illusion. Do you think that the king of the Daliang Kingdom cares about his kingdom? He doesn't. Without his kingdom, he could still support a brand new dynasty and rule the world. You will live in the shadow he created. This is your fate. Jiang Ming made it sound like the man was a demon. His acting was so good that people were genuinely terrified. The princess's expression was strange as she asked in disbelief, "Are you sure what you're saying is true? Is he really as terrifying as you say?" Jiang Ming glanced at her and asked sarcastically, "Why are you so scared?" The princess's expression became strange. She then took a deep breath. "I don't know what you want to say, but what I want to tell you is that the 16 kingdoms are currently in a cold war. They're one conflict away from an all-out war. The king of the Daliang kingdom can't possibly do anything evil at this critical moment. He wouldn't dare start a war. Even if the Daliang kingdom is the strongest kingdom of the 16 kingdoms, it has yet to have the ability to deal with the joint attack of the 6 kingdoms and the Qingmiao kingdom. Moreover, the Qing royal family and the Feather kingdom are also watching from the side. At one point, the Feather kingdom was as strong as the Daliang kingdom. Although it had declined, its overall strength still needed to be recognized. One had to know that although the Feather kingdom's royal court had declined, the power of its sects and groups was still extremely powerful. Once a war really broke out, the sects and groups led by the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven would be the strongest force against the Daliang kingdom. Once the situation got out of control and war broke out, the Daliang kingdom would be surrounded by enemies on all sides. No matter how arrogant and conceited the king of the Daliang kingdom was, he would never be able to do this. Jiang Ming chuckled when he heard that. Don't worry too much about this. I've already told you that the king of the Daliang kingdom doesn't care about you, nor does he care about the survival of the kingdom. He has a major power behind him, and it's very likely that it's the Cultivation Alliance. If the Cultivation Alliance were to side with the Daliang royal family, how much power do you think all the other kingdoms would have? This time, the princess's expression changed. Right now, all the large kingdoms were in the same situation as the Feather kingdom. They were embroiled in a battle for theocracy and kingship. The sects and groups were in constant conflict, and these sects and groups were basically all affiliated with the Cultivation Alliance. Once the Cultivation Alliance sided with the Daliang royal family, they would become members of the Daliang royal family. Once things reached this stage, they would no longer be able to control themselves. Everyone knew this, which was why they could not afford to ignore it. They would never dare to make an enemy out of the Cultivation Alliance. That is why you have never been paying attention to me, but to the Cultivation Alliance. Your Highness, I'm helping you this time. Whether Lord Long will stand with you, and what kind of reaction the Qing royal family will have will depend on how far you can go. Jiang Ming chuckled. Soon, the group of people left one after another. The experts widened their eyes. Did their princess actually get kidnapped? However, before the princess left, she gave them an order to wait there. They did not dare disobey her order, but they were also worried about her. We have to send the news back and let the king and the royal ancestor make a decision. That's right. We can't be rash. Ning Kaichen has kidnapped the princess. The king and the royal ancestor will definitely be furious. For a moment, these people were all flustered. They immediately sent the news back and waited in fear. They did not dare to return to the kingdom or even the capital. Otherwise, they would die. Jiang Ming and the others started to search for a way out, but they were frozen in place. Their expressions changed. A monk stood in front of them. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator. You go deal with him. Zhu Aci spoke, not giving Jiang Ming a reason to make a move. Jiang Ming's eyes gradually flashed with a sharp light, and then he suddenly ran toward the other party. Blazing Mystic Slaughter Technique. Alas, even after attacking time and time again, the other party still did not take half a step back. That indestructible golden body seemed to be unbreakable, causing one's heart to tremble. Jiang Ming was completely speechless. His blazing mystic slaughter technique actually did not have the slightest effect. Zhu ACI, what's with his indestructible golden body? Why is it so sturdy? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, helplessly. If he could not break through this indestructible golden body even with his continuous attacks, it meant that his strength was ineffective. In this case, what could he do? You're not just an immortal cultivator. Zhu Asi's lips curled up, and his words made Jiang Ming's eyes light up. Yeah. I forgot that I still have my martial arts skills. Jiang Ming smiled as he rapidly threw punches. Every punch made people shudder. This time, the monk was hit. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he met the punch head-on. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming's heart suddenly trembled, and his entire body flew back. It's time for you to die. The monk shouted coldly, and Jiang Ming immediately rolled to the ground. His martial arts cultivation base of the mystic life realm was displayed at this moment. He used the divine light to activate the great barbaric divine fist. Bang! With the support of the desolate dragon bloodline, the power of this punch was terrifying. Soon, both sides took many steps back, raising waves of dust. Jiang Ming looked at the scene in a daze, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he said calmly, I thought he was very powerful, but it seems like I was wrong. At this moment, Zhu ACI could not help but say, don't be too arrogant. The other party is not weak. If you dare to fight head-on with the other party, be prepared to have your arm crippled. How can that happen? He has already reached the nascent soul realm. Even if he's crippled, he can still recover, right? Zhuanan asked. Zhu ACI answered seriously, normally, that would be the case, but this monk is different. His attacks have a lifelong impact on the victim. When Zhuanan heard this, her pupils constricted. Mister, be careful. Zhuanan shouted loudly, wanting to remind Jiang Ming. At this moment, the monk suddenly threw a punch at Jiang Ming crazily. Jiang Ming was so shocked that he could only use his magical tool to defend himself. He did not dare to use his body to block the attack. If it's really as Zhu ACI said, that guy's power is extremely strange and will cripple me. This is not something I can deal with. However, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. I have the desolate dragon bloodline. This was a combat body that Jiang Ming had recently discovered. He did not plan to use the 100 Tribulation sacred body to defend himself. After all, this involved a lot of factors. If it were in the Feather Kingdom, it wouldn't be a problem. However, in the vast world of immortal cultivation, there were probably plenty of people who had heard about the 100 Tribulation sacred body. The body-refining mystic technique that Jiang Ming had learned this time was called the stellar combat body. It harnessed the power of the stars as its source of strength. It continuously refined the body and excavated the human body's potential to the maximum. It was said that when 9 stars were lit up, the stellar combat body would reach its peak. Currently, I'm cultivating the Wind Mansion star. I'm still lacking some opportunities to light it up. Fighting this monk is the best opportunity to force me to light up the Wind Mansion star completely. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming suddenly took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! As the punch landed, the monk's body suddenly trembled, and he took a few steps back. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Interesting. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He had thought that this monk was only skilled in close combat. He did not expect the monk to be so fast. What he used just now seemed to be the movement technique of the Heaven Ruah Temple. Once he uses it, he'll face some side effects. Ning Kaichen, you'd better be careful of this guy. Although he's just a monk, he's definitely quite capable. Don't you dare underestimate him if you don't want to be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming subconsciously took a deep breath and asked, seriously, then how should I deal with him? His great barbaric divine fist was obviously not of much use. If it continued, he would probably be the first to fall, because his physical strength was exhausted. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed across Jiang Ming's eyes, and he suddenly took a few steps forward. Bang! 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 As the punches landed, Jiang Ming could not help but take a few steps back. Only then did he stabilize his body. He took the initiative to attack, but was parried. Damn it! How did this guy build his physique? No matter how powerful his indestructible golden body is, it shouldn't be this terrifying, right? Although my own body hasn't reached the threshold yet, it shouldn't be too weak to break through the monk's defense, right? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. The most important thing was that although he had not activated the 100 Tribulations sacred body, he had cultivated it. He should not be in this state. But soon, Jiang Ming held back his anger and walked to the other side. He planned to put some distance between them and break through the monk's defense with sheer force. The next moment, everyone was stunned as the sound of collisions resounded throughout the arena. Zhu Aci, in particular, could not help but hold his forehead and say with a bitter smile, I told him to attack with all his might, but I didn't ask him to be so stubborn. I didn't say that you shouldn't use mana to support yourself. Zhu Aci seemed to be complaining, but he was actually reminding Jiang Ming. When the latter heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He had forgotten this. Although his mana was not that strong, it did not mean it was unusable. He instantly erupted with all his strength and swept across the entire arena with a bang. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming used all his strength and threw a punch. Bang! The Wind Mansion star in Jiang Ming's body was officially ignited. At the same time, the monk's indestructible golden body was also shattered into countless pieces. Success! Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed and took a few more steps forward. He wanted to take this opportunity to try again and break through the monk's defense as much as possible. Unfortunately, the monk was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he condensed an extremely powerful force and closed in again. This time, the monk took the initiative to attack. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, if you don't get up now, your body will be crippled. Zhu Aci roared. Jiang Ming jumped without hesitation to block this move. Then, he shouted angrily, get lost. This time, it was deathly silent. Everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that Jiang Ming's punch could actually shatter the monk's last wall of defense. The monk's pupils shrank as he stared at Jiang Ming in shock. How have you become this strong? This was unbelievable. Just as he was about to say something, a shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Squelch! The monk spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed as he stared at the person in front of him. Then, he sneered, "You don't know what's good for you." This monk was obviously enraged, and his eyes suddenly turned pitch black. Zhu Asi's expression changed drastically. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Jiang Ming away. At the same time, he threw a punch to offset the monk's strength. He was so strong. Although Zhu Asi had easily blocked the monk's attack, everyone could see that the monk was extraordinarily strong. This guy's power should come from the Black Prison. I can't believe it. I knew he came from the Heaven Rua Temple, but I never expected him to be from the Black Prison as well. Zhu Asi stared at the monk. He had completely miscalculated. I know what the Heaven Rua Temple is, Jiang Ming said in confusion. It should be a holy land of Buddhism. But what is the origin of the Black Prison? This was the first time he had heard of the Black Prison, and he knew that it was definitely not a good place. It is a terrible place. Every existence in it is an extremely cruel madman or a demon. The Black Prison isn't on the 3 great continents. It's on an island outside of the 3 great continents. It's a prison built by some forces. However, after those forces declined, the control of the Black Prison continued to decline. Otherwise, this monk wouldn't have escaped. The current warden of the Black Prison is called the Black Son of Heaven. It's said that he's an old acquaintance of the current master of the ancient Yin Yang sect. However, it cannot be denied that the Black Prison's strength is extremely terrifying. Anyone who walks out of it will not be easy to deal with. You should have felt it as well. This monk's realm is the same as yours, but his strength is above yours. Moreover, when he used some kind of forbidden power, his strength increased exponentially. It's completely beyond your imagination, Zhu Asi said solemnly. When Jiang Ming heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He asked in a serious tone, "Are you saying that this guy possesses a forbidden power?" That's right. It's not a forbidden technique at all. It's a forbidden power. It's terrifying. It's definitely not something that ordinary people can imagine. Anyway, no one knows where this forbidden power came from. Jiang Ming was dazed for a long time. What the hell was the Black Prison? Just as he was thinking, Zhu Asi suddenly looked at the monk and shouted coldly, "Monk, tell me honestly, how did you get out of the Black Prison? How? Were you strong enough to do such a thing? The Black Prison is in chaos right now, but a mere nascent soul realm cultivator like you doesn't have the qualifications to leave. Once you step into the outside world, you should have been killed by the other people in the Black Prison. Don't think that I don't know about the situation and rules of the Black Prison. The people of the Black Prison have always found pleasure in killing their own for a sick sense of pride. In fact, they'd get a title for it." Zhu Asi sized up this person. Jiang Ming was stunned. A title? He looked at the other party again. Just as he was about to speak, the monk suddenly reacted. "A prodigy from the Zhuyan Palace, huh? Interesting. I can't believe you came to such a remote place just to join forces with Ning Kaichen. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives." A cold light flashed in the monk's eyes as he laughed mockingly. Zhu Asi was not angry. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "I admit that I have ulterior motives. I want to get Ning Kaichen to join the Zhuyan Palace and get the credit for it. But this is not a reason for you to question me. Zhu Aci approached the monk step by step and said coldly, "You're a person from the black prison, yet you know Ning Caichen's name. It seems like someone is ordering you to attack Ning Caichen. I'll give you a piece of advice. Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the monk pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I won't string you along. Indeed, someone instructed me to kill Ning Caichen. But I don't know their identity. After all, I'm but a poor person who accepts money to eliminate disasters for others. If you really want to know the truth, why don't you hand Ning Caichen over to me? If you don't use your forbidden power, do you think you can defeat Ning Caichen?" Zhu Aci sneered. This guy was really something else. He was clearly trapped in a terrible situation, but he was still so arrogant. Zhu Aci was a cultivator at the peak of the soul formation realm. His battle prowess could match an ordinary early-stage deity transformation realm cultivator. In a sense, he was an expert at the soul formation realm. However, the other party did not care about all of this at all. He smiled calmly and said, "Mr. Prodigy, I admit you're not weak. In fact, you can even be described as terrifying. However, I come from the Heaven Rua Temple, and only the people of the Heaven Rua Temple and the Black Prison can hurt me. If you kill me, you will obtain my nameplate. When that happens, you will definitely attract many fatal disasters. Do you have the ability to block such disasters? What do you think?" Zhu Aci sneered, and his aura spread out. Instantly, the monk's expression changed drastically as he stared at Zhu Aci in disbelief. "You're at the peak of the soul formation realm. How is that possible?" He had always known that Zhu Aci was from the Zhuyan Palace, but he had only thought that Zhu A was an ordinary soul formation realm cultivator. After all, it was already amazing to reach the soul formation realm at this age. However, Zhu Aci's talent was terrifying. The monk felt despair wash over him. "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Tell me the truth now, or I won't mind killing you." Zhu Aci spoke again. At this time, Jiang Ming took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Zhu Aci, why don't you bring this monk with you, and we can interrogate him?" Zhu Aci was startled. He just wanted to provoke and berate the monk. However, Jiang Ming's suggestion was smart. "You want to use this monk to attract the other experts from the Black Prison, especially the person behind him?" "That's right. Since the other party can blackmail this monk, it's enough to show that they have some power in the Black Prison. This time, he's definitely not the only person from the Black Prison who came out to kill me. Since we're going to have to fight them, why don't we bring him along with you and Anin around? Why should we be afraid of a nascent soul realm cultivator?" Jiang Ming spoke with a smile, which startled Zhu Aci. "What you said is indeed reasonable. With us around, why would we be afraid of this guy? In that case, let's hurry up. Let's not waste time. Yes, get ready to fight." Jiang Ming's expression turned solemn. He knew very well that the battle would begin soon. Powerful auras swept over and descended in an instant. One after another, divine eagles with powerful auras arrived, quickly suppressing many people in the arena. Those experts from the Qingmiao kingdom who had been following behind could not breathe. "They're terrifying," Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Zhu Aci nodded in agreement and said, "They might not be the strongest individually, but there are so many of them. It will be difficult for us to deal with them. We have to think of a proper solution. Zhu Axi's mind was racing. However, he soon realized that the other party seemed to have an endless stream of people. Even if they killed a batch, more would show up. How many people do they have? Zhu Axi could not help but grit his teeth. He was feeling rather stressed. Jiang Ming looked around and immediately said, "Anan, prepare to set up the array formation." "Let me do it," Zhu Axi said. He did not plan to fight these people head-on. He wanted to find a more efficient way to deal with them. He immediately began to set up the array formation. Throughout the entire process, Zhu Axi was also in deep trouble because the other party kept exerting pressure, trying to force Zhu Axi and the others to lower their heads and surrender. "Don't be ridiculous. We'll never surrender," Zhu Axi sneered. With a raise of his hand, the wind grew stronger and immediately swept up waves of dust. This was the path of array formations. He's an array master at the peak of the 5th grade. He's basically at the 6th grade. Once he finishes setting up the array formation, even mid-stage deity transformation realm experts would find it difficult to deal with him. Someone shouted. They realized that the situation was extremely bad. At this moment, a powerful force erupted, instantly causing a commotion in the entire arena. It was deadly silent. At this moment, Zhu Axi's aura burst out. He wanted to kill all of them at once. The endless stream of assassins swept over, and they seemed to be determined not to give up until they killed Jiang Ming. "Ning Kaichen, who did you provoke to attract these assassins?" "Who knows? I'm just an ordinary person." Jiang Ming shrugged. He did not know why he kept attracting assassins. At this moment, a powerful force arrived, causing the entire ceiling array to tremble. How strong is this person? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched a few times. He could feel that this new guy was not weak. He was even stronger than the previous monk. This time, there were countless assassins in the nascent soul realm and the soul formation realm stage, but very few could be this strong in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He is an assassin from the Black Prison. His strength is not ordinary. His aptitude is this high only because he's merged with a forbidden power. He has not simply mastered this power. He's completely fused with them, the monk said. When Jiang Ming heard this, his body froze. Zhu Axi was even more surprised. He actually fused with a forbidden power. Is this guy crazy? At this moment, everyone stood rooted to the ground in shock. No matter how much they thought about it, they could not imagine what it would be like for a person to fuse with a forbidden power. That kind of power is pure evil. Does this guy want to die? Zhu Axi lowered his voice. The monk sneered. There are many things that you didn't expect. This world is very big, and there will always be lunatics like this. This guy is named Madman Jr. because there's an older madman above him. They're both guys who have fused with forbidden powers. They clearly knew they would not be able to escape death after fusing with the forbidden powers, but they still chose to proceed with it. Their goal was very clear. They wanted to be powerful enough to suppress all the current experts. There were 2 lunatics. Every time the monk thought of this, he could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. He did not want to believe they had done such a thing. But he had to. He could not imagine what kind of mentality these madmen had to do this. After all, this world was very big. Most people cherished their lives. Even if they wanted to become stronger, they wanted to live well. But now, it was the opposite for the two madmen. After fusing with the forbidden power, Madman Jr.'s originally stagnant cultivation base underwent a huge change. He even became invincible among those of the same realm. Ning Kaichen, this kid is terrifying. One time, a nascent soul realm prodigy, who had the aptitude of a future divine son, fought with him. Alas, he was completely defeated within a few minutes. That prodigy would have died if it weren't for the people above him. The monk gave Jiang Ming a warning. The latter froze. One had to know that although Jiang Ming was strong, in many people's eyes, he was inferior to a divine son. At most, he was slightly stronger than Gu Qi. However, the ancient kingdom-blessed land was one of the weakest holy lands. In other holy lands, Gu Qi was nothing special. On the other hand, the divine son was in existence above all the saints. Of course, that person only had the aptitude of a divine son and had just advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At that time, Madman Jr. had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm, quite a long time ago. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He slowly said, "I understand." He looked into the distance and clenched his fists. "Let him come over and fight me." The monk's expression changed. "Ning Kaichen, I told you to be wary of him. Don't be foolish." Jiang Ming glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Didn't you come here to kill me? Why can't you bear to see me die now?" The monk was startled, then he sneered. "I have to be the one to kill you. After all, as long as I kill you, I can enter that place. Once I go there, my status will rise. Therefore, I can't let anyone else kill you, got it?" The monk's tone was very vicious, but it made Jiang Ming laugh out loud. The monk looked at him in confusion. Was Jiang Ming crazy? "I'm touched that you care so much about me. Don't worry, I won't let him kill me. However, I won't let you kill me either. I still want to dissect you and study your forbidden power." Jiang Ming spoke calmly, which stunned the other party. This time, the monk was rendered speechless. He never expected Jiang Ming to be so crazy. Otherwise, how could a normal person say such things? Jiang Ming flew forward. Then, he suddenly raised the long sword in his hand and slammed it down. Bang! The sword chi was extremely sharp, and Jiang Ming said in a deep voice, "I want to see how strong Madman Jr. can be." The monk did not say anything. He had seen many crazy people in his life. However, this was his first time seeing anyone as crazy as Jiang Ming. "No, I can't continue to talk to people like him. Otherwise, my mind will be affected," the monk muttered silently. The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom stared at this scene, and her expression became a little strange. She said calmly, "This guy's not bad, but he doesn't have the qualifications to fight a monster who can defeat a divine son. He is fearless not because he is strong, but because he has two soul formation realm cultivators by his side. Moreover, the cultivator from the Zhuyan palace is going to break through to the next realm. With him, Jiang Ming can be endlessly confident." This time, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom was truly envious. She would also like to have such powerful people to protect her if she could. It had to be known that the Qingmiao kingdom had countless experts, but they were limited to the 16 kingdoms. If they stepped out of the 16 kingdoms, they would be average. In the Qing royal family, a peerless expert had reached the insightful emptiness realm. The soul formation realm was not that powerful in the grand scheme of things. Regardless, there were only a few soul formation realm experts in the Qingmiao kingdom. Ning Kaichen, how do you attract so many experts and geniuses to protect you? Are you Ning Kaichen? Madman Jr. walked through the flames. He looked around, and his eyes finally landed on Jiang Ming. There was a strange blood-red mark between his eyebrows that seemed to be able to be opened. Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Ming became restless and picked up the sword on the ground. It was obvious what he meant. Seeing Jiang Ming's attitude, Madman Jr. laughed out loud. You're quite interesting. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Ming up and down mockingly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This is the first time I've seen someone who wants to die so badly. Patron, let's discuss this in a civil manner. Killing people is not good. The monk tried to convince Madman Jr. to stop. He was quite far away from Madman Jr., but he could still faintly feel Madman Jr.'s oppressive aura. If Ning Kaichen really fought with him, he would die miserably. The monk had to prevent that. Zhu Aci added, yeah, why do you have to fight and kill each other? Just relax and have a chat. With his strength, he could not resist Madman Jr. at all. Although Ning Kaichen was stronger than him, it was hard to guarantee that Madman Jr. would not kill him. If Ning Kaichen died, then he would have failed his mission. You don't have to say anything else. I must fight this battle. Jiang Ming knew that everyone had good intentions, but he was still determined to fight Madman Jr. He wanted to see how strong Madman Jr. was. The monk was helpless. Ning Kaichen was a different breed. Why did he have to go against Madman Jr.? Not bad. I admire you. Madman Jr. took off his robe and threw it to his subordinate. He was ready to go. I can let you go first. Let's go outside. Jiang Ming picked up his sword and went out with Madman Jr. The others were nervous and followed him out. As he charged at Jiang Ming, Madman Jr.'s entire body was covered in flames. Jiang Ming did not want to be outdone. He raised his sword and slashed at Madman Jr. Madman Jr. did not mind and rushed directly toward the light. However, he was bounced back by the light. Not only that, but the flames on his body also disappeared. He tried his best to release more flames, but he could not. In addition, the light was also closing in on him. It was directly pressing his entire body against the wall. Madman Jr. could not charge over until he could break through the light. Seeing that Madman Jr. was unable to fight back, the monk was dumbfounded. The others were so shocked that their eyes were popping out of their sockets. This was an assassin who had fused with forbidden power. Despite that, he was powerless in front of Ning Kaichen. After a while, Madman Jr. was already wrapped up by the light. The light formed a circle, and he could not get out at all. He tried to use all kinds of techniques, but it was useless. Ning Kaichen, what did you do? Madman Jr. slapped the light helplessly. His forbidden power doesn't seem to have any special characteristics. Jiang Ming sighed. He felt very bored. Zhu Aci grinned. Could normal people say this? How should we deal with Madman Jr. now? The princess of the Qingmiao kingdom was curious. She was also extremely shocked. She had never expected to see such a scene. I think we should let him follow us. Madman Jr. can also help us with some things, Jiang suggested. Sure. Jiang Ming liked her idea. When Madman Jr. heard these words, he could not accept them at all. He shouted at his subordinates, "I'll never let you do that. Comrades, deal with these people." Zhu Aci glanced at Madman Jr. in disdain. "I can kill all the subordinates you brought with you." It was just a look, but it was so aggressive that Madman Jr.'s subordinates could not help but take a few steps back. "This matter is not for you to decide. Let's go." Jiang Ming glanced at Madman Jr. and swung his sword again to cut through the light. Madman Jr. fell to the ground but knew he had become a captive. There was nothing he could do about it. Seeing how bold Jiang Ming was, Madman Jr.'s subordinates looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. However, they knew that their master had been kidnapped. If their master was taken away, they might die. Thinking of this, the subordinates of Madman Jr. became restless. One of Madman Jr.'s subordinates could not hold it in anymore and rushed over first. In less than a second, he was strangled by Jiang. His head was separated from his body, and his head fell in front of another subordinate. With this deterrence, the remaining subordinates of Madman Jr. did not dare to move. They stared at the head of their companion in a daze. If they were the first to rush up, they would probably be the ones to be killed. "When I'm in a good mood, I might be able to bring your master back." Jiang Ming shrugged. Seeing such a bloody scene, the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom was scared stiff. She was well protected by the Qingmiao kingdom and had never seen such a situation before. Her eyes rolled back, and she was about to faint. However, when she heard Jiang Ming's words, she instantly stood up straight. "If you faint, I might throw you away halfway through our journey. You're too heavy." Jiang Ming did not want to spoil the princess. "You." The princess gritted her teeth, unable to say anything else for a long time. Madman Jr.'s mind spun. He knew that a wise man would adapt to the circumstances. Now that his subordinates could not protect him, he would be caught even if he ran away. He was now at Ning Kaichen's mercy. If Ning Kaichen was unhappy, he might die immediately. After thinking for a moment, he looked at his subordinates and said seriously, "I'll go with Ning Kaichen. Don't stop me." "Wow, did you finally come to your senses?" This amused Zhu Aci, and he teased him. Originally, he was still afraid of Madman Jr. However, now that Madman Jr. had lost to Ning Kaichen, he was much bolder. "Wouldn't you make the same decision if you were in my shoes?" Madman Jr. pretended to smile in a friendly manner but was extremely frustrated. How did he offend a monster like Ning Kaichen? He thought that Ning Kaichen was just an ordinary kid, but he did not expect him to be ruthless. He still wanted these good-for-nothings to report to the Black Prison. He could not let them all die like this. "Master." Hearing their master's words, Madman Jr.'s subordinates were at a loss. Their job was to protect their master. "Listen to me. Go back and tell the people in the Black Prison that I went out with Ning Kaichen." Seeing that his subordinates were still hesitating, Madman Jr. felt that his heart was about to explode from anger. He shouted at his subordinates. Jiang Ming saw through Madman Jr.'s thoughts and said, "Yes, go and inform your other masters that I've taken him away." Deep down, Jiang Ming did not care at all. What could Madman Jr. do to him? Upon hearing Jiang Ming say this to him, Madman Jr. looked at him in disbelief. Seeing that his tone was calm, and he did not seem to be lying at all, he was even more surprised. Was Ning Kaichen a fool? He grinned. Since Ning Kaichen was a donkey who only knew how to use his fists and not his brain, he should be easy to deal with. After that, he would be able to work with the people from the Black Prison and defeat them in one fell swoop. Yes. Only then did Madman Jr.'s subordinates understand what Madman Jr. meant. Next, they were going to visit the Long family. Jiang Ming brought the 5 of them to the carriage. There were 3 carriages in total. Seeing Jiang Ming enter one of the carriages, the princess followed him. Without hesitation. She could not let go of this chance to be alone with Ning Kaichen, as it would help her confuse Ning Kaichen. I don't know what this princess has in mind for Mr. Zhu Anan grinned and stepped forward to pull the princess down. Go to the other carriage. Don't get on here. Why? The princess was unhappy. She could listen to Ning Kaichen since she was at a disadvantage, but she did not want to listen to the 2 people beside him. Zhu Anan was rendered speechless. Didn't the princess understand the situation? She was now equivalent to a captive. It's okay. Let her in. Jiang Ming was curious about what the princess wanted to do, so he allowed her to stay with him. Did you see that? Since Ning Kaichen has spoken, get in the other carriage. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the princess became smug. She imitated Zhu Asi's disdainful gaze and glanced at Zhu Anan. Zhu Anan was not easy to bully. She partially unsheathed the sword on her waist and smiled faintly. The sword on my waist has not been sharpened for a long time. The princess suddenly felt a chill behind her, and she could no longer hold back her anger. She hurriedly sat down. She scoffed at Zhu Anan internally. She would not lower herself to Zhu Anan's level. Zhu Anan and Zhu Aci were sitting in the carriage at the back, while the monk and Madman Jr. had already entered the one in the front. The princess tucked her hair behind her ears and pretended to be coy. Ning Kaichen, I think you're very suitable to stay in Qingmiao Kingdom. My father is many times better than the king of the Daliang Kingdom. I'm not interested. Jiang Ming smiled. He had thought that the princess wanted to do something, but it turned out that she wanted to rope him into coming to the Qingmiao Kingdom. It was not as if he did not know that accompanying the ruler was not an easy feat. Wouldn't things be the same with the king of the Daliang Kingdom and the king of Qingmiao Kingdom? Moreover, he was not attached to the king of the Daliang Kingdom, so he could leave whenever he wanted. The princess could not believe that she was suddenly rejected. Was Ning Kaichen an idiot? She hurriedly brought up the Qingmiao Kingdom again. As long as you are willing to stay in the Qingmiao Kingdom and serve my father, you can have anything you want. If my father disagrees, I will give the orders. The princess had other intentions for Ning Kaichen to come to the Qingmiao Kingdom. She remembered Ning Kaichen's crime of kidnapping her. When the time came, she would be the princess, and Ning Kaichen would be the official. Wouldn't she be able to order Ning Kaichen around at will? She could also punish Ning Kaichen for kidnapping her. The princess had a good plan, but unfortunately, Jiang Ming did not buy it. There's no need for that. Once again, she was rejected by Jiang Ming. The princess opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. She felt angry and annoyed. She had never been treated like this before. Ning Kaichen was really something else. She had already offered such preferential treatment, so why was Ning Kaichen still rejecting her offers? What did Ning Kaichen want? She stole a glance at Jiang Ming and saw his calm expression. He looked like he did not care about fame and fortune. The princess pursed her lips and did not know what to say. She had already mentioned everything she needed to, and there was nothing else she could do to tempt Ming Kaichen. However, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was also filled with confusion. In the end, she really could not hold it in anymore. Ming Kaichen. Just as she said his name, the carriage suddenly braked to a halt. The princess did not expect it to be so fast. Moreover, it seemed like she was forced to stop. The rest of her words were stuck in her throat. Her mind was also focused on stabilizing her body. She did not have the slightest desire to continue chatting. She only felt that she was very unlucky. The coachman was really useless. He could not even control the carriage properly. When Jiang Ming heard the princess call him, he did not bother to ask what she wanted. The princess did not have anything useful to say, after all. Compared to the princess's panic, he sat very steadily in the carriage, showing no signs of being pushed back by the carriage's inertia. Knowing that someone had stopped him, Jiang Ming asked impatiently, without even opening the curtain, "Who is it?" They were probably from the Daliang kingdom. Who else could stop them at such a critical time? Now, it was only them. If he went over, he would harm a part of their interests. Sure enough, the person outside seemed to be speaking respectfully, but he was obviously forcing him to submit. "Lord Ming Kaichen, I am from the Daliang kingdom. I am here under the orders of the king to invite you over. The king would like to have tea and chat with you." Jiang Ming chuckled. He was probably afraid that he would hinder his brother, Morong Quan, from reaching an agreement with the Long family. "I know. You can go back now. I don't want to accept the invitation." His expression was serious. Today, he had to go to the Long family. Even if a god stood in his way, he would kill that god. The king emphasized that we must invite you over. Please cooperate with me. The minor official outside the carriage did not know what Jiang Ming was thinking. He felt that Jiang Ming was just a coward. So, he tried to suppress him verbally. "Coachman, continue going forward." Jiang Ming did not want to talk to this kind of person, so he instructed the coachman to move again. The princess remained silent at the side. She was puzzled. How did the king of the Daliang kingdom's men receive news of Ming Kaichen's side so quickly? He even sent people over. It was bizarre. Yes. The coachman was loyal and did not waste any time. He immediately pulled the reins and planned to charge forward. "Wait." Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, the minor official outside the carriage panicked, but he quickly calmed down and shouted anxiously, "Lord Ming Kaichen, I'm the king's favorite. If you hurt me today, you won't be able to bear the consequences in the future." "A threat?" Jiang Ming smiled again. It was not an empty threat. Alas, Ming Kaichen was not afraid. Just as the coachman was trying to ask Jiang Ming if he wanted to continue, Jiang Ming said without hesitation, "Continue. Don't worry about what the person outside the carriage says. I'll bear all the consequences." The minor official outside the carriage scowled and cursed Jiang Ming. "Ming Kaichen, don't be ungrateful. The king has seen something special in you. You should be happy. Giddy up." The coachman waved the reins and urged the horse forward without hesitation. The next second, one of the horses bellowed. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and heard the sound of the horse falling to the ground again. "Ming Kaichen, even if you don't want to leave today, you must come with me." The minor official outside the carriage became arrogant, and his words were filled with great confidence. He was so arrogant. Jiang Ming grinned. Zhuanan and Zhu Aci could not help but pull open the curtain and get out of the carriage. This kind of person deserved a beating. Jiang Ming heard the two of them getting out of the carriage and pulled open the curtain. He knew that he did not have to do it himself, but he wanted to watch the show. Ah! The princess also saw the scene outside as soon as the curtain was opened. She could not help but shout and lean close to Jiang Ming. She would have clung to him if she were not afraid that Jiang Ming would smack her away. As the curtain was pulled, the coachman, who was leaning against the curtain, suddenly fell to the ground. Blood flowed on the reins and carriage. On the lower left, a horse was trembling non-stop. Its eyes were open. It looked like it was about to die, but it also seemed to be alive. It looked very terrifying. In the middle, a fat middle-aged man with a greasy face stood in front of the carriage. It was obvious that he was the minor official who was threatening them. Behind him stood a few men in black. Probably because he did not expect Jiang Ming to be a young man, a hint of surprise flashed in the minor official's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. His beady eyes narrowed, and he smiled proudly. "Sir, please follow me." The princess had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the trembling horse, her body trembled as well when she thought about it. This horse would not stand up and charge at them later, right? Jiang Ming glanced at the princess's chest, which was tightly pressed against his. He felt the princess squeezing his arm. He was silent for a few minutes. Was he supposed to enjoy this? He shook his head. He had to deal with the minor official first. Zhuanan and Zhu Aci had already walked over. They glared at the minor official and threatened to kill him. Who killed the coachman and the horse? Seeing Zhuanan and Zhu Aci's imposing manner, the minor official was instantly shocked, but he instantly recovered his senses and was not afraid at all. This is necessary to take Lord Ning Kaichen to the king. If he is unhappy, I can compensate him with double the number of coachmen and horses. I think you and your subordinates can pay with your lives. Zhuanan was eloquent. The minor official unconsciously took a step back. Just as he was about to say something, Zhu Aci had already rushed over. The minor official instantly felt as if his neck had been pierced, and there was a slight stabbing pain. His eyes were also spinning. Just when he thought he would fall to the ground, he had already been tossed to Zhuanan. Zhu Aci restrained him with his sword pressed against his neck. The minor official felt a dull pain in his neck. It was obvious that blood had seeped out. He was instantly scared out of his wits and said shakily, "Please spare my life, my lord. I will prepare the horses and coachman now." "Then what about the lives of the horse and the coachman here?" Jiang Ming held his chin, and a faint coldness appeared in his eyes. He clearly had not done anything, but the minor official felt a chill down his spine for no reason. He did not dare to move at all. He calmed down and said, "These worthless lives are nothing. I can give you as many as you want." When the few officials saw that their master had been subdued, they dared not make even the slightest move. They could only watch anxiously. Even though some of them were about to reach the deity transformation stage, they still could not do anything. "So, you think your life is very valuable?" Jiang Ming asked, casually. The minor official could not see Jiang Ming's expression clearly. He did not understand what Jiang Ming wanted to do, so he dared not reply. Since you think so, then use your life to pay for it. Zhu Aci roughly understood what Jiang Ming meant. He continued to talk to him. And looked at Jiang Ming tentatively. Jiang Ming nodded. Zhu Aci actually understood what he meant. They had a certain tacit understanding between them now. Upon hearing this, the minor official felt like he was about to faint. He hurriedly said, "Sir, please spare my life. I said the wrong thing." "This isn't about saying the wrong thing." Zhu Aci killed the minor official with one slash, then cut off his head. He grabbed the minor official's hair and held his head. Ah! Seeing this scene again, the princess still could not stand it and cried out in surprise. Seeing the headless corpse, one of the subordinates could not calm down, and his body trembled. He fell to the ground and cried, "Sir." Zhu Aci threw the head over. Zhu Anan took out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Zhu Aci. "You're very considerate, but I already have one." He smiled at Zhu Anan and took a handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped the blood and threw it on the head of the minor official. "Consider it my greeting gift to this minor official," Zhu Aci said. "Give this to the king and tell him that I'm definitely going to the Long family." Jiang Ming's attitude was nonchalant, and he did not seem to care. Only Zhu Aci and Zhu Anan knew that there was a hint of a threat in his words. His thoughts were simple. Since the king sent such an ordinary person to stop them, it was a sign of contempt for them. They had to give the king an equal-sized gift in return. "We want to avenge our boss." The eyes of the subordinates instantly turned red, and they released a magic array formation with their hands. The magic array formation emitted a blood-red light that flashed faintly in the air and shone on Zhu Aci and Zhu Anan's heads. Zhu Aci and Zhu Anan were not to be trifled with. They gripped the swords in their hands tightly and injected power into them, cutting the array formation in one go. The combined strength of the two of them was more than twice as strong as the combined strength of the subordinates. The moment it was cut, the array shattered. The subordinates spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Zhu Aci scoffed at these people. They really overestimate themselves. The subordinates did not expect the people around Jiang Ming to be so strong. They regretted fighting them. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. "Do you understand what I said just now?" Jiang Ming looked at the subordinates of these minor officials and spoke with a smile. "Lord Ning Kaichen, we understand." Having already witnessed Jiang Ming's power, the subordinates of the minor official did not dare to do anything else. They trembled as they held their master's head. They did not want to die. Even though she knew how powerful Jiang Ming was, the princess was still shocked. Her pupils constricted as she stared blankly at the subordinates who were trembling. She had seen the strength of the subordinates of that minor official clearly. They were comparable to most of the experts in the Qingmiao kingdom. How was the array formation they cast broken so easily? Moreover, this was only the power of the people around Ning Kaichen. If it were Ning Kaichen himself, wouldn't those people be reduced to ashes? If he became her husband, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the world of immortal cultivation? Wouldn't she also be able to take control of the Feather Kingdom? In that instant, the princess could not help but have other thoughts. Wait. Just as the subordinates of the minor official were about to leave, Jiang Ming called out again. "Sir, is there anything else?" They did not expect that he would want something else from them. The subordinates of the minor official stiffened, and their legs trembled. They could not even hold the head of the minor official. Among these people, Jiang Ming picked his favorite. He pointed at a thin man in black and said, "You. Stay and be the coachman." "Yes." The thin man in black wanted to cry, but he could not. However, he had no choice but to watch his companions leave while he was forced to be the coachman. The minor official came in a carriage, and the problem of missing a horse was solved. The carriage continued to move forward. Under Zhu Assi's urging, the new coachman also sped up. They had already wasted some time. They had to arrive at the Long family before Morongquan did. Seeing that the princess was still holding onto his arm tightly, Jiang Ming stared at her hand and suddenly asked, "How long do you plan to hold on to me?" After Jiang Ming's reminder, the princess realized that she had been squeezing Jiang Ming's arm. She could not help but blush, and even her ears turned red. She was somewhat embarrassed. She cleared her throat and let go of Jiang Ming's arm. She moved to sit further away from him. "Lord Ning Kaichen, I've done a good job." Jiang Ming was amused and did not reply. Although the princess was spoiled and rude, she was quite cute at times. He hoped that she would always be this obedient. With Zhu Assi's urging, they soon arrived at the Long family. They got off the carriage. The Long family's courtyard and signboard could only be seen by cultivators. It was very secretive. From the outside, their door and courtyard looked very ordinary. Two large lions were roaring at the door, and a set of poems were carved on both sides of the door. Jiang Ming and the others understood that these things were not ordinary. The two lions were real lions. Moreover, who knew how many traps were hidden in the poems? A carriage followed closely behind. It was resplendent and had the word Daliang carved on it. It was obviously a carriage that belonged to the royal family of Daliang. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. He knew that the person inside had to be Morongquan. Morongquan was quite fast. It was a coincidence that they had both arrived at the same time. Apart from Jiang Ming, Zhu Aci and Zhuanan also became nervous. They knew that Morongquan was not someone to be trifled with. He was not above attacking them from behind. They had to be careful. The princess was curious. Why did the royal family of Daliang come? Could something big have happened? She vaguely understood. She was afraid that the reason why she was brought over was related to this matter. As the princess of Qingmiao, she could be used as leverage to persuade someone. However, it did not matter. With such a connection, Ning Kaichen might develop feelings for her. Then, he would become the most loyal slave of the Qingmiao kingdom. She smiled longingly. When the carriage stopped, Morongquan got out. He saw another carriage in front of him and immediately became alert. It seemed that someone had arrived before him. He walked to the door and saw Jiang Ming. He was stunned. Ning Kaichen had come here, despite the obstruction of the king of the Daliang kingdom's men. It also seemed that he had come at the same time he did. "Why did you come to the Long family's mansion, Lord Ning Kaichen?" "I've seen you once from afar, but now that I'm looking at him up close, you're really extraordinary." Morongquan pretended to have a smile on his face. He looked at the four people brought by Jiang Ming from the corners of his eye and felt annoyed. Why did Ning Kaichen have so many capable people around him? If he did not have enough chips to bargain with Master Long later, the negotiation would fail. "You flatter me." Jiang Ming decided to play dumb. "I have a question. Looking at your carriage, you should be from the royal family of Daliang, right?" "Your guess is right, Lord Ning." My name is Liang Quan, and I am the brother of the king of the Daliang kingdom, Morong Quan said casually. Then, he pretended to be nonchalant. Are you here to discuss cooperation with the Long family? In that case, the reason why the king's men came to stop me just now was because he didn't want me to cooperate with the Long family. Jiang Ming forced Morong Quan to continue. Morong Quan really did not know how to continue, so he changed the topic. Time is of the essence. Lord Ning, let's go in first. Jiang Ming glanced at Morong Quan and walked in without replying to him. Morong Quan frowned, but he did not say anything. He followed them in. Seeing that two powerful men had arrived, the servants hurriedly ran inside too. Make a report. Master Long was still drinking tea leisurely. He almost spat out his tea when he heard that Jiang Ming and Morong Quan had come. Why did Ning Kaichen and a royal family member of the Daliang kingdom come? There was no time to think. Master Long ordered the servants to clean up the table and brew more tea. Then, he went to receive the guests with a serious expression. When he saw Jiang Ming and Morong Quan, Master Long put on a fake smile. Lord Ning, Lord Liang. Welcome to my mansion. As he smiled, Master Long glanced at the people Jiang Ming and Morong Quan had brought. When he caught a glimpse of Zhu Aci, Zhuanan, and the princess, the smile on his face was still pleasant. Seeing the monk and madman junior again, Master Long could not hold his emotions back anymore. Having a young woman, who looked ordinary but was actually very powerful, was fine. Having a princess of the Qingmiao kingdom, who was doted on by everyone, was also fine. In fact, it was still fine to have the top prodigy of the Zhuyan palaces outer sect as well. However, how did the people from Black Prison and the Heaven Rua Temple become Ning Kaichen's employees? How terrifying was Ning Kaichen to be able to make these people willingly stay by his side? Morong Quan had a bad feeling when he saw Master Long's gaze. Master Long had looked at the people around Ning Kaichen so many times. Ning Kaichen probably interested him. Master Long, you're too kind, Morong Quan immediately said. His words immediately attracted Master Long's attention. Master Long looked at Morong Quan and smiled. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and signaled for Morong Quan to enter the door with Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, Prince Liang, please come in. It's tiring to stand outside. Master Long was overflowing with enthusiasm as he thought of something. The people around Ning Kaichen were all capable people. If he were to side with Ning Kaichen, then he would be able to solve any problems he encountered quickly. Jiang Ming felt as if someone was staring at him, and he secretly looked for the person who was watching him. As he searched, he could not help but look at Master Long. Master Long did not avoid his gaze. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ming and said, Lord Ning Kaichen, hurry up. Yes, yes. Let's enter the house. Jiang Ming nodded and walked into the house with Morong Quan and Master Long. Master Long arranged Morong Quan and Jiang Ming to sit opposite each other, while he sat on the main seat. Morong Quan and Jiang Ming's men sat beside the people who followed them. Tea and snacks were served. Did you two come together? Master Long asked curiously. No. Jiang Ming was the first to reply. Lord Ning Kaichen and I met by coincidence. We met at the same time and got acquainted with each other. Morong Quan looked at Jiang Ming with a half-smile. He had thought of all those tricks beforehand. The people around Jiang Ming were attractive to Master Long. He had to use another method to make Master Long choose him. It was indeed a coincidence. When I saw the carriage, I thought it was the king of the Daliang kingdom. I didn't expect it to be the king's brother. Jiang Ming said nonchalantly as he waited for Morongquan to tell him about the dragon sword so that he could recruit Master Long. However, Morongquan also wanted Jiang Ming to bring it up first, so he kept quiet and continued to change the topic. It's the first time I've seen anyone unable to distinguish between my carriage and the king's carriage. This remark was obviously insulting Jiang Ming's intelligence. Jiang Ming grinned. Using such a minor detail to belittle him meant that Prince Liang was not kind. He was about to say something, but Master Long looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Sometimes even I can't tell. This is normal." Why was he speaking up for him? Jiang Ming was stunned. He looked at Master Long and met his gaze. He did not know why, but he felt that Master Long's eyes were filled with kindness. Hearing this, Morongquan was also dumbfounded. Master Long was a reasonable person. It was said that he would never defend anyone when they were in the wrong. Even his own grandson and son were not spared from this. He was already speaking up for Ning Kaichen on their first meeting. It would be better to delay the matter of the dragon sword until Master Long was willing to meet him alone. Morongquan sighed. He would have come here earlier if he had known this would happen. He had really missed his shot. Ning Kaichen was a curse. Master Long, is this tea grown in a special place? Morongquan picked up the teacup and took a sip before changing the topic. The fragrance of tea filled the air. He was a little obsessed with this tea. Jiang Ming had thought that he and Morongquan would have an argument. Now that Morongquan had not revealed his true purpose, he could not understand. Why was he dragging this out? Forget it. He would bring this up later. Yes. A hint of admiration flashed in Master Long's eyes. An immortal gave it to me. It said that it's a type of tea grown on a cliff. It's very rare. It seemed that he had found the right angle. Morongquan was pleasantly surprised and excited when he saw the look in Master Long's eyes. If he continued to guide him patiently, the scales in Master Long's heart might lean toward him, and the matter of the dragon sword would be smoother. Morongquan was getting more and more excited as he thought about it. He raised his teacup again, intending to take a few more sips. This tea was not bad. The tea is good. Let's get to the point first. Master Long, I'm here today to discuss an alliance with you. Jiang Ming looked at Master Long and directly cut to the chase. These words directly knocked Morongquan back to reality. He almost spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed repeatedly. He was filled with regret. How could he have forgotten about Ning Kaichen being here? Ning Kaichen really did not play by the rules. Prince Liang, are you all right? His cough shocked Master Long. He heard that Prince Liang was mentally ill. If he died here, he would have to bear the responsibility. He did not want to be charged for nothing. Zhu Aci looked at Morongquan's face, which had turned blue and purple from coughing, and found it funny. Morongquan had only coughed a few times, and was already like this. No wonder. He was rarely seen in the activities of the Daliang kingdom. Jiang Ming frowned when he saw Morongquan's attitude. It was evident his heart was unhealthy, and he could not take too much excitement. If this were not treated properly, he would die young sooner or later. He immediately shook his head. He was essentially cursing Morongquan. No. I'm fine. Morongquan tried his best to calm himself down and waved at the two of them. But the purple color on his face was obviously not optimistic. Men, call the doctor over. Master Long could tell that Morong Quan was still ill, so he called for his servants. Ahem. Morong Quan coughed again. This time, he almost fainted. Master Long was shocked and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He had no medical skills, so he could only watch Morong Quan suffer. Jiang Ming and Zhu Aci looked at each other and saw a bitter smile in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that the originally peaceful negotiation would turn so grim? They had to wait for the prince to recover before continuing the negotiations. Fortunately, Morong Quan had not said that he wanted to form an alliance with Master Long. Morong Quan might not bring up the idea of an alliance for the time being, but he had a high chance of success. Morong Quan's vision was blurry. He was seeing doubles. He had planned to do one last thing for Northern Yan's Morong family before leaving to recuperate, but he did not expect his illness to suddenly flare up. Feeling that Morong Quan was about to die, Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore and walked directly to Morong Quan. Morong Quan was shocked when he realized that Jiang Ming had suddenly appeared before him. However, he quickly regained his composure and calmed down. Lord Ning Kaichen, what are you doing? I'm treating your illness. Don't move. Jiang Ming grabbed Morong Quan's right arm, pushed back his sleeve, and placed his hand on his pulse. Then, Jiang Ming used the spiritual energy in his body to feel Morong Quan's pulse. His pulse was very weak. His heart would soon stop beating. It seemed that he had to use silver needles to dredge the organs of the holy sea and use his internal energy to sustain his heart. Zhu Aci was quite surprised to see Jiang Ming like this. He had never known that Ning Kaichen was also a doctor. However, Morong Quan looked like he was beyond treatment. Would Ning Kaichen be able to save Morong Quan from the hands of death? Since he was facing an enemy, Morong Quan was a little scared that Jiang Ming would kill him. If he were drugged or worse, his body would become even weaker. He retracted his arm and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Ning Kaichen. It's just a minor illness. It's nothing. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Morong Quan was obviously unable to take it anymore and was still holding on. Was he afraid that he would take the opportunity to kill him? He was not that kind of person. Why would he do a thing that went against his conscience? Perhaps Morong Quan had done this kind of thing before, so he was projecting his fears. The princess's eyes were wide. She was looking at Jiang Ming, and from time to time, she would look at Morong Quan. She had never heard of Ning Kaichen being skilled in medicine. Seeing him treat Prince Liang today was an eye-opener for her. However, she was really curious about Ning Kaichen's medical skills. He had been hiding his medical skills for so long. Was he terrible at medicine? Was that the reason he has never displayed his medical skills? The monk sized up Jiang Ming and Morong Quan. He dared not say it, but he reckoned that Prince Liang did not have long to live. Ning Kaichen was wasting his time. How could he cure Prince Liang? He also knew a bit of medicine, so he knew it was impossible. Even those with excellent medical skills were helpless when a person was terminally ill. Madman Jr. also saw this situation clearly and sneered in his heart. Although he admitted that he had lost to Ning Kaichen was too arrogant. How could he save a dying person? This was just asking for trouble and wasting time. Zhu Anan licked her dry lips. She could not understand Jiang Ming. Why would Mr. save his own enemy? When Morong Quan came back to life, they would have to fight for the alliance with Master Long. At that time, they would have to spend a lot of effort thinking of how to make. Master Long agreed to cooperate with them. Wouldn't that be a thankless task? On the other hand, if they did not save Morong Quan, they would have one less rival. At that time, Master Long might agree immediately. Prince Liang, your minor illness is life-threatening. Jiang Ming found it funny. Hearing this, Master Long felt like his soul was about to come out of his body. Liang Quan was a member of the royal family of the Daliang kingdom. Although he did not usually appear, his relationship with the king of the Daliang kingdom was still excellent. He did not want to see the king of the Daliang kingdom punishing him for this. Although he could deal with it, he still wanted to live in peace. Lord Ning Kaichen, can Prince Liang's disease be healed on its own? Master Long was worried and looked at Morong Quan. Morong Quan's eyes were now completely dark. He could not see anything at all, and could only hear sounds. He could not help but feel sad. Was he going to die here today? He did not want to die yet. Yes, but you need a corpse. Morong Quan's eyes were lifeless, and his head was lowered like a helpless rabbit. Jiang Ming guessed something and could not help but feel sorry for Morong Quan. He had been serving Northern Yan's Morong family for his entire life. He was already so sick, yet he was still serving Northern Yan's Morong family. He really did not understand why Morong Quan was working so hard. In the end, Northern Yan's Morong family would not feel the slightest bit of grief even if he lost his life. Is any corpse fine? Master Long felt a little relieved, but he was still anxious. If the corpse had any special requirements, it would be impossible to find it in a short period of time. However, Prince Liang's condition could not wait any longer. It's best if it's a young man's body and heart. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and immediately looked at Master Long. Please take care of Prince Liang. I'll come back quickly. Master Long felt a little more relaxed. There was a dungeon not far away. There were many corpses there. It would be easy to find the young corpses. However, he had to ask for the corpse personally. If a servant went, it would be easy for mistakes to occur. No problem. Jiang Ming agreed immediately. Now that Prince Liang was blind, he did not dare move. He was easy to take care of. After Master Long left, Zhuanan was confused and sent a voice transmission to Jiang Ming. Mister, why are you saving Morong Quan? He wants to cooperate with Master Long, and he is a subordinate of Northern Yan's Morong family. Jiang Ming looked at Morong Quan and gave Zhuanan an answer. You can't say that. He didn't do anything to harm us. We can't leave him in the lurch. But, mister, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhuanan became anxious and stood up. Everyone's eyes were on Zhuanan. Feeling their gazes, Zhuanan realized that she was being disruptive and retreated awkwardly. What are you doing? What a big commotion. Zhu Aci looked at Zhuanan suspiciously. Zhuanan coughed. It's nothing. This cough made Zhu Aci feel that Zhuanan was hiding something, but he did not say anything. He just glanced at Zhuanan. If we want to obtain the cooperation of Master Long, we can't take advantage of him like this. We have to use our legitimate strength to obtain this cooperation. We can't go against our conscience, understand? Jiang Ming knew what Zhuanan was thinking, so he explained. He sighed in his heart. Zhuanan was like his little sister. Having a little sister like her was not bad. Mister, I understand. Zhuanan thought for a while and decided to listen to Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen was right. They could not do this. What are you two whispering about? Zhu Aci looked at Jiang Ming and teased him. You don't need to know what we're talking about. Zhu Anan stuck out her tongue at Zhu Aci. You little brat. Zhu Aci felt both angry and amused. Zhu Anan was really something else. However, he could not say anything. They were all companions, after all. Morongquan panicked as he listened to their jokes. He did not want to stay in such a dangerous place while being so vulnerable. Now that Master Long was not here, the others could totally get rid of him. He hoped that Master Long would return soon. Otherwise, he would really lose his life. Master Long had rushed over with a group of people. A few people were carrying a corpse behind him. They were wearing the uniform of the dungeon guards. Master Long was quite fast. Jiang Ming was filled with emotion. Lord Ning Kaichen, how is this corpse? Although it met the standard of the corpse that Jiang Ming needed, Master Long was still a little worried. He looked at Jiang Ming expectantly, and his eyes were uncertain. Jiang Ming walked to the corpse and lifted the white cloth covering it. The deceased was about 20 years old and was strong and muscular. There was a deep strangulation mark on his neck. It was obvious that he had been strangled to death. He placed his hand on the corpse's pulse and used his internal energy to probe it. He felt that the heart was as good as new. It was exactly the heart he wanted. Yes. Jiang Ming nodded. Master Long looked at Morongquan and asked with concern, Prince Liang, how are you feeling now? Hearing Master Long's voice, Morongquan felt a little relieved. Even the faint pain in his heart could be ignored. I feel fine. Master Long, I need you to leave. I need to treat Prince Liang alone. Jiang Ming looked at Master Long with a serious expression. Now that he had everything, he was missing a place to be alone. No need. I'll get my subordinates to take me back first. Before Master Long could reply, Morongquan became nervous. He immediately shouted for his subordinates to help him up. Prince Liang, if you don't get treatment, you will die tonight. Seeing that Morongquan did not appreciate it at all, Jiang Ming could not be bothered to pay attention to him anymore and spoke sarcastically. He really scoffed at his good intentions. He did not care anymore. After all, it was not his body. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Morongquan's body trembled. His left hand, which was originally on his arm, slipped down, and his entire body almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his subordinates held him steady. This time, Zhu Aci was also unhappy. He felt that it was not worth it for Ning Kaichen. Even Ning Kaichen put in so much effort to save Morongquan, but Morongquan did not know how to be grateful. He asked sarcastically, Prince Liang, can you walk out of this door? Zhu Anan was even angrier. She felt as if her entire person was on fire. She growled, Mr. Prince Liang doesn't need you to save him. You'd better not ask for trouble. Who did Morongquan think he was? Everyone could see what kind of character Jiang Ming had. How could he suspect that Jiang Ming would kill him? It was really a waste of effort to save him. The monk and Madman Jr. stood at the side and watched the show silently. They were just bystanders unwilling to get involved in this matter. However, Prince Liang was really a fool. If they really wanted to kill him, it would only arouse the suspicion of Master Long. At that time, the king of the Dalian kingdom would have to take revenge for his brother and come looking for them. Wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Prince Liang was so stupid. He might as well die. Prince Liang, Lord Ning Saichen's character is known far and wide. I'm here. So I won't let him harm you. Master Long understood what Murong Quan was thinking and went forward to persuade him. If Murong Quan disappeared after a few steps, then he would not be able to escape responsibility. The weight of the burden in his heart had increased by a lot. How could Prince Liang be so brainless? Ning Kaichen clearly had sincere intentions. Hearing everyone say so, Murong Quan immediately realized his own foolish behavior. He did not know if Ning Kaichen was willing to save him. He did not want to die. However, with his illness, even if he were saved, he would most likely live for a few more years, right? Forget it, a few more years was better than nothing. Lord Ning Kaichen, please save me. I was being stupid. Murong Quan kneeled down in the dark. He looked helpless and completely different from his high-spirited self just now. Seeing Murong Quan like this, Jiang Ming could not help but sympathize with him. He decided to forget about it. Prince Liang, your attitude toward me just now deeply hurt me. With Murong Quan's personality, if he saved him, he might end up blaming him for being unable to cure him completely. He did not want to trouble himself. Coincidentally, the doctor that Master Long had hired arrived. He was an old man with a white beard and a box in his hand. Doctor, come and take a look. Seeing Jiang Ming like this, Master Long sighed and quickly called the doctor. He then looked at Murong Quan and said, Prince Liang, get up quickly. Your health is more important now. Murong Quan was regretful, but he knew there was no other way. He stood up with the help of his subordinates and sat back down on the chair. Lord Ning Kaichen, please sit down as well. After greeting Murong Quan, Master Long did not forget about the people who were still carrying the corpse. He ordered, put the body aside first. Jiang Ming sat back down and sized up Master Long. Master Long was really kind. The doctor also checked Murong Quan's pulse. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He fell to his knees with a thud. He looked flustered and stuttered, please spare my life, Master Long. What's going on? How could this have happened? Master Long could not believe it. Ning Kaichen had said that he could be saved, but now he could not be saved by this doctor. The doctor wiped the sweat off his forehead. Prince Liang is already beyond cure. It's a waste of effort to continue treating him. If he was treated at the beginning, perhaps. Toward the end, the doctor's voice became softer and softer until there was no sound at all. His body began to tremble more and more. Ultimately, he could not even kneel down and fell to the side. Isn't there any other way to cure him? Master Long suddenly felt that Murong Quan's illness was troublesome. He glanced at Jiang Ming from time to time and felt helpless. Ning Kaichen was the only one who could save Prince Liang now. It was a pity that Prince Liang did not know what was good for him. Otherwise, he would not have treated Ning Kaichen like that. No, there isn't any other way, the doctor said in a low voice. Forget it. Hearing the doctor's words, Prince Liang was disheartened. Master Long, thank you. I'll accept my illness. He had heard many doctors say such words, and only Ning Kaichen said that he could cure it. But now that he had offended Ning Kaichen would definitely not save him. Now, he could only wait for death. The princess secretly shook her head. Fortunately, she did not offend Ning Kaichen. Otherwise, if anything happened in the future, she wouldn't be able to ask Ning Kaichen for help. Lord Ming Kaichen, Prince Liang is a good person. He misspoke earlier. Please. Forgive him. Master Long tried to persuade Jiang Ming. Forget it. Saving a life is more important than petty squabbles. I'll help. You. Jiang Ming looked at Morongquan's dejected expression and agreed. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but he did not want to let him die. Thank you, Lord Ming Kaichen. Morongquan was so happy that he almost fell off his chair. Morongquan could not care less about the pain. He knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. Lord Ming Kaichen, you are a magnanimous man. I will never forget your kindness. This was already the greatest courtesy he could give. Jiang Ming was a little surprised that Morongquan valued his life so much. He went forward to support Morongquan. It's nothing. Get up. Morongquan nodded repeatedly and stood up with Jiang Ming. Master Long drove everyone else out of the room, leaving only Morongquan and Jiang Ming inside. Morongquan had been in pain for a while. His breathing was labored, and he looked like he was about to die. He closed his eyes and tried to rest. Jiang Ming took some silver needles from the doctor and inserted them into Morongquan's body individually. Morongquan only felt a little pain in his back, but he could still bear it. The silver needles were ready. Jiang Ming used the spiritual energy in his body and lightly patted Morongquan's body. Morongquan did not feel anything at all. He did not even know that Jiang Ming had patted him. When he felt that it was about time, Jiang Ming used the remaining silver needles to force out the corpse's heart and used his internal energy to replace Morongquan's heart with the corpse's heart. Morongquan started to sweat all over, but he felt much better. He still had some strength, and he was not as weak as before. Prince Liang, get up and see how you feel. Jiang Ming covered the corpse with the white cloth again and looked uncertainly at Morongquan. He had adjusted the heart with his internal energy, which was now completely compatible with Morongquan's body. However, whether it was really suitable for him depended on Morongquan's feelings. Morongquan opened his eyes, which were bright. He moved his arms and legs curiously. His heart seemed to have been injected with new blood vessels. Morongquan placed his hand on his chest. The trembling feeling had disappeared, leaving only his steady heartbeat. He was so excited that tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. He had never thought that his heart would one day function like a normal person's. This was all thanks to Ming Kaichen. Morongquan looked at Jiang Ming gratefully, and his tears began to flow. Again. Lord Ming Kaichen, please let me know if you have any problems in this life. I will do my best to help you. As his tears flowed down, a large snot bubble appeared on his nose. Jiang Ming looked at the snot bubble with some disdain and nodded to accept Morongquan's gratitude. After a while, the snot bubble burst open on its own, and snot almost flowed into his mouth. Morongquan realized it and quickly took a handkerchief from his pocket to clean his nose. Jiang Ming wanted to laugh. Morongquan was like a child. In the next second, he could not laugh anymore. Lord Ming Kaichen, are you willing to form an alliance with Northern Yan's Morong family? The Morong family head is my master. Morongquan's eyes sparkled as he extended a sincere invitation to Jiang Ming. Why would he need Master Long? Ming Kaichen was much stronger. Not only did he have so many capable people around him, but his medical skills were also so brilliant. Perhaps his martial arts skills were also off the charts. Even if Ming Kaichen was weak, his medical skills were already comparable to Many amazing doctors. Jiang Ming did not expect Morong Quan to shift his alliances. He could not help but feel confused. Aren't you going to cooperate with the Long family? No, I think you're more suitable to cooperate with my master. My master is amazing and decisive in killing. With your help, he will definitely be able to accomplish something great. Morong Quan's eyes were determined. It was obvious that he wanted to cooperate with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. Who was he to choose on his master's behalf? He had thought that Morong Quan would be difficult to deal with, but it seemed that he had overestimated him. Outside the door, the head of the Long family was a little anxious when he saw that Jiang Ming and Morong Quan had not come out for a long time. He put his ear close to the door and listened. Master Long's eyes widened. Morong Quan actually wanted to snatch Ning Kaichen away from him. He could not lose Ning Kaichen. Master Long pushed the door open and shouted, "No." In an instant, Master Long became the focus of everyone's attention. The people around Jiang Ming had not overheard the conversation between Jiang Ming and Morong Quan. Now that they heard Master Long's words, they were confused. What did he mean? What did Ning Kaichen say to Morong Quan? Jiang Ming was the first to react and change the topic. Prince Liang has recovered. He just needs to rest for a while more. This sentence immediately made everyone present return to their senses. However, other than Master Long, Jiang Ming, and Morong Quan, the others were still confused. Master Long, it's up to Lord Ning Kaichen to decide. We can't interfere with Lord Ning Kaichen's decision. Morong Quan looked at Master Long. He would definitely make Ning Kaichen ally with his master. Ning Kaichen was sought after everywhere. Master Long was instantly anxious. He couldn't let the powerhouse that he had planned to ally with leave just like that. He immediately said, "Lord Ning Kaichen, I also wish to form an alliance with you. The Long family is willing to give up all their financial resources and do their best. I promise you." Did he even take the time to think about it? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He thought that Master Long would have to think about it, but he did not expect him to agree so quickly. Zhu Aci was shocked. Were they fighting over Ning Kaichen? Wasn't this the first time Master Long had seen Ning Kaichen? It was also Morong Quan's first time seeing Jiang Ming. So, why was he fighting over Ning Kaichen? Ning Kaichen had just saved Morong Quan. Was that why Master Long wanted him? Zhu Anan stared blankly at the two people fighting over Jiang Ming. This was simply amazing. Ning Kaichen was so outstanding. She was really envious. Master Long, Lord Ning Kaichen, saved me. I should repay him. Let him come with me. Morong Quan did not want to let it go and went forward to argue with Master Long. Prince Liang, you are being a little unreasonable. Lord Ning Kaichen may have saved you, but forming an alliance with you is something different. Master Long's face turned red as he argued, and he did not want to back down. Master Long, what you said doesn't make sense. Morong Quan stepped forward and grabbed Ning Kaichen's sleeve. Today, I must form an alliance with Lord Ning Kaichen. I also want to form an alliance with Lord Ning Kaichen. Master Long also stepped forward and grabbed Ning Kaichen's sleeve. Don't be impulsive. We can sit down and discuss this properly. Seeing that both of them grabbed his sleeves simultaneously, Jiang Ming felt that the situation was not good for some reason. Master Long, this is too much. I'm obviously more powerful than you. Morong Quan said aggressively. Master Long was not to be outdone either. He took a step forward and said, "The Daliang kingdom has been weak for the past few years. How can it compare to the Long family? Don't argue anymore. Let's talk things over." Jiang Ming helplessly tried to persuade Master Long to make up with Morong Quan. He tugged at his sleeves as he tried to persuade him. Coincidentally, Master Long and Morong Quan released their hands at this moment. Jiang Ming fell backward and hit the pillar. Before he fainted, he was rendered speechless. Could the two of them stop involving him in their quarrel? Zhu Aci was originally watching the commotion, but when he saw what happened, he became anxious. He followed the others and carried Jiang Ming into another room in a panic. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. His head hurt. His body felt like it was on fire. Jiang Ming was forced to open his eyes. He first saw an unfamiliar room and was stunned. Seeing the bed next to him and the bandage on his hand, he instantly understood. He was resting. Could it be that he did not die and was saved? Jiang Ming was delighted. After Morong Quan and Master Long's actions, he was really a little embarrassed. He did not expect that he would be lucky enough to come back to life. A big tongue licked him. Jiang Ming closed his eyes subconsciously because of the saliva, and a furry creature entered his arms. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Ming saw the appearance of the creature in front of him clearly. It looked like a puppy, but it also did not look like a puppy at the same time. It had two large protruding ears, and its hooves were like an elephant's feet. But it only had 2 toes. Its fur was dark orange with black stripes. There was also a tuft of flaxen hair on the top of his head. Even his lips, chest, and tail were flaxen. Jiang Ming did not know what it was. It looked like a dog and a tiger at the same time. It was really amazing. At this moment, it was looking at Jiang Ming with its black pupils, as if it was asking to be petted. Jiang Ming was already in pain. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could such a strange creature appear in this world? It seemed that he was really dead. How long had he been in the world of immortal cultivation? Had he finally died? At this moment, because Jiang Ming's movements were too sudden, the gauze had been pulled off, and the back of his hand began to bleed. The pain made him snap back to his senses. Jiang Ming used his survival instincts and pressed the bell on the cabinet. He instantly understood. "What happened to you, Lord Ning Kaichen?" A woman with her hair tied up entered the room. She was wearing a tasseled dress. Her expression was gentle, and her voice was soft. The gauze fell off. Jiang Ming's pupils constricted. He seemed to have seen this servant girl at Master Long's place before. Now that this servant girl had appeared, he could confirm it. He did not die. Fortunately, he did not die. Otherwise, it would be way too sad. Jiang Ming grinned. He was so happy to be wrong. Never in his life had he thought that he would be knocked unconscious against a pillar by someone. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. He stood up with the help of the servant girl and looked at the puppy while the servant girl was bandaging him. Seeing that the servant girl was wrapping the gauze, the puppy was very obedient. It looked at Jiang Ming without blinking. Jiang Ming sized it up. This puppy might belong to Master Long. It looked really strange, but it seemed to be loyal to its master. Master Long's choice of creature companion was not bad. The gauze has already been wrapped. Be careful. The servant girl reminded him gently. Thank you. Jiang Ming nodded. After the servant girl left, the puppy was eager to go up to Jiang Ming again. It seemed to be afraid of hurting Jiang Ming's wound. Sensing the puppy's emotions, Jiang Ming waved at it with his intact left hand. The puppy jumped up gently. Jiang Ming held it with his left hand and stroked its fur. It opened its mouth again, stuck out its big tongue, and licked Jiang Ming's cheek. Jiang Ming's originally dry cheeks had some more saliva on them. He did not mind and scratched the puppy's chin. The puppy raised its chin, stuck out its tongue, and looked at Jiang Ming sweetly. Jiang Ming patted the puppy's head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Give me your hand." The puppy reached out its hand. Jiang Ming held it and continued to stroke the puppy's head. "Very good." The puppy stuck out its tongue again. Jiang Ming looked around and saw a round ball on top of the cabinet. He casually threw it out. Woof! The puppy barked and ran very fast. It immediately reached the round ball. Just as the ball was about to fall to the ground, it caught it, turned around, and quickly went to Jiang Ming's bed. After a few seconds, Jiang Ming held the ball and was a little surprised. This puppy was developing quite well. It did not look too big. After thinking briefly, Jiang Ming picked up the drawing paper at the side and threw it out. Hit it. The puppy immediately rushed out and tore a big hole in the paper. It then took the torn paper back and returned it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. It was quite smart. If he trained it more, it might have other functions. Perhaps this puppy could create something else. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Try to show off your other skills. You can't destroy anything." The puppy barked twice to show that it had hurt him. The puppy immediately jumped onto the ground and hung up the drawing paper. Flames shot out of its throat. The drawing paper was instantly burned to ashes and fell to the ground. Only ashes were left behind. After everything was done, the puppy wagged its tail and sat down, looking like it wanted a reward. Jiang Ming forced a smile and said, "You're very powerful, but this is too dangerous." He felt some lingering fear. If the flames were not controlled well, they would be buried in a sea of fire. It seemed like he had to train the puppy. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Enter." Jiang Ming shouted at the door and glanced at the puppy. The puppy understood and immediately jumped down and sat on the ground. Obediently, the door was opened, and Zhu Aci and Zhuanan walked in. "Ning Kaichen, how are you?" Zhu Aci asked. "Mister, the way you fainted just now scared me to death. I thought you were going to die." Zhuanan looked at Jiang Ming with concern. Jiang Ming was about to say something when Bai Running and Su Running barged in. Master Long followed behind them helplessly and angrily said, "Lord Ning, Kaichen needs to rest. You're snubbing me by rushing around like this." "Master Long, I'll settle this matter. You can go ahead and do your work." Seeing Su Running and Bai Running, Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on and looked at Master Long. "If there's anything, just call me." Master Long felt slightly guilty about Jiang Ming's injury and immediately left. "Ning Kaichen, you must choose one of us today." Su Running and Bai Running seemed to be arguing again as they both looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. After a while, he replied, "Let me think about it." Zhu Aci and Zhuanan were dumbfounded. Why had more people come to fight over Ning Kaichen? Was Ning Kaichen that popular? "Okay, Ning Kaichen, please give us an answer tomorrow." Bai Running and Su Running could not wait any longer. They left before Jiang Ming could reply. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. These two foxes were really strong and overbearing. Ning Kaichen, your charisma is out of this world. You even enchanted by runing and Su runing. Zhu Aci teased Jiang Ming and patted his shoulder. Zhu and then started playing with the puppy beside her. This was a spirit pet that Master Long had obtained from a special place. It was extremely obedient. As for Jiang Ming, she did not have to worry about him. Zhu Aci would take care of him. I don't want their love. They've already harassed me 2 or 3 times. I didn't expect them to harass me again this time. Jiang Ming frowned. Each and every one of these people was eyeing him covetously. The matter between Master Long and Morong Quan had yet to be resolved, and now Bai Runing and Su Runing had popped up. I have a good idea. We have to cooperate. Zhu Aci thought for a moment, and his smile turned sinister. What do you want to do? Seeing Zhu Aci like this, Jiang Ming felt that he was up to no good. He looked at him suspiciously. What do you want? Zhu Aci laughed. Ning Kaichen, don't be nervous. I'll tell you. As he spoke, he told him his own countermeasures. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he gave Zhu Aci a thumbs up. Excellent. Jiang Ming paused. Where are the other 3 now? Jiang Ming asked as he thought of something. Master Long has arranged for them to rest in a nearby room. Don't worry, the 3 of them won't affect our plans, Zhu Aci said. That's good. Jiang Ming felt relieved. The next day, Jiang Ming called Bai Runing and Su Runing over. Zhu Aci pretended to be seriously ill. His eyes rolled back, his entire body was white, and his lips were purple. Bai Runing and Su Runing did not like each other and were still arguing. As you can see, my friend is seriously ill now. I will only go with the person who can treat Zhu Aci, Jiang Ming said. Alright, Ning Kaichen, just you wait. Bai Runing and Su Runing glanced at Zhu Aci and spoke in unison. Realizing that the 2 of them had said the same thing, they almost cursed. They snorted at each other and left. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Zhu Aci immediately became energetic and whispered something into Jiang Ming's ear. Then, he said with great ambition, Ning Kaichen, just do as I say. We'll definitely be able to get rid of them in the end. After a while, Bai Runing came back. She looked for Jiang Ming immediately. Listening to Zhu Aci, he pretended to look sad and was completely immersed in his emotions, not saying a word. Ning Kaichen, are you sure you can't come with me if I can't find the medicine? Bai Runing became a little anxious. I can't. Jiang Ming pretended to be worried and had no intention of agreeing to Bai Runing's request. Seeing Jiang Ming like this, Bai Runing pursed her lips and did not dare continue. She was considered beautiful and talented. Was Ning Kaichen not moved by her at all? She knew the real answer. However, she wanted to live in denial. The 2 of them did not speak. Jiang Ming felt very helpless in his heart. Why was Bai Runing chasing after him so relentlessly? It was all thanks to Zhu Aci, who had put on a show with him. He was waiting for an opportunity to make Bai Runing give up. He did not want to be chased after by Bai Runing. Zhu Aci's face was pale, and his lips were purple. He was sitting with his legs crossed and eating an apple. Everyone would really think that he was sick if he did not act normal. He felt extremely bored. He did not know when Ning Kaichen would be able to persuade Bai Runing. Ning Kaichen had to use the idea he had come up with. Jiang Ming pretended to be weak as he sat on the stool. He looked as if all the strength in his body had been sucked dry as he sighed. Zhu Aci is a dear friend of mine. I hope he can live well and smile at me like before. He wanted to laugh. Zhu Aci's idea was simply brilliant. He really admired him. So, who will you follow if Zhu Aci is cured? Bai Runing's heart was beating fast. She looked calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. Was it really as Zhu Aci said? Was his heart failing? No, that was impossible. She had asked around and discovered that Zhu Aci's body had always been healthy. He had never shown such symptoms before. Did a human poison him? If she could find the antidote, Ning Kaichen would submit to her. Mr. Zhu Anan shouted from outside the door. She was a little worried about Jiang Ming. Bai Runing was not a good person. Jiang Ming was stunned and said, "Come in. I'm here to deliver some refreshments." Zhu Anan's eyes were serious as she placed the refreshments on the table. Her eyes were filled with worry and concern when she looked at Jiang Ming. "Mister, call me if there's anything." Bai Runing quietly watched Jiang Ming and Zhu Anan from the side. She was a little wary of Zhu Anan. Zhu Anan had to be up to something. All right. Jiang Ming understood what Zhu Anan meant and nodded, feeling touched. This little girl was quite concerned about him. Zhu Anan came out feeling annoyed. What kind of look was this Bai Runing giving her? What else could she do to Jiang Ming? After Zhu Anan left, Bai Runing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "I've already sent out a notice to ask people to look for the divine doctor at a high price. There should be news soon." Jiang Ming nodded and remembered that Zhu Aci must be bored. He wanted to bring him a few toys and said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later." Why? Bai Runing suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, and her eyes landed on Jiang Ming. Could he be looking for some woman? Why would he need to find other women here? Why couldn't he just tell her if there was anything? Couldn't she do anything? She was not useless. Could he be looking for Su Runing? No, this could not happen. Jiang Ming did not understand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I have to tell you? This is my business, Bai Runing. Why are you so curious about this? Although he was getting along well with Bai Runing, it did not mean that he had to inform Bai Runing about everything he did. He and Bai Runing were only acquaintances. He did not like controlling people. Bai Runing pursed her lips and instantly had nothing to say. She secretly swore in her heart. Sooner or later, she would take Ning Kaichen down and learn the answers to these questions. In her heart, she shook her head repeatedly, unable to understand. What was so good about Su Runing? Could she cure Zhu Aci? Seeing Bai Runing's expression, Jiang Ming felt helpless. What was Bai Runing thinking? Why did she look so angry? He did not seem to have done anything, right? At this moment, Su Runing barged in with a smug look on her face. Ning Kaichen, come with me. I think I've found a way to cure Zhu Aci. Su Runing. Bai Runing's eyes were wide open, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. She was very unhappy. Su Runing, I'll go over later. You go back first. Jiang Ming felt like a storm was coming, and he did not feel good. It was really noisy when women quarreled with each other. Ning Kaichen, Bai Runing is of no use at all. Only I can help you now. Su Runing's tone was extremely arrogant. It was obvious that she wanted Jiang Ming to leave with her. At this moment, the pressure around Bai Runing, who was beside Jiang Ming, had dropped a lot. Her eyes were fixed on Su Runing. Su Running always came at the same time as her. She really wanted to get rid of Su Running. Thinking of this, she was extremely frustrated. Ning Kaichen was too popular. If this went on, he would be easily snatched away. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and then said, Zhu ACI should be resting now. Why don't we go and see him tomorrow and discuss how to save him? Don't worry, Ning Kaichen. I'll definitely take care of Zhu ACI's matter. Su Running patted her chest. She looked determined. Jiang Ming wanted to laugh in his heart, but he quickly said, then I'll have to trouble you, Su Running. How could they possibly cure Zhu ACI? Zhu ACI was pretending to be sick. You're welcome, Ning Kaichen. You should also take care of your health. Your friend will definitely get better. Su Running comforted Jiang Ming and sized up his body. Jiang Ming's body was a good thing, and it could not be damaged. I understand. Jiang Ming pretended to be touched and nodded in agreement. He complained endlessly in his heart. He wanted to be alone. Haven't you finished? I'm hungry. Bai Running narrowed her eyes and walked toward Jiang Ming. Her hands were restless, and she had a faint intention of taking Jiang Ming away. However, due to what Jiang Ming said just now, she did not really carry out this intention. After all, Jiang Ming seemed to have finally relented to her. She had to leave a good impression in front of Jiang Ming. Su Running glanced at Bai Running speechlessly. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately said, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. She had deliberately spoken a little louder so that Bai Running could hear everything. Bai Running's face was ashen. She ignored Su Running and snatched Su Running's fan. She got carried away. Bai Running, your fan is with me. Where else do you want to take Ning Kaichen? Jiang Ming watched the show from the side. He suddenly felt that the bickering between the two women was quite interesting. Su Running quickly regained her senses and immediately snatched the fan. She frowned. Bai Running, you have no right to take my fan. Zhu Anan was listening nearby. When she saw that something was wrong, she turned her head around and pretended to be anxious as she ran over. Mr. Zhu ACI's condition doesn't seem to be good. I'll go over first. Jiang Ming felt relieved. He glanced at Bai Running and Su Running and followed Zhu Anan. Bai Running stared at Jiang Ming's departing figure with a deep gaze. No matter what, Ning Kaichen, you can only be my man. You can't have anything to do with those other women. Su Running saw through Bai Running's thoughts. She crossed her arms and sized. Bai Running up. Bai Running, you can't get Ning Kaichen at all. I've already found the medicine to cure Zhu ACI. In reality, she did not find the medicine at all. She just wanted to provoke Bai Running. Bai Running saw through Su Running's thoughts and mocked her. Did you really find it, or did you fake it? Su Running, I know you. Bai Running. Su Running's voice became shrill after being seen through. I will definitely find this medicine first. Bai Running, calm down. She was going to look for the divine doctor from the medical valley. I'll definitely find it before you. Su Running became anxious and went out first. Bai Running did not want to be outdone. She left a letter for Jiang Ming and left. Jiang Ming and Zhu Anan arrived at Zhu ACI's place. Seeing someone come in, Zhu ACI immediately put down his legs and put the apple aside. He closed his eyes and pretended to be half dead with his tongue sticking out. There's no one else but Zhu Anan and me. Seeing that Zhu Aci was still trying his best to pretend, Jiang Ming kindly gave him a reminder. When he and Zhuanan came in, Jiang Ming had made a barrier. Only the people inside could see it. The people outside could not see anything inside at all. Hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Zhu Aci immediately opened his eyes and began to eat the apple again. How did it go? Did it go well? He looked at Jiang Ming with concern. He was the one who came up with this idea, so it should be effective now. I don't know. The two of them are currently arguing. Jiang Ming explained what had happened to Zhu Aci. Zhu Aci's eyes lit up. Women are also more competitive. They might have already left. I'll go take a look. Have fun chatting over here. Zhuanan was curious and turned around to leave. Zhu Aci smiled at Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, do you want to bet that Su Runing and Bai Runing have already left? I won't say anything against it. This is your plan. If it doesn't work, it's not good. Jiang Ming looked at Zhu Aci and smiled. Fine. Ning Kaichen, let's bet again next time. Zhu Aci finished the apple and threw the core into the trash can. Zhuanan returned very quickly with a letter in her hand. She said in surprise, Zhu Aci, you were right. Bai Runing and Su Runing have indeed left. This letter might be a farewell letter. As she spoke, she handed the letter to Jiang Ming. She did not open the letter. No matter what, this was a letter for Jiang Ming. She had no right to open the letter on her own. Jiang Ming opened the letter. Inside were Bai Runing's words of farewell and a promise to find the medicine. He looked at Zhu Aci and confirmed. Yes, this is a farewell letter from Bai Runing. She and Su Runing have already left. See, I have to make a move. It's simply a matter of minutes to get rid of these two people. Zhu Aci smiled smugly. Thank you so much this time, Jiang Ming said seriously. We're family. Zhu Aci patted Jiang Ming's shoulder. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the courtyard. Jiang Ming, Zhu Aci, and Zhuanan looked at each other and went outside. A man was wearing a crown and a set of robes. He was looking ahead and held a box in his hand. Right in front of them, Master Long was clutching his chest with blood in his mouth. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Master Long. Jiang Ming was shocked and ran forward to help Master Long up. He had planned to ally with Master Long. He could not just let Master Long die like this. Lord Ning Kaichen, thank you. Master Long's voice was trembling and hoarse. Who are these people? Jiang Ming glanced at the people around him and then looked at Master Long. He's the Feng family head, and he's here to snatch the Long family's heirloom. The box in his hand is the Long family's heirloom. Master Long almost used all his strength to say this. After he finished speaking, he could not take it anymore. He closed his eyes and fainted. Jiang Ming felt relieved after checking Master Long's breathing. He stood up and looked at Master Feng. Master Long, rest well. I'll help you take care of the rest. Jiang Ming said softly. When Master Feng heard this, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. You? Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am. All I know is that you're AB** starred. Jiang Ming cursed. What kind of criminal robbed another family like this? Heh. Master Feng was disdainful. He raised his hand and ordered his subordinates behind him, get rid of this weakling. As he spoke, he lowered his head and tried to open the box he had snatched. From Master Long. When Master Feng was checking the box, his subordinates had already rushed forward. Jiang Ming grabbed the throat of one of his men with one hand and lifted him up. He used this subordinate as a weapon and attacked his other subordinates one by one. This subordinate's shoes kicked the faces of the other subordinates. The faces of the other subordinates were covered in black shoe prints. They were still shouting, and their faces were twisted in pain. They reached out and wanted to grab Jiang Ming. However, before they could touch a hair on Jiang Ming's head, they were kicked to the ground by Jiang Ming. The subordinate who was being held by Jiang Ming felt dizzy and could not fight back at all. He only felt something churning in his stomach, and it made him want to vomit. However, in his current situation, he could not vomit at all. Seeing that all the subordinates had been kicked to the ground, Jiang Ming threw the remaining subordinate down as well. The subordinate only felt his center of gravity lose balance, and his body fell backward uncontrollably. The table in the distance was knocked over by the subordinate. The stone table and chairs were shattered into pieces and fell around the subordinate. The subordinate's head was already bleeding from the impact. He was dizzy and completely unconscious. The subordinates who were kicked to the ground didn't stay idle either. Taking advantage of the gap when Jiang Ming threw the man, they struggled to stand up and rushed toward Jiang Ming. This time, Jiang Ming did not do the same thing as before. Instead, he did a few roundhouse kicks. However, his kicking technique was extremely strange. Every kick was precise and powerful, and they all landed on the chest. Those subordinates only felt a sharp pain in their chests, and then they could not control themselves and spat out blood. They closed their eyes and fainted. Zhu Aci and Zhuanan were stunned by his actions. What kind of move was this? The battle attracted the attention of the monk, Madman Jr., and the princess. They walked out. Jiang Ming looked at Master Feng in disdain. His voice was domineering. Master Feng, it's time for you to return Master Long's heirloom. Seeing that all his subordinates had been taken care of, Master Feng was not afraid. Instead, he became even more arrogant. What's wrong? Do you think you can beat me just because you beat these good for nothings? Don't be a fool. After saying that, he burst into laughter. The main event hasn't started yet. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. Unfortunately, you're stupid and came marching to your own death. Do you think the Feng family is as useless as the Long family? As he spoke, Master Feng clapped his hands, and an old man appeared behind him. The old man was wearing a white cloth shirt. His eyes were sunken. He stroked his beard with his left hand and placed his right hand behind his back. He did not even look at Jiang Ming. Instead, he scoffed at him. Kid, you still have a chance to escape. Heh, what a self-righteous guy. Jiang Ming retorted. He could not let such a person get away with stealing. He did not like people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing this old man, the princess was dumbstruck. She knew this person. He was Uncle Lin of the Feng family. He was quite famous. Uncle Lin was skilled in martial arts. He killed people without blinking. His methods were also cold-blooded and heartless. It was also because of this that Uncle Lin was the Feng family's last trump card. The Feng family had actually sent Uncle Lin to deal with Ning Kaichen. It was really unexpected. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Uncle Lin was amused. Kid, I advise you to run away. Things won't be easy if I decide to attack. Jiang Ming did not say anything, but the people around him were furious. The monk narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura pervading his body. What did you just say? How dare he speak down to Ning Kaichen like this? How dare a mere servant be so arrogant? He had to give Master Feng a piece of his mind. The monk's aura felt very familiar. Uncle Lin was stunned for a moment. He tried to remember where he had felt it before, and his hair stood on end. Why were the people from the black prison here? Thinking of this, Uncle Lin could not help but look at Jiang Ming with confusion in his eyes. Who was this young man in front of him? At this moment, Madman Jr. also walked out slowly. He glared at Uncle Lin, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Repeat what you just said. Only he could take Ning Kaichen's life. Sooner or later, he would beat Ning Kaichen. If someone else killed Ning Kaichen, who would he fight? When he saw Madman Jr., Uncle Lin was dumbfounded, and he gulped in fear. Why was Madman Jr. from the black prison here? He remembered that Madman Jr. had fused with a forbidden power, and his strength was extraordinary. Why was Madman Jr. protecting that ordinary-looking young man? At this moment, Zhu Aci stepped forward and sized Uncle Lin up. He ridiculed him. Did you really want to ask Ning Kaichen to die? Are you not afraid of death? He knew about Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin had a repertoire of techniques, and all of them were said to be invisible. That did not matter. Today, even if he had to risk his life, he would not let Uncle Lin hurt Ning Kaichen. When he saw Zhu Aci, Uncle Lin's jaw dropped. He knew about Zhu Aci. He was the top prodigy of the outer sect of the Zhuyan Palace. Why was he here? More importantly, why was he protecting this young man? What did this young man do to deserve such treatment? Just then, Zhuanan stepped in front of Jiang Ming. If you want to attack, Mister, you'll have to go through me first. Uncle Lin looked at Zhuanan carefully. At first glance, she was an ordinary girl. At a second glance, he realized she actually had powers that did not belong to mortals. Uncle Lin smiled nervously. Just how many powerful people had he recruited? What was so special about this young man? Even his master could not find this many experts to protect him. Seeing that everyone else had joined the battle, the princess did not want to be outdone and walked to Jiang Ming's side. Her face was serious as she stared at Uncle Lin. If you dare touch Ning Kaichen, I will have the entire Qingmiao kingdom hunt you down. What? Uncle Lin felt like a boulder had hit him. Why was the most beloved princess of the Qingmiao kingdom here? Why were there so many experts around him? Seeing the situation in front of him, Master Feng raised his eyebrows. He was frustrated and indignant. He had led the Feng family in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years, but even he did not have this many experts under him. Why did this lazy young man, who looked like he had never experienced any hardships in his life, have so many experts under him? It was simply unfair. With this thought in mind, Master Feng swore he would defeat this young man. When Uncle Lin heard that, he looked at Master Feng in fear. He did not know what to say. He could only silently mourn for Master Feng. Although Master Feng was incredibly powerful, even he could not fight against so many experts. He was very aware of how strong Master Feng was. It had been a long time since his family head had stepped forward to fight. It was very likely that he would be defeated. Zhu Aci, Zhuanan, Madman Jr., the monk, and the princess were all enraged when they heard Master Feng's words. Since when did they become Ning Saichen's servants? Was Master Feng trying to get himself killed? How dare he speak about them like that? If I remember correctly, your name should be Feng Ni. The princess was about to explode from anger. She immediately touched Master Feng's sore spot. She had always been doted on and had never been called a servant. Her father had always told her that she was a princess and could not be compared to servants. But now, the head of the Feng family had called her one of Ning Saichen's servants. Did the head of the Feng family think she was just some lowly servant girl? As the princess of the Qingmiao kingdom, she represented the glory of the Qingmiao kingdom. Humiliating her was equivalent to insulting the Qingmiao kingdom and slandering her father. She would not allow anyone to insult her, the Qingmiao kingdom, and her father. He did not expect the princess to know his real name. Master Feng immediately felt a strong sense of shame. Ever since he became Master Feng, he had been trying his best to conceal his name. He had not expected the princess to say it out loud. Hearing the name Feng Ni, everyone except Jiang Ming laughed. Jiang Ming was quite surprised. Master Feng looked quite young. He did not expect him to have such an old-fashioned name. In fact, it sounded like a peasant's name. Feng Ni. What a nice name. Feng Ni. Feng Ni. Sensing that Master Feng did not like this name at all, Zhu Aci provoked him. It was obvious he was insulting Master Feng. Hearing this, Master Feng was furious and wanted to kill Zhu Aci. But in his current situation, if he made a move, the others would help Zhu Aci. He had no chance of winning at all. Even if he had Uncle Lin by his side, he would not be able to win. Uncle Lin might even die in vain. He thought for a while before he laughed out loud. My name is Feng Ni. Who are you guys anyway? A useless little princess, a bald monk, an escaped inmate who is neither human nor ghost, and a minor prodigy. Master Feng refused to be humiliated. Since Jiang Ming did not laugh, he did not mention him. Everyone else felt incredibly insulted. Zhu Aci and the other three gritted their teeth, unable to suppress their anger. The Feng family head was really arrogant. They had to teach him a lesson. Enough with your stupid insults. If you're really that powerful, let's see you in action. Seeing the anger in these people's eyes, Master Feng was a little afraid. He had provoked them. However, it seemed to have backfired on him.